Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by Rose Jennison on AO3. Now, let's start. Seeing Icy Hot's quirk. Ah yes, even with all the patients I've treated, I've yet to see anything quite so easily bruised as an overinflated ego. Recovery girl said serenely. Presnet MIC snorted and held out a hand for the older woman to high-five. All Might thought about how he'd have to talk to Bakugo about it, but he didn't have time now. He shrunk down to his normal size as soon as he got through the door at the end of the hall. The class looked at how much their teacher was breathing, and exchanged worried or astonished looks with each other. They hadn't realized how much All Might had to push himself to teach a class on top of everything else. A part of them was still getting used to the idea that All Might had a time limit. The scene changed to Recovery Girl scolding All Might for Midoriya being in the infirmary so often. There was a few chuckles and giggles. Seeing such a little lady scolding the number 1 hero was certainly something. Recovery Girl explained she couldn't heal all of Midoriya's injuries right away, since he was already so exhausted, and scolded All Might more for playing favorites. All Might admitted he had no defense, and had been thinking more about Midoriya's feelings at the time. He also asked her not to talk about his quirk so loudly. She agreed, though she did it mockingly. Seeing the banter between the two, the giggles became laughter. All Might revealed that all of the teachers knew about his smaller form, but it was a much smaller group that knew the full story. Well, strike that I suppose. Yagi sighed. The laughter died down and was replaced by awkwardness and some guilt. They hadn't really considered how much they were intruding on the number 1 hero's life by learning about his quirk. Recovery Girl questioned whether or not being seen as the symbol of peace was really that important. All Might replied that the world would be seized by evil if he didn't play the role. Recovery Girl seemed to accept that answer, and told him he'd have to really learn how to guide someone in that case. Anxiety seeped into the edges of Izuku's mind. That was the role he'd have to assume someday, right? How could he do it? How could he ever replace All Might? How dash? A hand landed on Izuku's shoulder, and he turned to meet Ida's determined gaze. I'm sure you realize that is a heavy burden to bear. I myself sometimes struggle with the idea of following in my brother's footsteps. The one thing you must remember is that it is not a burden you will shoulder alone. We'll be with you every step of the way. Uraraka agreed. You won't be the only hero out there, Kiro. Yeah. We'll all get to the top and make sure the villains think twice before acting up. Zero agreed. One by one cries of support or ambition came from Class 1A. Even Bakugo growling like I'd let you take all the credit was somewhat comforting. Tears began to stream down Izuku's face. Thank you all so much. You're all gonna be great heroes. The teachers all smiled at the scene. Even Aizawa, though he personally thought All Might was overblowing things a bit. The world had survived before the symbol of peace, and it would find a way to do so again when All Might retired. It was just a matter of how chaotic the transition would be. But seeing this class made him rather hopeful about it. Past memories flashed through Izuku's mind before he groggily woke up. He had just enough time to notice it was late afternoon before Recovery Girl was hovering over him. The next scene showed him walking tiredly back to the classroom. Izuku slumped into the couch cushions, relived tiredness pulling at his limbs and body once again. Were they allowed to nap at any point? Would they need to? Izuku opened the classroom door, and was immediately faced with classmates running forward to congratulate him and tell him how he'd inspired the rest of them. Izuku clearly didn't know how to deal with so much positive attention and was looking overwhelmed. Whoops, sorry about that Midoriya, didn't mean to freak you out. Kirishima said. No, it's fine. It was just a bit much all at once. Better get used to it though. Kaminari gave him a teasing grin. Once you get that quirk figured out and you really get out there, I bet you'll have a ton of fans. You'll have people fanboying over you instead of the other way around. Mineta agreed. Izuku blushed deeply at the thought. Tokoyami muttered that the other students were too loud, right before Ida marched over and started lecturing him, and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and 𝐔𝐬𝐽 about the need to respect school property. Do I really look that scary? Ida asked as his glasses flashed on screen. Well, like I said, thought before. You're not scary, just passionate. Izuku assured him. The passion does come off as kinda intense sometimes though. Soto admitted. I see. Ida's expression turned thoughtful. Maybe there was something more to All Might saying he could have relaxed a bit more. Uraraka and Kaminari came in carrying stacks of books. Kaminari asked if she'd like to go out to eat sometime, and she started to answer, but ran off as soon as she caught sight of Izuku. Swing and a miss. Zero snickered. Mineta offered Kaminari a sympathetic shrug. Oh gosh, I'm sorry Kaminari. Uraraka said, blushing in shame. That had been so rude. Don't worry about it, all water under the bridge. Kaminari brushed away her concern. He shot Zero a glare once she looked away again though. Uraraka asked him about his cast, and he began explaining, but stopped when he saw Bakugo's seat was empty. The next scene had Izuku running down the stairs as Uraraka's voice explained that he had left. Bakugo was walking toward the exit, and Izuku ran out to meet him. Bakugo stopped, but barely turned around as he asked what Deku wanted. Izuku hesitated, he hadn't even told his mother about this, but he still wanted to tell Bakugo. Bakugo looked at the screen. He hadn't understood what Izuku went on to say, not back then, but he did now. Everything made a lot more sense. At least in one way. What didn't make sense was Izuku telling Bakugo anything when he didn't have to. Why did he do that? What was he supposed to make of the fact that Izuku had tried to explain things to him of all people? Izuku told Bakugo he'd gotten his quirk from someone else, but couldn't say who. He explained that it was just a borrowed power he was trying to make his own, and that's why he tried not to use it. Bakugo was getting angry, but Izuku was looking down and didn't see. He said he'd make the quirk his own eventually, and then beat him. Kirishima whistled lowly. Admitting he had a ways to go but saying he'd still beat Bakugo one day. That was pretty manly, and pretty bold. Did he tell you he was doing this? Aizawa asked All Might. The man sighed. He didn't at the time, but he did let me know it happened afterward. So he's already gotten a talking to about being more careful and asking before he reveals any more to anyone else. Bakugo stared at him. Izuku blanched, realizing what all he'd said and thinking he hadn't meant to say that much. Izuku became worried, but Bakugo angrily said Izuku was spouting nonsense. Bakugo started to shake. He said that he'd lost to Izuku that day, and that's all there was to it, and raged that he didn't believe he could beat Todoroki's power. He even admitted to agreeing with Momo. He cursed at himself, but then looked Izuku in the eye and said that he just getting started too. That he would become number one someday. The two stared each other down for a moment, before Bakugo started to walk away. He wiped tears from his eyes, saying he wouldn't lose to Izuku again. The class stared at the screen. The majority of them could hardly believe it. Bakugo had been so stubborn that they figured he'd try to pass the trial off as not a real loss, or just continue to dismiss Izuku outright. But he'd acknowledged him instead, and even admitted he had more to learn. It was surprising to say the least. Dude! Kirishima whispered. That was manly. Bakugo had been looking down at the ground, avoiding all eyes after his crying being shown in front of everyone, but his head snapped up when he heard Kirishima. What the hell are you on about? I just flipped out and Fing cried over losing. Tears can be plenty manly under the right circumstances, but that's beside the point. You admitted you were wrong and that you had more to learn, but still laid down a challenge anyway. You had a loss on your first day in battle training, but you faced it and used it to motivate you to do better. I'd say that's a manly choice. Kirishima grinned at him. Bakugo huffed and looked away, but he didn't go back to looking at the floor. Izuku deflated as soon as Bakugo looked away, and was almost bowled over by All Might rushing out to catch Bakugo. He started giving a speech about pride and how Bakugo did have what it takes to be a hero. The class tensed, and many shifted uncomfortably. This was definitely not the time for a speech, not after that confrontation. Heh, All Might's a little late to the party. Kaminari joked weakly. Until Bakugo cut him off. He said he'd become the best hero even without All Might telling him so. Seeing the look in his eyes and hearing what he said, All Might hastily let go of Bakugo's shoulders. And that was even more manly. Kirishima declared. Bakugo grinned for the first time since the episode started. All Might mused that it was hard being a teacher. Welcome to my world. Aizawa said blandly. Yagi chuckled. Ah yeah. Welcome to the I have to deal with frustrating kids club. Present MIC cried. Several students gave him looks. The scene changed to show Ashido, Uraraka, and Tsuyu watching the scene from a window. They wondered what was going on, and Uraraka declared it a fated battle between men. Uraraka blushed as several people snickered. With what we saw earlier, you're not really wrong with it being fated. Tsuyu pointed out. Izuku stared after Bakugo, thinking that he would just have to keep chasing after him. All Might then asked him what they had been talking about, which caused Izuku to panic and try not to answer. The scene faded as All Might kept insisting. Somebody's in trouble. Ashido said in a sing-song voice. It wasn't that bad. Izuku cut off when the screen started to show a part of the city at night. Curious, I thought the episode was over. Ida said. The scene showed a street with screens and lit-up signs all around. It focused on one particular bar as Izuku's voiceover claimed that they would soon see just how terrifying villains could be. It clicked in Izuku's mind almost immediately. The villains from the USJ, this scene was about them. He immediately started writing down as much as he could about the area he had seen as fast as he could. If this area was important to the League of Villains, then figuring out where it was could be critical. Aizawa was quick to follow suit when Hisashi nudged him and whispered in his ear. Momo started to do it too just a few moments later. A newspaper landed on a countertop. The front page article talked about All Might teaching at UA. A voice made note of that. Izuku shivered. He remembered that voice. He remembered it teasing him and Aizawa, and giving orders to the Numu. A quick look around showed him that Kirishima also looked disturbed, that Bakugo's mouth was in a hard line, and that Todoroki was giving the screen a steely look. The shot panned up to show a man covered in hands, and a bartender made of purple mist. There were gasps from people who only now put the pieces together. Soto and Zero growled at the sight of the teleporting villain, and Uraraka's gaze had turned hard. Shoji nearly broke the chair's arm as he gripped it tighter. The perspective changed to show a large purple, muscular villain with a beak, sitting dead-eyed behind the man in hands. Students huddled closer together. Yagi felt the ghost of pain whisper across his side, and he held a hand to his old wound. The man in hands mused, what would happen if the symbol of peace was killed by villains? Only then did the episode truly end. The air was tense as they all stared at the darkened screen. They hadn't expected any sign of the villains quite so soon, at least the students hadn't. Well, Nedzu said cheerfully, breaking everyone out of their stupor. This venture is already proving to be useful. Several episodes in and we've already been given a clue as to where to find the League. Quite a bit of good news, I'd say. Let's all break so we can stretch our legs and take everything in. It was slow, but the students did start to get up and move around. Izuku and Momo both rushed over to the teachers. I started writing down everything I noticed about the area as soon as I realized what was about to be shown. Izuku said. So did I, though I didn't start as early. Momo added. Excellent, you too. Nedzu smiled, that was a great response, and shows good instinct. We kept a sharp eye over here too, but it would still be prudent for you to look over your own notes and try to memorize what you saw. We don't know if we'll be able to take anything from here after all, and the more people know about where the League might be hiding, the more likely it is that we'll be able to track them down later. Yes, sir. They both said before walking back toward their seating area. Would you like to compare notes about what we observed in the area and see if we can recognize where the bar might be? Momo asked. That's a great idea. The two quickly claimed a couch and swapped notebooks. A short while later Zero started, looking at the people around him. Do we have any thoughts on this thing with Bakugo and Midoriya? Or just Bakugo in general? Because after that last episode I'm feeling a little conflicted. Me too. Ashido piped up right away. After everything we saw with him and Midoriya growing up, it seemed like he was nothing but a big, mean, stubborn JRK. And, I mean, he still is, but that part at the end made him seem a little less like one, you know. Hagakyo's shoulders moved like she was nodding vigorously. I think I know what you mean. From what we saw in the first episodes, Bakugo in middle school never would have admitted to not being able to do something or that he had room for improvement. But that's what he did now, so I feel like there's a bit of hope for him. That doesn't erase the way he treated a fellow classmate who never intended him any harm. Momo pointed out. Tokoyami hummed thoughtfully. That is true, but I believe we must take propriety into account. Most of Bakugo's truly harmful actions have been directed solely at Midoriya alone, while he has merely been abrasive toward others in the class. Had we not been sent here, we may not have ever known that such a deeply troubled side to Bakugo existed. So is it truly our right of us to deal with an issue that has little to do with us? Perhaps we would be better off judging Bakugo here, and here on out, by how he treats us directly. Well, it's not like it's got nothing to do with us, since Midoriya is our classmate too. Tsuyu replied. It's not like we should just stand back and let him continue doing stuff like that if it happens again. Tokoyami shook his head. That is not what I meant to suggest. I merely meant that most of the poor behavior we saw here was linked directly to deep personal issues between Midoriya and Bakugo, and wondered if it was truly our place to interfere with that or base our own opinions of them off of it. I suppose you've got a point there. Ojiro said. And like Hagakure and Ashido said, it seems like Bakugo has taken a step in the right direction not too long ago. So, maybe we should just keep an eye on things and see how things go from here. Amar swept his hair back dramatically. Indeed, it would be folly to either ignore the past or let it tarnish our minds. Ashido, Hagakure, and Zero all stared at him. What? Kirishima gave him an appraising look. So, try to step in if it seems like Bakugo is crossing a line again, but don't be stubborn like Bakugo was and refuse to believe he could improve. Oiwai, is that not what I said? Kirishima smiled. Sounds good to me. That does seem like a reasonable stance. Momo agreed, and the others did the same. Are you sure, Deku? Uraraka asked, clasping her hands in front of her. I gotta know. Are you absolutely sure? Yes, I'm sure. Izuku said with a sigh. Her hands fell and landed on her hips. Ah. I was really looking forward to planning a vengeance-fueled prank on Bakugo. She pouted. As much as I appreciate the sentiment, Uraraka, it would be completely unprofessional. Ida stated. Plus I'm pretty sure the fallout would be more trouble than it's worth. Uraraka didn't bother to point out how she was willing to go through said fallout if it meant she could give Bakugo a taste of his own medicine. She wanted to do something about all the years of bullying that Deku had to go through at the blonde boy's hands, but if Izuku was this adamant about her plan, then it wouldn't work. Is there anything you would like us to do? She pressed. As class president, I could certainly keep a closer eye on him to ensure that such behavior does not continue in our class. No, I mean, yes to keeping an eye out for bullying, but no on the other thing. Izuku's shoulders drooped and he looked down. Believe it or not, Bakugo has actually gotten better about leaving me alone since we got to UA, and I'd like to keep that going. And despite everything, he was my friend once. Plus I want to leave that part of my life in the past. I have friends here now. I don't want to be so caught up in what things were like that it ruins my present or my future. Uraraka and Ida exchanged a look, and turned back to their friend with soft smiles. I find myself once again impressed by you, Midoriya. That is a very mature outlook to have. My dad always says that you should use what happened to you in the past to make you better, not bitter. Guess you already got that figured out. I wouldn't go that far. Deku. The trio froze. That name hadn't come from Uraraka. Izuku slowly turned around, and found Bakugo standing a few feet away from him. Uraraka and Ida surged forward to stand on either side of Izuku, but the boy signaled them not to go any further. There was something different about the way Kaken was standing, with his shoulders hunched and his hands stuffed in his pockets and his eyes cast down. It made him think of the talk their past selves just had. As for Bakugo, He'd been doing a lot of thinking ever since he talked to Kirishima and Aizawa about topics he never really thought about before. And because he hadn't thought about them, he'd never had any room to doubt himself about his assumption that could have ended in the worst way if he'd been even slightly off about them. And after all this thinking, he had managed to come to one conclusion. Deku, I don't want you to die. Here. I know I say a lot of SHT, but I've never actually wanted you to die, okay? So, try to remember that, you DMN nerd. Bakugo turned on his heels and walked away. What the heck was that about? Uraraka wondered. Izuku looked after Bakugo in slack-jawed awe. I think that Bakugo just apologized for something he did to me. Midoriya, I don't think that counts as a proper apology. Ida said. Maybe not to you, but I've known Kaken for ages. He only says sorry or anything similar when he's not being sincere. Honestly, that's the first time in years I've heard him give a sincere apology. Hey. Uraraka said, still a little dumbfounded. I guess that's progress then. Given the smile on Izuku's face, he certainly seemed to think so. Unnoticed by either party, Todoroki stood a short distance away. He watched the interaction and was left to ponder his own feelings. The episode started with Midoriya being questioned about All Might by the media just outside of UA. Aizawa scowled at the screen and muttered something unpleasant about the media. Present MIC shook his head. No respect, I tell YA, no respect at all. You sure we can't make stricter guidelines about how the media can approach the students? He asked of Nezu. The animal gave a tight smile. We have very strict guidelines about how the media may enter and act on campus, but we cannot regulate how the media conducts its business on a public sidewalk, even if it is only a few feet away. Maybe ambushes aren't all unmanly, but this one sure was. Kirishima grumbled. Midoriya escaped the reporter with a stuttered excuse, but she immediately moved on to Uraraka, who described All Might's teaching as muscular. Several students, plus present MIC, snickered at her answer. She put me on the spot and I didn't know what to say. Uraraka complained, her face turning red. And it was true, you know. All my teachers before UA weren't muscular at all. At least you gave an actual answer, I couldn't even do that much. Izuku tried to reassure her. I don't think any of the reporters were happy with our answers. Tsuyu said, putting a finger on her chin. One caught me and asked the same thing. All I said was that he was good. She didn't like that, that's all I would say. Ida was her next victim, but he turned the tables on her. When the reporter woman asked about All Might, he started a long speech about All Might as a person and the opportunities his presence afforded them, and soon the entire group listening was bored. Ida looked very put out when he realized just how many people didn't put effort into listening to what he had said. Oh yeah, I forgot, I meant to thank you for that, Ida. Ojiro said. Ida looked at him curiously, so the boy continued. Well, you distracted a lot of them, and I'm pretty sure that's what allowed me to sneak through without being caught. Same here. Tokoyami and Shoji said together. It helped me too. Soto added. Ida smiled. At least his words had helped someone, even if it wasn't in the way he intended. I got caught, but I just told them off. Jiru said with a shrug. I wish one of them had paid attention to me. My smile was dazzling that day. Ayama slumped in disappointment. I don't think they even saw me. Mineta added. Can't say I'm surprised. You probably don't even reach their knees. Kaminari said. He smirked while Mineta sputtered. The reporter woman tried to question Bakugo too, but stopped and voiced her recognition of him from the slime villain incident. He snapped at her. Ashido frowned. Didn't that happen almost a year ago now? I can't believe they'd remember one kid from one villain incident that long. I wish they'd forget already. Bakugo growled. Stupid media BSTRDIS. The woman was then shown trying to get something out of Aizawa. She commented on how scruffy he looked while a couple other reporters gave him suspicious looks. Well, that was rude. Present MIC said with a huff. That didn't surprise Aizawa. Present MIC was always very defensive of his colleagues. What did surprise him was how many students voiced their agreement with him, he hadn't been aiming to be liked by his class after all. Still, it was nice to hear. Aizawa told the media that All Might wasn't there, and ordered them to leave so they'd stop disturbing the students. As he walked away, the reporters called after him, and he wondered how All Might managed to deal with all that and be a hero. Why Aizawa? That almost sounded like a compliment. Yagi said innocently. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at the man before crossing his arms and looking back at the screen. Don't read too much into it. The reporter woman tried to follow after Aizawa, but was stopped when the gate buzzed and a metal barrier slammed down in front of her and all across the fence. Another reporter explained how the UA barrier worked, and that there were sensors all over the campus for detecting intruders. Shame they didn't go off when we actually needed them. Uraraka said. She turned around to look at Kaminari. Did you ever get a sense of where the interference was coming from? The boy shook his head. Nah, I never got through. We did our best to investigate the bypassing of the security system directly after the attack. Nedzu explained. We were unable to find any clues in that short amount of time, and were hoping further time and investigation would reveal the hole in the security system. But perhaps we will be lucky enough to see how it was done. Within these videos, Izuku's older voiceover explained that the news of All Might teaching had surprised the nation, and that's why there had been such a big media response. Everyone wanted a piece of All Might. The scene shifted to show the back of a young man with pale blue hair watching the scene from across the street. Yeah, everyone. The room became quiet as, one by one, people realized who that young man must be. Shigaraki was there that early. Why? Was it just to do surveillance? The attack was well planned enough that it seemed like they must have gotten all necessary information long before that. Could there be another reason? Or was it just for his own enjoyment? Izuku's muttering elicited some huffs of annoyance, but mostly he got giggles, fond exasperation, or looks of curiosity. When he heard the sound of the giggling, he stopped and apologized while rubbing the back of his neck. People were quick to brush it off though. Intentional or not, the muttering had stopped the atmosphere from getting too tense, and people were either grateful for that or appreciated that he'd brought up the questions that had been going through their own minds. I suppose we know for certain who went after the gate now. Present MIC muttered. The other teachers nodded minutely. The scene changed to Class 1A's homeroom. Aizawa congratulated the class on their performance during the combat trials. He told Bakugo that he was talented, so he shouldn't act like a kid about losing. Then he told Midoriya that he couldn't keep breaking his limbs to win, but if he managed control there would be a lot he could accomplish. Both seemed bolstered by his words, in their own ways. Present MIC smiled. As much as Shouter liked to put up a grumpy, distant front, he really did care for his kids and was a good teacher, and moments like this showed it. He leaned over to nudge Aizawa. Look at you being all encouraging. Don't touch me. Yagi noticed the interaction, but paid much more attention to what on-screen Aizawa had just said. The man had used no fanfare or grand words, yet he had delivered a message that inspired determination and gave the students a goal to work toward. It was very far from the way All Might would have said it, yet it seemed to be just as effective. It was fascinating, and rather impressive. Aizawa then announced it was time to deal with homeroom business. The whole class wondered if there was going to be another test, and were visibly relieved when Aizawa announced that it was just picking a class representative. Nedzu grinned, clearly approving. You know you've put the fear of God into a class when they dread every announcement you make. Aizawa smirked. Pretty much everyone in class started vying for the position, talking over each other and demanding they be picked. This included Mineta mentioning how his manifesto was to shorten the girls' skirts. Tsuyu opened her mouth to slap Mineta again, when Momo held up her hand. Please, allow me. Momo stood up and silently approached Mineta from behind his couch. When she was close enough, she took her notebook and smacked the back of his head. Oh! She rolled her eyes. I barely put any muscle behind that. It still hurt. So do those comments, she shot back before stalking back to her seat. Aizawa raised an eyebrow and made another note in his journal. He'd have to find a time to give a talk to Mineta too. They were silenced by Ida demanding quiet. He gave a speech about how the role required the person to be trusted by the class, so they should select it via an election. Students pointed out that they didn't know each other well enough to truly trust each other and that most people would probably just vote for themselves. Ida countered that that meant someone gaining multiple votes be all the more significant. Ida asked what Aizawa thought, only for the man to be shown wrapped up in his sleeping bag. He said he didn't care as long as they decided before the end of the class. Yagi gave Aizawa a skeptical look. You seriously just left it to them while you napped? Aizawa shrugged. I wasn't really sleeping, just resting. I've been a hero course teacher long enough to know it's not worth my time and energy to try and control them during something like that. Besides, a lack of input on my part allows the kids inclined toward leadership to step up and get recognized for it. And the fact that it requires the least amount of work from you is just coincidental, right? Present MIC said with a teasing grin. Aizawa shot him a glare. Nezu chuckled delightedly while Recovery Girl shook her head. The election results were shown, Midoriya gaining 3 votes and Momo gaining 2, much to Midoriya's surprise. Bakugo demanded to know who voted for Deku, missing the way Uraraka whistled innocently in her seat. Giggles and laughter filled the room. Bakugo shot a glare at Uraraka, who returned it with a bright smile. Roundface is spending too much time with Deku, his rubbing off on her. Stupid smile. He grumbled to himself. Ida lamented his 0 votes, and the students around him wondered why he didn't just vote for himself if he wanted to position. The scene changed to show Midoriya and Momo standing up at the front of the class, officially receiving their positions. Momo looked at how much Midoriya was shaking and muttered about how vexing it was. Uraraka frowned. Well, that was kinda rude. Momo frowned herself. I see what you mean. My apologies, Midoriya. I did not mean to imply that you are inferior, I merely wished that I could have had the lead position myself at the time. It's okay, I didn't really want to be up there anyway. I mean, it was flattering, but I didn't really want the position like you did, plus I think you would have done it better. Thank you. Momo nodded, glad to know she wasn't the only one who had been thinking that. The scene swayed to the lunchroom, where Uraraka, Ida, and Midoriya were eating lunch together. Midoriya confessed that he wasn't sure he was qualified for the class representative position. Uraraka simply told him he was, while Ida said that his courage and critical thinking made him worth following, which was why Ida voted for him. Your support means a lot to me, both of you. I hope you know that. Midoriya managed to blurt out through his embarrassment. No problem, Deku. Your support and friendship is equally valued by myself, and I assume Uraraka. Of course. Izuku's face grew redder, and tears welled up at the corner of his eyes. Uraraka pointed out that Ida had wanted to be the class rep too, which made sense because he had glasses and everything. Dang it, you're right. We completely forgot to take that into account when voting. We should have known Ida would end up being the rep based on that alone. Kaminari said with a laugh. Mineta and Zero joined him. Uraraka laughed lightly. Yeah, I suppose it does sound kind of silly when you put it like that. Well, you weren't exactly wrong, he really does have that kind of look, Kiro. Yeah, he does. Jiru agreed. Vindication. Uraraka shouted, pumping a fist in the air. That got the rest of the class laughing. Ida insisted he had just been doing what he thought was right. Uraraka suddenly remembered that she had wondered something about Ida, and asked him if he was rich. He looked surprised, then turned away, saying that he tried not to give off that impression. Well, that failed. Hagekyu stated bluntly. Yeah, Bakugo pointed it out on the first day, and I'm pretty sure he wasn't the only one who noticed. Soto agreed. He admitted that he came from a long line of heroes, and that his family ran the Ingenium agency. Man, I'm kinda jealous. Kirishima admitted. Ida musta had a bunch of people to give him quirk and hero advice growing up. He's already got an insider look. Whatever, they probably didn't let him in on the real gritty stuff if I am evil is what he thinks a villain sounds like. Bakugo scoffed. Besides, the best experience is first-hand experience. Ain't nothing gonna top going out and doing it yourself. So manly. Kirishima whispered. This was the side of Bakugo he liked to see. Todoroki mulled that fact over. He hadn't thought about how he wasn't the only legacy student in class. He wondered if Ida ever got any pressure concerning that. Probably not as much since his big brother was still young and fulfilling his role well. Izuku was able to immediately rattle off a bunch of facts about Ingenium. Izuku put the pieces together, and Ida revealed that Ingenium was his older brother. He described Ingenium as an honorable leader, and said how he wanted to be just like him. That is a very honorable goal, young Ida. I wish you the best of luck in achieving it, and hope you'll let me know if there's any way I can assist you as you go forward. Yagi said. Ida stood up and bowed to him. Of course, sir, I'll do my best. Thank you, sir. Ida said that it was probably too soon for him to lead others like his brother did though, and that Izuku was more qualified since he figured out the trick to the entrance exam. Izuku was about to tell him that he hadn't really figured the trick out but was cut off by an alarm ringing. I appreciate you attempt to be honest as soon as the topic was brought up again. Ida said. But honestly, I believe that not knowing about the rescue points, and rushing forward to do a rescue anyway, simply makes the action all the more admirable. Izuku blushed. Thanks, Ida, but really, I'm just like you when you voted for me then, because we were both just trying to do what was right. But really, you-Gs. Uraraka giggled. Just accept that you're both awesome already. Now both boys were blushing. An automated voice announced that there was a security breach and directed the students to evacuate outside. Ida asked another student what was going on, and he said that someone had trespassed on UA grounds before urging them to hurry and running away. Soon there was a mass of people trying to exit at the same time, everyone panicking and pushing each other. Yeesh, I heard it got bad, but not this bad. Are we sure no one got trampled? Present MIC asked worriedly. Only minor injuries, fortunately. Recover Girl reported. Such is the way of mob mentality. Nedzu shook his head. I suppose we should learn from this and increase the frequency of our emergency drills. Perhaps we could build an additional exit from the cafeteria as well. Aizawa grunted in agreement. He was glad he'd ended up with the kids he did, if this was how the other students reacted to an alarm. Izuku got swept away from the other two by the crowd. Ida was forced over to the window, where he saw that the intruders were just the media. The scene zoomed in on the woman reporter from before demanding a statement from Aizawa and present MIC, who did their best to deflect the questions. Present MIC whispered to Aizawa that the press people were technically committing a crime right now and wondered if they could get away with beating them up. Aizawa whispered back that it wouldn't be worth what they'd write as a result. I know it's wrong, but a part of me really wanted Aizawa to say yes, just so we could get to see these guys getting chased away. Jiru admitted. Heck yeah. That would have been awesome. Kaminari yelled. That would be very satisfying. Momo admitted. Todoroki nodded in agreement. Ida tried to tell the crowd that it was a false alarm, but no one heard him over the panic. He saw more classmates getting swept away, and tried to think of what to do. He saw Uraraka and moved toward her, asking himself what Midoriya or his brother would do at a time like this. Izuku's mouth fell open. Ida seriously thought of him when he was trying to figure out what to do. Yagi chuckled. Young Midoriya certainly does have an effect on people. He does, though I'm not sure he realizes it yet. Aizawa agreed. Ida got an idea. He reached out his hand toward Uraraka and asked her to use her quirk on him. She managed to brush her hand against his, and suddenly Ida was floating above the crowd. He set his sights for the exit sign, and fired off his engines. He slammed into the wall just above the sign. Ah! Ida cried, feeling pain spasm across his back and side. Ida! Uraraka and Izuku said his name in unison in the same worried tone. I find that Midoriya was correct, that did hurt more than I remember. Ida said, his smile only a little tight. He was rewarded with light laughter from his two friends. Ida secured his place before yelling out that everything was fine, that it was just the media. Thankfully everyone heard and began to calm down. Relieved faces were seen throughout the crowd, and Izuku was looking up at Ida with clear admiration. Ida felt his chest swell with pride at eliciting such a reaction from a friend he so respected and admired. Just as cool and manly as I remember. Kirishima smiled fondly. Definitely. Ashido agreed. The scene changed to everyone back in Class 1A's homeroom. Izuku and Momo stood at the front, and Izuku nervously announced they had to choose the other class officers. He only calmed when he started to say that he wanted to give up his position to Ida, in acknowledgement of how Ida got everyone to calm down in such a cool way. Others in the class agreed with Izuku, and the heartfelt moment was interrupted by Aizawa demanding they get on with it. "See, it all worked out," Aizawa said. Yagi's sweat dropped at how Aizawa was once again in the sleeping bag during class. Ida stood up and eagerly accepted the nomination, and earned the nickname Emergency Exit from his classmates. Midoriya was smiling up front, but Momo looked put out and wondered why everyone overlooked her. Izuku's jaw dropped in realization, and he turned to Momo, waving his hands frantically. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to skip over you like that. I can't believe I didn't ask you if you wanted to position first. I'm sorry. I too must apologize, Yozu. It was most presumptuous of me to take the position without consulting you." Ida stood and gave her deep bow. She looked between the two of them critically, before letting out a sigh. "It was extremely annoying at the time, but I'm okay with how things are now. After I gave it some more thought, I decided that, since Ida is more proactive in his leadership style, that our partnership would work better if I was the one in the supporting role. So, I accept your apology. Just remember to follow proper succession rules in the future." "Of course. Absolutely." The scene changed to just outside the UA front gate, or what was left of it. Midnight, 13, Recovery Girl and Principal Nedzu looked at the crumbled pile of material that was once the front gate barrier. They concluded that the press hadn't been the ones to do it, and that someone else gave them a hand getting in. The question now was if it was meant to sneak someone in, or if it was meant as a warning. Looking back on it now, it was probably both. Shigaraki seemed to be the type for dramatics, and someone sneaking in could explain the trouble with the censors later, and how they knew the class schedule. Aizawa mused. "That's certainly a possibility." Nedzu agreed. The scene changed to somewhere out in the city, where a group of battered heroes faced off against a large villain who was holding a family hostage, using them to deter the heroes from acting. Those kinds of villains are the worst. Using innocent people as shields. Hagekyu said passionately. Students around her murmured in agreement. "Yeah, they're the worst type to fight too." Present MIC agreed. "You get really limited in what you can do if you've got civilians in the line of fire." The fight was cut short by All Might dropping out of the sky to knock out the villain and save the family. As soon as he was done with that, he heard someone cry out about a car accident, and couldn't resist going to help even if it made him late. Recovery Girl shook her head in fond exasperation. "You're not the only hero in the city, young man. I know you're one of the most effective, but that doesn't mean you have to solve everything yourself." "I know that, I do, it's just. I can't ignore a cry for help." Yagi rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. Present MIC nodded. "I get that, I do, but even you can't save everyone you know." "Indeed. You must remember that you won't be able to give the students your best if you exhaust yourself before school even starts." Nedzu admonished lightly. "You must decide soon where your priorities ultimately lie." Yagi looked conflicted, and Aizawa sighed. "I'm hardly one to talk about being exhausted, but I always do my best to think of my students first. If he continues to spread himself too thin, I get the feeling that's going to come back to bite him, and at more places than just the USJ." All Might leaped toward the cry he'd heard, only to realize that his jumps had gotten slower. He thought about how his own use of One for All had gotten weaker since he'd passed it on, and how pushing himself during the slime villain incident had caused his time in hero form to shorten once again. The students sent each other worried looks. They remembered All Might having a clear victory during the USJ incident, but had he really? Had he pushed himself again and cost himself more time? Izuku felt guilt squirm in the pit of his stomach. All Might was getting weaker, and it was because of him. All Might came so close to having his secret revealed during the USJ, he might have even been killed if things had gone slightly differently, and it was Izuku's fault because, Midoriya, my boy. Yagi's voice startled Izuku out of his spiraling inner thoughts, and he looked up to see his idol standing in front of him. Yagi sighed, and knelt to lay a hand on his shoulder. "We've been over this, my boy. My quirk getting weaker is not your fault. It was getting weaker on its own already, plus this would happen no matter when, or who, I passed it on to. Please remember that going forward. None of what happens to me because of my weakening powers is your fault. Izuku looked into his eyes for a moment longer before nodding. I'll do my best. That is all I ever ask. Yagi said with a smile. He ruffled the boy's hair, causing Izuku himself to smile, before getting up and going back to his seat. The scene flashed back to the end of the last episode, just after Midoriya had talked to Bakugo. Midoriya apologized for telling Bakugo about his quirk. All Might let him off with a warning, but reminded Midoriya that he had to be more careful with who he spoke of One for All to, since the world was full of people who would try to steal the power away from him if word ever got out. Before anyone starts to worry too much, One for All can only be passed on willingly by the one who holds it. No one could forcibly steal it from young Midoriya, but most would not know this and attempt to go after him anyway. All Might explained. Those present absorbed the information silently. If villains truly descended upon Midoriya, the information that his quirk was safe held only a little comfort. Back in the present, All Might thought about how Izuku was now a proper vessel, but still very young, so he'd have to keep himself together as much as he could. Then he jumped away toward another disaster. I've got to keep myself together, he says, right before running off to do something that will tax him even more. Aizawa muttered. Yagi looked down, abashed. Dang it, how could someone so skeletal look so much like a scolded puppy? I just couldn't dash, we know, couldn't ignore a cry for help. Recovery Girl interrupted. The scene changed back to the school, where Aizawa announced that the class was going to participate in rescue training. Tension filled the room as everyone was reminded about what was coming up. They would have to face the terror of what had just happened all over again, and experience every hurt that went with it. Present MIC turned to Aizawa, his eyes shining with worry. You got hurt pretty bad during the USJ incident. Do you want a spare notebook to use for the pain like Midoriya? At first it seemed like Aizawa might not answer him, then the man let out a deep sigh. I'll use my capture weapon when the time comes. It'll do a better job of muffling any noises I make. Hisashi nodded in acceptance, and shifted a little closer to Aizawa, a silent message to say that he would be there for his friend no matter how bad the pain got. Aizawa didn't look at him, but leaned toward him. Yagi noticed the exchange, and wondered if he should change his own seating location when the incident officially started. He knew few details about what Midoriya, or any of the other students, had gone through before he arrived there. The students talked excitedly about their first lesson in one of the main jobs as a hero. Alas, how naive we were. Tokoyami said with a bowed head. Shoji rested a hand on his shoulder. Aizawa interrupted them to say that costumes were optional this time, and that they would need to take a bus to get to the training location before leaving the kids to get ready. Izuku was shown to be thinking about how rescue was what he had found so inspiring about All Might, and vowed to do his best with this next step to being a hero. Such fiery passion about your journey. It truly makes you shine, Midoriya. Aima said with a bright smile. Heh, thanks, Aima. Izuku smiled back at him. I was really excited, though it's a shame that we didn't get to do actual rescue training. It may not have been the lesson plan, but we did practice rescuing ourselves. Tsuyu pointed out. And you went back to help, so that should count as rescuing too, right? While the students discussed that, Nezu spoke to the teachers. It occurs to me that we may need to rearrange some of our classes for 1A to help them make up for rescue training they missed. Though practical experience has its place, there are certain basics they should be taught to ensure they perform up to par. Aizawa let out another sigh. Great, that'll mean even more paperwork. I'll give you a hand. Present MIC promised. The kids were shown waiting around for the bus to be ready. Once it was, Ida used a whistle and gave talk about how to properly board the bus in order to save time. Which turned out to be completely moot once it was shown that the inner design was different than anticipated. Not gonna lie, Ida, the face you made when you stepped onto the bus and saw the seat arrangement was pretty great. Soto said with a grin. Ida huffed. I guess being entertaining is better than nothing. Momo's eyes were narrowed at the screen. Is Aima looking at the camera again? Todoroki shifted his gaze to look at the past image of said classmate. He appears to be. Are you sure he's not just looking at Ida? Everyone else in the scene is. Jiru pointed out. His pupils seem to be a little too high to be looking at Ida, everyone else is looking down, at least slightly. Momo made a note of the strange occurrence in her notebook. Tsuyu turned to address Midoriya. She asked him to call her just Zu and then pointed out that Midoriya's quirk was quite similar to All Might's. Yagi startled so bad he started to cough, and nearly spewed BLD. He soothed his chest by taking a cup of water Recovery Girl offered him before saying, "Is it really that obvious?" Aizawa raised an eyebrow. To be honest, I could see the similarities, but didn't think much beyond that. So no, not as much as you might think. People are going to start thinking about the connection if you react like that when questioned about it though. Nezu pointed out. Midoriya tried to act casual and come up with a plausible explanation, but ended up stuttering and sounding awkward instead. Izuku hid his face in embarrassment. Nezu's got a point. Present MIC pointed out. If you both react that badly, then someone's gonna start to wonder. I'd recommend coming up with a few scripted answers for if people notice any connection between the two of you. Nezu said. And then practice them a bunch so you can actually say them naturally. Recovery Girl added. Right, I'll add it to my to-do list. Yagi said, making a mental note. Maybe during the next break. Izuku was saved when Kirishima pointed out that All Might didn't get hurt when he used his quirk. Then went on to say that Midoriya was lucky to have something as flashy as that, since his own quirk was useful, but didn't look like much. Any decent hero should be willing to take useful over flashy. Aizawa declared. You gotta remember that not everyone is an underground hero. Present MIC pointed out. As annoying as it can be, keeping public approval and attention is pretty important to everyday pros. Aizawa huffed, but didn't argue the point. Midoriya praised Kirishima's quirk, saying that it could definitely work for him as a pro. Kirishima made a point about how popularity was a big part of being a hero too. Emma claimed that his own quirk balanced the two well, before Kirishima declared that Todoroki and Bakugo were at the top of powerful and flashy when it came to their class. Tsuyu took the opportunity to point out that Bakugo's constant anger would hurt his popularity, which caused him to snap at her right away. Way to prove her point. Jiru muttered, still a little ticked at how he'd nearly knocked her phone out of her hands when he leaped to his feet. She really should have sat somewhere else. Bakugo scowled at her, but it went unnoticed. Kaminari said how amazing it was that everyone already recognized that Bakugo had a garbage personality. The teasing went on and Uraraka and Momo commented on the conversation, yet no one noticed how panicked Izuku looked about Bakugo getting teased. Uraraka frowned, realizing how much hurt her friend must associate with Bakugo being that angry. I'm sorry, I would have said something if I'd noticed how weirded out you were by all of that. I too must apologize, as your friend and class representative I should have noticed your distress and tried to address the issue. Izuku waved off his friend's apologies. It's okay, I wouldn't want you guys to make a scene over something like that. Besides, I think it was a good reminder to me that UA isn't like my old school. Aizawa ordered them all to quiet down, because they were arriving at their destination. When they got off the bus they were greeted by Pro Hero 13, whom they greeted excitedly before scooting them into the facility. Dang, never thought I'd see Midoriya get competition for his hero fanboying. Hagekyu said with a giggle, noticing how excited both Izuku and Uraraka were. Fanboying versus fangirling, which will win? Ashido said in a mock announcer voice. I didn't realize it was a competition. Uraraka teased back. But I'll do my best. Izuku could do nothing but sit there and blush. The students looked around in awe as they entered, and 13 explained the different disaster areas. After declaring the building the unforeseen simulation joint, aka USJ, the class seemed to realize en masse that it was the same initials as Universal Studios Japan. That was the pun he was going for, I believe. Nezu said. I should mention how you all figured it out once I'm able to visit him. I'm sure he'll be very pleased. Aizawa walked forward and asked 13 where All Might was. 13 quietly confided that he'd used up his time on the way to work and was resting in the teacher's lounge. Izuku's eyes widened. Shigaraki seemed to know something about All Might's weakness. Was it possible he also knew about the time limit? With all the minor villains under his command, it was conceivable that Shigaraki had encouraged more villains to act up that morning in order to wear All Might down before he even got to class. But if that was true, then they'd gone too far and run All Might out of time completely. Was that an accident, or did Shigaraki not know All Might's exact time limit? He frantically wrote the theory down, determined to bring it up with his mentor at the next available opportunity. A skeletal All Might was shown in the lounge using his phone, saying he'd try to show up near the end of class. Aizawa voiced his disapproval before telling 13 to get on with the lesson. 13 started by explaining his quirk and how he used it in rescue situations, but the mood quickly turned when he pointed out that his quirk could also be used to kill, and that some of them probably had quirks that were similar. Several looks were sent toward Bakugo, who scowled when he noticed them. "Don't give me that look unless you're giving it to half and Deku too," he growled. Some raised their eyebrows while others looked chagrined. Bakugo actually had a point that time. His wasn't the only dangerous quirk in class. 13 warned them to remember that there were plenty of quirks that could kill if mishandled even a little. And that he hoped to complement the lessons given by their first 2 hero classes by making sure they understood that their powers were for helping others. The class cheered when he was done. Present MIC grinned. "You gotta admit, 13 has his own brand of charisma." Indeed, the students were hanging on his every word. Yagi agreed. Aizawa started to direct the class forward, only to be interrupted by the lights short-circuiting. He immediately sensed something was wrong, and turned to see a swirling black and purple portal appear in the center of the facility. The screen gave an up-close view of Shigaraki's head becoming visible through the mist. Students recoiled in disgust. The combination of his red eyes and severed hands would never fail to be disturbing. Izuku took a deep breath and steeled himself. He wasn't looking forward to going through this again. He'd gotten more than enough of a view after he and the others escaped the shipwreck zone. But this episode appearing also meant they had almost reached episodes covering the future, and he was willing to go through this again to get the knowledge needed to save others from being attacked. He poised his pen over his notebook, ready to note down any details about the villains he may have missed before. On another couch, Momo was doing the same. With how battered their teacher had been after the attack, she doubted he would be in the position to jot down anything once things got going. Since the other teachers may be distracted with taking care of him, she was determined to observe and record as much as she could in their place. Aizawa immediately told the students to stay back and ordered 13 to protect them. As the teachers and class looked on, the portal widened, and soon Shigaraki was stepping through, surrounded by a multitude of other villains. Kirishima wondered if this was another case of the exam starting without warning, but this theory was quickly dashed when Aizawa warned them that these were real villains. "I told you to stay back," Aizawa grumbled, seeing that past Midoriya had started to step forward. Present MIC glanced at him, catching the undercurrent of concern in Aizawa's voice. "I'm sorry, sir. I just wanted to get a closer look to try and figure out what was going on and how the people were getting through. I'll listen better from now on," Izuku promised. This seemed to mollify Aizawa somewhat. Izuku's voice-over noted the irony of the villains appearing before them when they should have been practicing rescues. As he said this, the Nomyu stepped through the portal at Shigaraki's command. People shivered at the sight of the Nomyu, some remembering how the being had gone toe-to-toe with All Might, while Midoriya, Tsuyu, and Mineta were reminded of the sound of snapping bones. Nedzu stood up in his seat, addressed the room. "I understand that the upcoming event was very trying for everyone involved. That being the case, if anyone would like to take a short break to steel themselves, no one will think any less of you." The students looked at each other and had quick conversations. While none of them were looking forward to going through this again, there seemed to be a general attitude that it would be better to get it over with than spend any time dwelling on it. Present MIC shifted his gaze between Aizawa and Yagi, knowing that both had needed medical attention by the time everything was over. His eyes gained a determined glint. "Hang on 1 second," he said. He ran into the bathroom at the back of the room and emerged with 2 towels. He handed one to Yagi. "In case you need to clean yourself up," he said. Then he gave the other to Aizawa. This should be more comfy than your capture weapon, and it will muffle a lot more. He spoke more quietly to Aizawa than he did to Yagi, making sure the comment was kept between them. Aizawa looked at the towel for a moment, then took it with a grateful nod. Recovery girl scooted herself closer to the edge of her seat, knowing she would need to get up and tend to multiple people soon. Even if she could do very little physically, she was determined to offer what comfort she could. When everyone seemed to be ready, the next episode started. Down in the center of the plaza, the mist villain, Kurogiri, mentioned the two teachers present, and wondered why All Might wasn't there. Students and teachers alike looked at each other, anger and worry made clear by their expressions. It was one thing to think that villains had somehow managed to sneak classified information, and another thing entirely to have it confirmed. Shigaraki voiced his disappointment in All Might not being there, and wondered if the man would come if they killed some kids. Well, there goes any hope we had that our deaths weren't on the agenda. Soto muttered. Trying to kill us was always the backup plan. It's strange that nobody died despite that instruction though. Ojiro pointed out. I mean, we are first-year students. Even if we're talented for our age, you'd think that more of us would have gotten hurt. Geez, Ojiro, you sound like you wanted more of us to get our butts kicked. Hagaki complained. I didn't mean it like that. I just find it weird that, if they were really trying to kill us, that so few of us got seriously injured. Perhaps in their arrogance they were blinded by our dazzling brilliance. Aomar declared. Several looks of confusion were shot his way. I think he means they didn't do their best because they underestimated us. Mineta proposed. That could be. Ojiro admitted. It's also possible the kill order threw them off. Tsuyu theorized. They were really after All Might the whole time, so some of them might have gotten psyched out when told to fight kids to the death. Perhaps. Even the darkest shadows may cease if surprised by the light. Tokoyami mused. It would be nice to think that at least some villains had standards. Shoji agreed. Guilt squirmed in the place Yagi's stomach should have been. The whole attack had been because of him. The kids were put in danger just because the villains wanted to draw him out. Yet he didn't even have the strength to come protect them until it was nearly too late, and then he just barely managed to do it. As the horde of villains continued to approach, the students wondered how they could have gotten into the school. Momo questioned 13 about the sensors, and 13 admitted that they should have been going off but weren't. Todoroki surmised that one of them must have a quirk interfering with the sensors, and that their timing and chosen location meant that this was a carefully planned attack. That was very well put, young Todoroki. You deduced much with a few facts and got all the relevant information across quickly. All Might said. Shoto looked at him for a moment, then merely nodded in response to the praise. Aizawa ordered 13 to start evacuating students, and told Kaminari to see if his quirk could do anything about the possible interference. Izuku asked if Aizawa was planning to fight the entire group of villains on his own, reminding the hero that his fighting style was much better suited for one-on-one battles. Aizawa dismissed his worry, saying that every good hero had more than one trick before leaping into the fray. Jumping in like that was so manly. Kirishima proclaimed, his eyes glistening. There was a chorus of quiet agreement from the class. They were still tense about what was coming, but were unable to deny how amazingly their teacher had fought. They would never be able to forget how Aizawa hadn't hesitated to take on an entire horde of villains to protect them. In that moment, Aizawa had unknowingly gained a high amount of gratitude and unending loyalty from his students. A villain in the crowd called for the shooting squad to get ready. That's further evidence that a good amount of preparation occurred. The villains that came had been organized into smaller groups with specific jobs. Izuku muttered. One of the shooting squad villains said that their info had only mentioned 13 and All Might, and demanded to know who was coming at them. When Aizawa reached them, his quirk cancelled theirs, much to their surprise, and soon they were being tossed through the air by Aizawa's capture weapon. They didn't know he'd be there or who he was, yet they had the class schedule. I didn't realize that Mr. Aizawa censored his identity even within the school records. Momo mused. Nor did I think about how helpful it would be in battles for villains not to be able to recognize you. Perhaps I should look into underground hero work more. Gotta admit, That's some dedication. Jiru agreed. One of the villains recognized 𝐈𝐴𝐵 and called out what his quirk was. A villain with a mutation quirk ran up, challenging 𝐈𝐴𝐵 to erase his. 𝐈𝐴𝐵 admitted he couldn't, but explained how he'd figured out how to combat those types anyway, all while dodging blows and sending the mutation quirk villain crashing into 3 others. The class cheered when the villain landed. 𝐈𝐴𝐵 would forever deny that the sound gave him a bit of a thrill. Eraserhead is so cool, Midoriya said, looking at the screen with shining eyes. It was a lot easier to admire the pro's skills when he wasn't in fear for his own life or his teachers. Oh, does All Might have competition? Uraraka teased. Yagi overheard and playfully raised an eyebrow at Midoriya. What? No. And nothing like that. All Might will always be the best. Izuku declared. I just have a new appreciation for Eraserhead's skill set. That's all. Uraraka laughed. I'm just teasing, Deku. Indeed, I'm sure All Might knows he'll always be your number 1. Ida said with a smirk. Not you too. Izuku groaned while the other 3 laughed. While 𝐈𝐴𝐵 fought, Shigaraki's voice was heard, breaking down the pro's fighting style. Then he said that he hated heroes, since the masses don't stand a chance against them. What does that matter? Heroes are around to fight villains, not the masses. Ashido said. Yeah. Heroes are around to protect the masses. So if you didn't want to get attacked by pros, maybe you shouldn't go around attacking people. Hagekyu said, crossing her arms with a huff. I'm willing to bet that's not his real reason for hating heroes. Izuku interjected. Or at least, it's not his only reason. Internally, Izuku was feeling a bit disturbed. The way he talked about Eraserhead's moves, it almost sounded like something I would write her in one of my notebooks. The scene swayed back to the class running toward the entrance. Dang, Eraserhead really took down that many people even before we got stopped by the mist guy. Dude's fast. Kaminari said. Koda nodded his head rapidly. Their teacher's reflexes seemed to be faster than even some animals, and that was saying something. On screen, Izuku was also admiring 𝐈𝐴𝐵's work. So much so that Ida had to remind him they were evacuating. Not that it ended up mattering this time, but you'll have to be careful about that in the future. Tsuyu noted. Yeah, I know I've got to work on keeping myself from getting lost in my own head. Izuku admitted. The way to the exit was suddenly cut off by Kurogiri. 𝐈𝐴𝐵 noticed that the mist villain had escaped his gaze and tried to get back to the class, but was cut off by the other villains. 𝐈𝐴𝐵 opened and closed his hands. His knuckles already had a familiar sting in them from the on-screen version of himself punching villains. If the sensations were this accurate, then he really wasn't looking forward to the rest of this battle. But right now, it hurt more that he hadn't been able to protect the class from one of the most dangerous villains, hadn't been able to prevent them from getting caught and forced to fight for their lives. Kurogiri sounded polite as he introduced himself and the League of Villains, and that tone carried over into declaring their intention to kill All Might. Yagi looked down, once again feeling ashamed that he couldn't even muster the power to show up until they had threatened every student and nearly killed 𝐈𝐴𝐵, and if only he'd been able to pace himself and get to class on time. Surely that would have made a difference. Kurogiri started to make his move against the class. 13 prepared to use their quirk, but was interrupted by Kirishima and Bakugo leaping at Kurogiri. 𝐈𝐴𝐵 sent them a glare. Just what part of me telling you all to evacuate while 13 protected the class did the two of you not understand? Kirishima fidgeted nervously and Bakugo scowled. What's that look for? We were trying to get that but out of the way so everybody else could get out. Beating up villains is what heroes do. You aren't heroes, you're students. 𝐈𝐴𝐵 shot back. Which means you trust your teachers to get you out of situations like this and only go on the attack yourself if there's no other option. Since 13 was still healthy and in charge at the time, you had no reason to go charging in front of her. Especially after she just made a speech about how dangerous her own quirk can be. Bakugo continued to scowl, but didn't argue further. Kirishima ducked his head. Present MIC nudged 𝐈𝐴𝐵 in the side. You could assign them a paper that makes them detail what all they did wrong, or give them a bunch of extra cleanup duties. Or have them do lines. Someone as fiery as those two would hate doing something so pointless. Nezu added. Aizawa looked over at the pair. Kirishima seemed to have gotten the message already, but he wasn't so sure Bakugo had. We'll see. Bakugo set off an explosion, filling the area with smoke. When it cleared, it showed that they had done no damage to the villain. 13 urged the two to move, but they didn't have time to before Kurogiri surrounded them. Soon the whole class was engulfed, and only the combined efforts of Ida and Shoji stopped the whole class from being scattered. Thanks for that, Ida. I don't think I had a chance to say that before. Uraraka said, bowing to him slightly. Yeah man, that was some quick thinking, thanks. Soto joined her. Your thanks are most welcome but unnecessary. I'm glad I was able to do anything at all to help you. Same to you Shoji, thanks for keeping us grounded. Zero said with a grin. Yeah. You were awesome. Those arms are something else. Ashido cheered. I'm just glad that worked. I hardly knew what was going on, and just tried to hunker down as best I could. His voice was matter of fact, but the blush dusting his cheeks showed how much the thanks meant to him. The scene changed, and a portal opened up high in the air elsewhere in the USJ. A moment later, Midoriya fell out of it, screaming as he plunged into the water below. Izuku yelped, the impact of the water's surface snapping against his skin. I'm okay. He rushed to assure everyone. I'm okay. Dang man, you fell from that high. Kirishima cried. Izuku nodded. Yeah, it was pretty disorienting. I assume that didn't happen to you guys. I mean, that landing would have gone a lot different over ground. The students that had been scattered flinched at the thought. Nah, me and Bakugo appeared right on the ground. I was a bit higher up, but it was nothing that bracing for a fall couldn't counter. Todoroki admitted. Which is rather strange. If they truly wanted to kill us, Kurogiri could have simply dropped us all from the ceiling. That would have resulted in major injuries, if not death. Students shivered, and the teachers wore grave expressions. That was a good point. Why hadn't he done that? Well, maybe Kurogiri actually does have standards. Shoji suggested. Or at least a sense of sportsmanship. Ida suggested. It was the best explanation they had for now, so people returned their attention to the screen. Midoriya oriented himself in the water and started swimming up. While he did, he tried to figure out what was going on based on what Kurogiri said. Your mind just never stops going, does it, young Midoriya? Yagi mused. Suddenly, a shark-like villain appeared. He zoomed toward Midoriya, but was stopped at the last second by Tsuyu slamming into him. She was already carrying Mineta in her arms, and she quickly wrapped her tongue around Izuku and swam away. The class cheered. Yeah. Go Tsuyu. You show that villain who's boss. Uraraka yelled. Never thought I'd call an ambush manly, but I'd say that counts. Kirishima said with a grin. Truly a most timely rescue, well done Tsuyu. Ida clapped loudly. Nicely done. Jiru said with smile. I wish I could move that fast in water. Think you could do swimming lessons? Hagekyu asked. Thanks everyone, but it was no big deal. Tsuyu brushed off the praise. I'm just really good in water. Which I think is mainly due to my body type, so I'm not sure swimming lessons from me would help. Oh. But we could give it a shot and see if it helps. Yay. Tsuyu broke the surface of the water right next to the boat in the shipwreck zone. She lowered Izuku to the deck gently. Mineta, still in her arms, commented on the size of her BRSTS and rubbed his head against them. She promptly threw him on the deck, hard. Aizawa scowled, and made another note in his notebook. Present MIC's expression matched his. Really? She saves his life and that's what she gets from him. He did look rather out of it, so he might not have been thinking clearly. Yagi said, trying to see the best in people as always. Still, that was very inappropriate. If you would like to quote the portions of the student handbook detailing our policy on harassment, simply let me know. Nezu chimed in, looking at Aizawa. I have it all memorized. I might take you up on that. Meanwhile, with the students, Jiru was looking back and forth between Tsuyu and Mineta. What? No tongue lashing this time. I already threw him on the deck for that. More would just be redundant. Tsuyu said, eyeing how real-time Mineta was rubbing the back of his head. That hurt. Mineta whined. Gotta admit, dude, you really had it coming that time. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Kaminari said. Izuku thanked Asui as she climbed into the boat. She reminded him to call her Zu while she got her own close-up quirk explanation. They started talking about the situation and how much the villains knew, and Izuku deduced that these villains must have caused the earlier break-in. That's a good extrapolation, especially considering we tried to remove the evidence of the barrier being severely damaged before any students could see it. Nedzu noted with a smile. Thank you, sir. Mineta argued about the villain's claims to be after All Might, proclaiming that the #1 hero would clear everything up once he got there. Tsuyu pointed out that with the villains trying so hard, it was likely that they had a way to beat All Might, and she wondered if they would be able to hold out until he arrived. The more she talked, the more distressed Mineta looked. Zu, I know you were just stating the obvious, but with the look on his face might have wanted to tone it down a notch. Uraraka said. I wasn't in much of a mood to care about how Mineta felt, Kiro. Okay, that's fair. Still, I suppose it would have been better to look at the bigger picture, and at least try to keep him from panicking. Izuku shook his head. To be honest, Zu, I'm not sure anything short of All Might bursting through the doors right then would have prevented that. The students' talking was interrupted by the heads of numerous villains breaking the water. While Mineta looked on in fear, Midoriya began to think. He realized Tsuyu must be right about the villains having a plan to kill All Might. He tried to think of what their reasoning might be, but as he thought about how much All Might had done for him, he decided he didn't care about their reasons. Izuku got the attention of the other two, and declared that if the villains had a way to kill All Might, then they should fight and try to stop it. Zero whistled. Dang, Midoriya went from survival mode to victory mode just like that. He snapped his fingers. Kaminari nodded. No. Kidding. Talk about being filled with determination. Wouldn't have thought the Byakugan had it in him. Bakugo muttered, while Kirishima declared how manly that proclamation was. To Izuku, this isn't just about saving the symbol of peace. Ida realized. It's about saving his mentor, his idol, the person he most admires in the world. He imagined he'd feel the same way if Tensai's life was threatened. Yagi himself felt conflicted. It warmed him beyond belief to see proof of how much Midoriya valued their time together, but it should be him worrying about keeping Midoriya safe, not the other way around. The scene shifted to the landslide zone, where Todoroki sent out a wave of ice that captured all the nearby villains. Todoroki told them they were pathetic for losing to a him, and that they should get a hold of themselves. Dang! Look at Todoroki go! Kaminari yelled in excitement. The sparkle of the ice is simply breathtaking. He was pretty cool. Hagakure giggled. I know he froze a building and all, but seeing him go that far on real people is pretty intimidating. Zero admitted. Ojiro nodded, remembering how he had felt when Todoroki's ice had covered him a fraction as much. Todoroki, did you just scold the villains for not being good enough to hurt you? Momo questioned. He gave her a deadpan look. They had one job, Yarozu. One job, and they failed. I suppose that is true. The scene started to shift rapidly, showing different groupings of students in different zones, all preparing to face off against the villains there. Aizawa was shown, still fighting in the plaza, before the scene came back to the shipwreck zone, the boat now completely surrounded. A part of me still can't believe we all made it out of there in one piece. Soto said softly. Looks like the only group that had things even slightly in their favor was ours, with several students and a teacher against one villain, and even we had a hard time. Koda heard him, and nodded vigorously. He certainly hadn't liked his and Tokoyami's odds when it all started. Still, ours were weaker villains. And you guys? You had one of the big three. Tokoyami nodded. Indeed. Koda and I faced more villains, but they were of lower caliber, and we had more to work with in our environment. I assume the same holds true for the others. Meanwhile, your group was out in the open and had to face a very overpowered quirk. Your own survival is just as impressive. The scene changed again, showing a depowered All Might in the teacher's lounge. He tried and failed to get through to 13 and Aizawa, and bemoaned that fact that he'd been foolish enough to exhaust himself before class started. Everything's clearer in hindsight, Aizawa thought. Still, at least he acknowledges it was foolish. He thought about going to say something during the last minutes, knowing he had about 10 minutes left. That alarmed class 1A quite a bit, making several people gape at the screen. 10 minutes. During that whole final fight, All Might had been running on 10 minutes. It'd be even less than that if you factor in travel time. Momo muttered in shock. Midoriya's freckles stood out against his suddenly pale skin. All Might turned on his quirk, only for BLD to spurt out of his mouth. The class flinched at the sight. All Might kept himself from vocalizing his pain with practiced ease. The door to the room opened, and All Might was brought up short by the arrival of Principal Nezu. All Might crouched down so that he could tell Nezu how good his fur was looking. The silly image of All Might trying to make himself so small got a few giggles and breathy laughs out of the tense students. Nezu thanked him for the compliment, but didn't beat around the bush and showed All Might a news article that revealed how much he'd done before coming to the school. Nezu started lecturing him about his responsibilities, saying that it was mostly the villain's fault, but that All Might couldn't just follow every cry he heard. Well, if I'd known Nezu had already given him a talking to, I would have gone easier on him during the last episode. Present MIC admitted. Aizawa didn't argue. The principal's lectures were a punishment all on their own, if for no other reason than for how long they ran. All Might started to steam while Nezu talked, and he was unable to keep up his form. When he turned back to his thin form, Nezu insisted All Might stay longer. In retrospect, it may have been wise to let him go earlier. However, there was no way to know that at the time. Nezu mused. Nezu said he might as well talk to All Might while he was there. He started pouring tea, which seemed to worry All Might. No, not the tea. Tea is never a good sign. Present MIC whispered dramatically. What was that, Yamada? Nezu asked with a pleasant smile. Nothing. Present MIC yelled. The students looked at each other in confusion. All Might's thoughts revealed that he thought the principal had always been long-winded. The principal's smile gained an edge. I suppose I do go on. Not at all. Yagi hurried to say. I mean, you do tend to speak a long time, but always about something interesting, so it's completely fine. Are you sure? I'd hate to think I was boring you. Not at all. I love having tea with you. Ah, that's very good to hear. Is the principal really that scary? Uraraka whispered. Apparently. Izuku murmured. But that he was also worried about his calls not going through. I should have listened to my instincts. Or at least expressed my worries to the principal. All Might chided himself. Hindsight really was 20. The principal's voice trailed off as the scene swayed back to the USJ. They were shown the group at the entrance. 𝐒𝐲's use of his dupliarms made it so he could confirm that all of their classmates were still in the USJ. Good to see that Ida's got his priorities straight. Aizawa said approvingly. Present MIC nodded. Yeah, getting 𝐒𝐲 to tell them if their classmates were accounted for helps lower some of the tension and gets the rest of the group to focus on their main problem, Kurogiri. 13 got Ida's attention and ordered him to run out of the USJ and back to the school at the first opportunity, saying it will be easier to do that than try and find whoever is interfering with the alarm. That's a good plan. Izuku muttered. Depending on how the interference quirk works, the person might not even be in the USJ, they could be somewhere further away. And even if you assume they are there, searching the place could take ages, and who knows what other villains you'd run into along the way. Ida layer had on Izuku's shoulder, breaking the boy out of his muttering and reminding him that the show was still moving forward. Ida tried to protest, saying he couldn't leave everyone else behind. His classmates encouraged though, and told him that the villain's plan counted on all of them staying within the USJ. 13 told him to use his quirk to save lives. Ida didn't argue anymore and got ready to run. It's important to remember that not all battles are solved by fighting the enemy directly. Nezu reminded. Frontline fighters are important, but they would fall quickly without people to fill the support roles. Recovery Girl nodded in agreement. Exactly. Even heroes call the ambulance, or the nurse in Yue's case, before trying to apply first aid themselves. Kurogiri reached for them, saying they were stupid for discussing their plans in front of the enemy. Where else should we have discussed them? Even he admitted we didn't have much of a choice in that. Ida muttered. Izuku rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I suppose some of you could have huddled together and whispered while a few kept an eye on Kurogiri. But then you'd have the problem of not having the whole group knowing what you are doing. That's pretty important in a situation like that. Before Kurogiri could get to the students, 13 used her quirk. The scene suddenly changed back to the shipwreck zone, where Mineta was panicking and saying they should wait for rescue rather than fight. Unfortunately, I don't think that was an option, even for the three of you. Momo said. The villains in our area showed little hesitation in attacking us. It's possible that the villains in the shipwreck zone might wait longer, since they seem to prefer staying in the water, but I doubt they would have waited as long as it took for the teachers to arrive. That pretty much sums it up. Izuku admitted. Mineta nodded glumly. Yeah, we got proof how impatient they were in just a few minutes. Midoriya ignored Mineta's panic, and pointed out that, since the villains went out of their way to bring a bunch of water-based villains specifically for that area, then the group must have had knowledge about the USJ layout. Which made it weird that Zu was sent to the shipwreck zone. Tsuyu agreed, saying that if the villains knew their quirks then she would have been put in the fire zone. Midoriya used this to conclude that the villains planned to outnumber them, and that their best chance at winning lay in taking advantage of their enemies' lack of knowledge about their quirks. Aizawa's eyebrows were raised. Considering the extreme situation and how young they were, Midoriya and Asui were keeping their heads remarkably well. The USJ didn't have cameras like the Mock City did, because it was built open enough for direct observation. The only thing he'd really known about the students' performance during this event was that they had managed to make it out mostly uninjured, which spoke volumes already, and that Ida had been the one to run and get help. Dang, I've only seen a little bit and I'm already impressed with your class, Shouter. Present MIC commented. Aizawa fully agreed. He hadn't considered before how useful seeing the past this way would be in getting an idea for how his students handled things like this. He unconsciously sat forward a bit, ready to see how this group managed to get away, and see how the other groups were handling the crisis. Getting all flustered over saying a girl's name right in the middle of a villain attack. Uraraka shook her head fondly. Only you Deku. But you gotta admit it's pretty cute. Ashido said with a grin. I wasn't, she just told us to use it, and I messed it up, and I didn't want to insult her. Izuku stammered. It's okay, Midoriya. I didn't expect everyone to get it right away, Kiro. You actually didn't make it as big a deal as some people, which was nice. Izuku let out a sigh of relief, and was even more relieved when Ida ended the topic by saying how impressive Izuku's deductions under pressure were. It wasn't that big a deal, they weren't even attacking right then. Izuku tried to contradict him. Uraraka patted his hand. So modest. Since they had to rely on their quirks to surprise the enemy, Tsuyu took the opportunity to explain her quirk in detail. Izuku complimented her on her strength, and reminded them what his own quirk's uses and limits were. Mineta then explained his quirk. When he was done, the other two stared at him for a long minute, which caused Mineta to start panicking again and saying his quirk was unfit for battle. Izuku rushed to reassure him that it was a good quirk. Sorry again, Mineta, I didn't mean to make you think your quirk was useless, I just got distracted trying to think about how we could use all our quirks together to get out of there. Mineta waved away Izuku's apology. I get it now, I just didn't then. It was just scary then, because I never pictured myself as a frontline fighter. You were gunning for a support role? Kaminari asked. Bakugo scoffed, but he was ignored. Basically, yeah. My quirk works better by laying traps and sneaking, so I figured I'd be better at that. I definitely see your point. Izuku conceded. You should probably work on some strategies for if you do have to fight one-on-one though. If you only work on support then you won't be much use if you ever have to work alone. Like our teacher said, no hero gets by on just one trick. I guess you have a point. I'll have to work on it. Mineta said, though he sounded uncomfortable with the idea. On the other side of the room, Jiru let out a huff. So, Mineta is actually capable of holding a conversation that doesn't include gross comments. Interesting. Momo sighed. Now if only we could get him to do that with us. Izuku's words were cut off by one of the villains suddenly slicing the boat in half, and it started sinking fast. There were a few gasps, and several people leaned forward. Others stayed still, but they were definitely paying more attention now. Among the students, any knowledge of what the other groups did was scattered and fragmented. Most of them hadn't been able to get full stories while being checked over for injuries and questioned by the police after all. The teachers were about the same, so concerned with dealing with the aftermath that they only got the basic details about what happened to the students. When the boat began to sink, Mineta's panic was renewed, and he started to throw his spheres into the water at random. Izuku worried that they would figure out his quirk, but saw instead that the villains were scared to touch them. Mineta continued to panic, and Tsuyu asked if he'd really entered UA to be a hero. "I'm sure you aren't the only one who's wondered that." Uraraka sighed. "I know she isn't." Hagakure muttered. She wasn't really blaming him for panicking now, she'd be really scared too if she was on a sinking ship surrounded by villains. But his previous actions made her wonder. Mineta yelled back it was weirder not to be scared. And that they shouldn't have to worry about dying just after entering high school. "Just because I wasn't yelling doesn't mean I wasn't scared, Kiro. I just didn't let it control me." An excellent rebuttal. Nezu proclaimed. "After all, the true meaning of courage is doing what is needed despite how frightened you are. I got scared plenty when I was first starting out, and that was with more years under my belt. But the only thing a hero can do is push through it." Recovery Girl added. Aizawa nodded. "That's about it. We hardly expect you to get to that level right away, but you should know that's what you'll have to do before graduation." Mineta nodded along to what they were saying. Seeing this scene again reminded him of how humbled and inspired he'd been by Midoriya's courage as they fled the flood zone, and he reminded himself to try and be more like him in the future. You should try and have it at least a little under control before internships though. Freaking out during the internships can get you a bit of a reputation. Present MIC warned the class. "Trust me, I'd know." "Right, I remember that." Aizawa grinned. "Pretty sure there's still a few active pros who have hearing loss from that." "Shut up." "That's what they said." "Shouter." Mineta yelled that he wished he'd gotten a chance to touch Yorozu's melons before dying. Momo went red and hunched in on herself. Jiru glared at him. "Keep dreaming, Munchkin." Smack. "Oh. Should have done that earlier, Kiro." Was a bit distracted by the villains at the time. Tsuyu explained. "I don't blame you." Momo muttered. "My tongue is going to start tasting like him." Tsuyu complained. "I'll get you some water," Ashido said, and rushed to the food table. Aizawa sighed, and pushed himself up off the couch. Mineta watched his teacher approach with almost as much panic as his on-screen counterpart was experiencing. "I understand you were very stressed at the time, but this isn't the first time this kind of behavior has cropped up with you. After this episode, we're going to have a very long talk about how to respectfully interact with your peers." "Understood?" Aizawa asked, glaring down at him the whole time. "Why yes, sir." Midoriya's voice cut off Mineta's crying. Midoriya quoted All Might, saying that when the enemy was certain of victory is when they would have a chance. The scene swayed to the villains in the water, they talked for a bit, and were cut off by Izuku stepping onto the ship's railing and screaming. "Well, that's one way to get their attention." Soto commented. "It was more about getting into character than getting their attention." Izuku admitted. "What do you mean?" Izuku told himself to act like Bakugo, then threw himself off the side of the boat yelling "Die." "Oh, now it makes sense," Soto said with a laugh. "What the hell were you doing, Deku?" Bakugo demanded. "A strange form of inspiration, yet you found exactly the right time to use it, quite admirable." Ida's hand chopped through the air, and Amar nodded. "Imitation is the highest form of flattery, is it not? Don't ignore me extras." Izuku thought about how he couldn't get them all in one smash, and couldn't sacrifice a whole arm so early, so he'd have to compromise. Mineta watched on, wondering how Midoriya could do something so brave when he was also scared. Izuku used 2 fingers to do a smash, just before he hit the water. Izuku yelled in pain, instinctively grasping his wrist and gritting his teeth. "Just your fingers this time, right? You gonna be okay?" Uraraka asked worriedly. Izuku smiled tightly and nodded. "Yeah, I'll be fine. Do you want this?" Ida held up the spare notebook. Izuku shook his head. "Not yet, thanks guys. Our encounter with Shigaraki and Nomu is coming soon though. I should probably move onto the floor before then." Did he just use his strength to make a whirlpool?" Zero demanded in awe. "He did. That's so awesome." Ashido cheered. "It's not really a whirlpool, but the effect is close enough." Momo explained. He knew enough about the physics of water to know that even a smaller smash would displace and disorient them. A very clever use of strength. She commented with a smile. Todoroki nodded slightly in agreement. He didn't stop the break, but is remembering to keep himself functioning to help others. Good to see he hasn't forgotten. Aizawa muttered. The force sent the water swirling and Midoriya shooting up. He yelled for Tsuyu, and she jumped off the ship with Mineta in her arms. She grabbed Izuku with her tongue so he'd be brought along with them. Inspired by Izuku's courage, Mineta started throwing his spheres into the pool, not even caring that the amount was making him bleed. Oh. Mineta cried, rubbing his scalp. "You okay, man?" Kaminari asked. Mineta nodded miserably. "I will be. It only really hurts when I'm pulling them off, and I stop that soon." Emma patted Mineta's back, hoping that the comforting gesture might help with the boy's pain in some small way. The ball stuck to the villains, and that made the villains stick to each other, incapacitating them all at once. Tsuyu declared that they had passed the first obstacle, and that both Izuku and Mineta were amazing. Izuku blushed. "Thanks Tsuyu, but we couldn't have gotten out of there like that without you. So don't count yourself out." "I didn't, but thanks for the reminder, Kiro." Do you really think I'm amazing?" Mineta asked, his pain temporarily forgotten. Tsuyu put her finger to her chin. "Your use of your quirk there was pretty cool, so it was mostly about that. But you're honestly not bad to talk to when you aren't being weird and talking about melons." "Seriously?" "Yeah, if you stopped entirely then I might like hanging out with you sometimes." Mineta stared off into the distance, the beginnings of a revelation percolating in his mind. She'd spend more time with him if he kept those things to himself. Was that true of all girls? Come to think of it, the girls in class hung out with the other boys a decent amount, and he never heard them say the kind of stuff he did. Except for Kaminari, but he never said it in public. The episode was over after that. They likely would have continued on after that, eager to get the USJ episodes done and over with. But Aizawa was determined to make good on his promise to talk to Mineta about his attitude and actions, and wanted to do it before he had to go through all the pain of the upcoming episodes. To many people's surprise though, he brought All Might with him. If I give him this talk alone, he might just assume I'm doing it out of obligation, or may keep his behavior on the down low while I'm around and then go back to his usual ways when I'm not. But if he has the knowledge that even the renowned symbol of peace finds his actions disappointing and distasteful, then he'll most likely have more conviction in changing his ways even when authority figures aren't around. I see, I'll do what I can." Before he joined Aizawa though, he consulted Recovery Girl. "I've seen plenty of his type over the years, and I agree with Aizawa, he's more likely to listen to you than Aizawa or me when it comes to something like this. I could give you a couple pointers if you like, since I can take a good guess at some of the arguments the boy might try to make." Nobody knew for certain what all Mineta and the 2 teachers talked about, but the boy looked very solemn when they came out of one of the side rooms. He glanced at Aizawa, who nodded at him, before going up in front of the class. Aizawa had said his first step toward not getting expelled would be an apology to the class, one that he actually meant. So Mineta thought carefully about what he wanted to say. The 2 pro-heroes had covered a lot of material in their talk, which had surprised Mineta. His past teacher had just given him a quick "don't do it again" that had almost no bite behind it. He'd expected worse from Aizawa of course. Aizawa was amazing and terrifying in equal measure, but he still hadn't expected the topics to range so broadly. He hadn't really thought about how far-reaching his behavior could be in the future if he continued, affecting both him and others. "Why do you want to be a hero?" All Might had asked at one point. "I want to be cool," Mineta said, after some deep thought. Aizawa had pinched the bridge of his nose, but All Might had looked thoughtful. "Do you think making those kinds of comments and touching your classmates without their consent is cool?" That actually gave Mineta pause. Well, now that I think about it, probably not the touching. But come on, what girl doesn't want to hear she has a great rack? That's a compliment. Girls just act like they're mad about it because they like to play hard to get and stuff. This time Aizawa's palm slapped against his forehead. All Might managed to press on though. "I know media can make it seem that way, but I assure you that most real-life women would never take that as a compliment." Mineta had been confused by that, so All Might continued, detailing exactly why it wasn't a compliment and how most girls would actually feel about those sorts of comments. He still had a lot to process and think about, but that part of the talk, plus what Tsuyu had said to him earlier, helped him figure out what to say for now. I want to apologize. Mostly to the girls, but also to anyone else I made uncomfortable. I want to be the kind of hero who is cool, and it's not cool to make the people around you feel unsafe, or sad, or nervous, or anything else like that. So I'm sorry I did that, and I'll try not to be such a PP in the future. No one said anything for a minute. Jiru was the one to break the silence. "We'll hold you to that." "Indeed we will," Momo added. "I do appreciate the promise, and sincerely hope you are able to keep it." There were murmurs of agreement from the other girls, and Mineta made his way back to his seat. Did that count as manly?" Mineta asked Kirishima as he went by. Kirishima's eyebrows rose in surprise. Getting up in front of the whole class to apologize is a good start, even if it was prompted by the teachers. What will make it really manly is keeping your word. Mineta nodded and continued walking. Once he was seated, the next episode started. The next episode started right where the last one left off, with the Shipwreck Zone trio leaving the area now that the villains were immobile. As they waited, Mineta mentioned how he knew that the villains would be stuck for a while. "Oh man, I so did not need to know that," Zero said, dramatically cringing away from Mineta. "Hey, it's not like I thought I was gonna be saying that to the whole class." Mineta whined. "Fair point," Tsuyu conceded. "We didn't really need to know that either though. We'll just add instances of TMI to the list of things you need to keep to yourself," Kaminari said teasingly. The tone seemed to lessen the amount of red in Mineta's face, so Kaminari counted that as a win. Midoriya started muttering again, thinking about how they were lucky the villains hadn't kept anyone in reserve. Bakugo scoffed. "Lucky? You're giving those guys way too much credit. Those grunts could barely hold their own." "You do have a point." Midoriya conceded slowly, cautious of replying to Bakugo. "I suppose it would be more accurate to say we're lucky that Shigaraki and Kurogiri didn't give them better instructions." Bakugo grunted, which Midoriya interpreted as grudging agreement. Tsuyu broke Midoriya out of his muttering and reminded him they needed to focus on getting out. Midoriya agreed, but was briefly distracted by how much his two fingers were hurting. "I'd almost forgotten how much you had gotten hurt from that move," Ida commented. Though he would be hard-pressed to do so now, as Izuku was once again gritting his teeth. It seemed that having the camera's focus caused the pain factor to come back in full force. "I remember this, it passes in a sec. I just gotta let my past self has to get his mind focused on other things," he explained tightly. Izuku covered his injured hand with a cloth, and he and Tsuyu started discussing how best to proceed. Izuku relaxed a bit as his past self stopped focusing on his injury and started looking ahead to the next task. They planned to take the route that would let them avoid the plaza as much as possible, since that's where Aizawa was fighting the crowd of villains. Thinking about this made Midoriya worry about how well his teacher was faring, and he suggested they go see how things were going and try to help a little if they could. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose. He was now sitting on the floor, anticipating his own pain response to the show. "Midoriya, Do I need to add your name to the list of students who need to be taught not to get into the teacher's way? I wasn't planning to just jump right into the middle of things. Izuku protested. We would get good view of the plaza if we followed the shoreline anyway, so I just figured, if we had the opportunity. Like, Zu could use her tongue to snatch away a villain on the edge of the group, or we could use Minetta's quirk to stick someone to the floor. I figured any small thing might help at that point. No wonder All Might picked him. The two are entirely too similar. Aizawa thought to himself. Be that as it may, you should have focused on escaping. It's my job to protect you, and it makes it harder when I have to worry about whether or not you'll actually follow my instructions. Yes, sir, I'm sorry. Izuku answered miserably. What made it worse was that they hadn't been able to help Aizawa at all, they just created more targets for Shigaraki. Focus on doing better next time, not apologizing or regrets. Aizawa counseled. Izuku's voiceover commented on how the trio's first victory had made them overconfident. Aizawa felt a bit relieved after hearing that. It likely meant that, had Midoriya been allowed to process the events of the USJ incident instead of ending up here almost immediately afterward, he likely would have realized what they were just talking about on his own. That was a good sign. The scene swayed to the landslide zone. Todoroki insulted the captured villains one more time before casually walking around them to leave the area. He thought about the villains' plans as he did, and concluded that the numbers they had brought were just a bunch of thugs. He thought all this as he froze two more attackers. Students stared at the screen with their mouths open, and Ashido let out a low whistle. Dang, Todoroki's got his intimidation shtick down pat. You're telling me? Soto agreed. The fluid grace of your moves is a sight to behold. Aomar declared. Aizawa nodded again, impressed. It's a good sign that your situational awareness is that high, even while thinking about the larger attack plan. Keep honing that and it will serve you well in the future. Todoroki nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, present MIC looked back and forth between the real Todoroki and the one on screen. Am I the only one concerned about how Todoroki is reacting here? I mean, the others were pretty level-headed, but Todoroki's vibe is a lot more intense. Like he's already faced down scarier stuff and isn't fazed by these guys at all. Todoroki concluded that only a few members were truly dangerous, and then proceeded to do the intimidation scene from the previous episode. Todoroki, pro tip, if you ever plan to do that kind of thing in the future, do it away from cameras. The media could accuse you of torture otherwise, even if you don't really mean it. Present MIC said. When Todoroki stared at him, he continued, I mean, that was just a bluff, right? You didn't actually plan to torture them. That's correct. Todoroki said with a nod. Since they were just street thugs, I didn't anticipate them holding out long enough for it, and I was right. I'll keep the advice in mind though. Good to know. Todoroki looked back at the screen. He probably wouldn't need to keep it in mind much though. Endeavor had already given him a few lectures on how best to avoid media scrutiny when doing things that the public might find objectionable. The scene moved again, this time to the mountain zone, where Kaminari was freaking out and running away from a villain. He soon joined Momo and Jiru, who were armed but completely surrounded. There's so many. Hagekyu said, fidgeting with worry. I know you guys didn't get badly hurt, but it's hard to remember when we're seeing all this. Well, define badly hurt. Because physically I'm fine but I wasn't feeling so hot by the end. Kaminari admitted. Mineta looked over in worry. What happened? Oh, I'm sure you'll see, he deflected. Jiru snickered, remembering the way Kaminari was acting by the end. Momo's face had gone blank though, as she suddenly remembered what happened at that same time. She hoped Truth had some modicum of decorum. Kaminari asked for a weapon too, and Jiru told him to just use his quirk. Kaminari argued back that if he did that he ran the risk of hurting them too, because he didn't have a good way to direct it. So the girls would have to do the heavy lifting in the fighting. Jiru responded to this by kicking Kaminari toward a villain, who he then shocked easily without hurting anyone else. Much to his own surprise. Jiru, that was dangerous and unprofessional. Ida shouted. Well, it worked, didn't it? She shot back. We needed all our firepower at our disposal if we wanted to get out of there. He just needed a kick to get him going. Still, we could have found a better way to help direct his quirk. Momo said. Had I known just a bit more of his quirk back then, I would have made him a staff like mine right away. Covering himself with electricity would cover the rod too. So that would help him choose targets without having to throw himself at them, plus it would increase his range, right? Midoriya questioned. Momo nodded. My thoughts exactly. That would have been nice. Kaminari agreed. A villain then leaped at Jiru, who she managed to redirect toward Kaminari. The villain's fist hit him in the face, which meant Kaminari was now shocking two villains at once. Momo did the same thing a moment later. Students whooped and laughed as each villain in turn was shocked by Kaminari. Nice teamwork. Uraraka said through her laughter. I suppose it was, in a roundabout way. Ida admitted. Oh. My nose. Kaminari yelped when the on-screen villain hit him, covering his nose with one hand. You know that's not gonna help, right? 𝐒𝐿 pointed out. Shut up, it makes me feel better. Emotionally. Mineta laughed. Another villain attacked, and Jiru stopped him by using her quirk, the sounds from her speakers blasting him away. She got her own close-up quirk explanation, then chided Kaminari for not ordering something to help him aim from the support department. A little late for that, but I'll add it to the to-do list. Kaminari said. Make sure it's at the top of the list. Jiru grumbled. A collapsible metal staff would be a good idea. That would make it portable and not get in the way if you weren't using it. Midoriya pointed out. Hey, that's a good idea. Thanks. Kaminari grinned at Midoriya, who blushed slightly at the praise. It'd be nice to have even more range though. I'm not sure how you'd do that yet, but we could maybe brainstorm during one of the breaks. Knowing more about your quirk would help. Sounds like a plan, man. More villains were closing in, but just then, Momo hunched down. A light appeared across her back and a huge sheet sprang into being. Oh, is that an insulation sheet? Midoriya asked eagerly. Momo smiled proudly. Indeed it is. That's perfect. That was a great plan. How is a sheet going to help? Ojiro wondered. Just watch and see. Momo told Kaminari what the sheet was and the boy grinned. As soon as the girls were covered, he sent out a huge blast of electricity, and the area went silent. Villains all around the area were shown, either down and out or burnt and shaking. Awesome! Ashido shouted. You really showed them. Giving it your all to protect your classmates, so manly. Momo lifted up the sheet, expressing her worry about the others. Doing so also revealed what had happened to her outfit after the sheet was created. Momo sighed, and resisted the urge to cross her arms over her chest. Well, she had asked for a modicum of decency, and apparently that's what she was going to get, a modicum. Better that the dust cloud was there than not, she supposed. Meanwhile, Jiru was staring down everyone in the room. I swear if any one of you says a single goddamn word. She was met with a hasty chorus of denials, insisting that they would never. Mineta was silent, but that was because he was using all of his willpower not to say anything at all. You can do it, dude. Kaminari patted his shoulder encouragingly. Jiru was worried about Momo's state of undress, but Momo just declared that she could make more clothes with her quirk. This earned her a close-up quirk explanation as well. Is that why you have that book on you? You need to know every detail about the thing you're creating. Midoriya asked. That is correct. I can barely imagine how much you must have memorized to be able to make such a wide variety of materials and devices. That's really impressive, Yorozu. No kidding. You're super smart on top of having a great quirk. Uraraka said, bouncing in her seat a little. Oh, it's not that impressive really. Momo said, blushing a bit. Most materials I use are made of the same basic things, so it's not as much to remember as you might think. Don't sell yourself short. You must have worked really hard to get all that figured out, especially since you can use it so well today. Hagekyu argued. Yeah, I wish I could remember that much stuff. Kirishima agreed. Thank you. Momo gave them a soft smile. Jiru caught sight of Kaminari and quickly moved to cover Momo, but it turned out to be a moot point. Kaminari's quirk overuse had muddled his brain. Saying that seeing Yorozu is what short-circuited him would be too much, right? Mineta asked quietly. Kaminari snorted, his brain was feeling almost as fuzzy as his on-screen counterpart. It would be, yes. Irma confirmed, since Kaminari was out of sorts. Yeah, if you think something might get you slapped, chances are it will. Zero added. Over with the teachers, Recovery Girl made a noise of disapproval and declared, I'm going to schedule a proper checkup for that boy. I highly doubt this is the first time he's done this to himself, and it can't be good for his health. I'll have to speak to his parents, see if he's already seeing anyone about this. I'll add it to my list. Nezu agreed. Aizawa nodded along to their conversation. They'd need to find some way to keep the kid from frying himself if he hoped to make it as a pro. He couldn't get taken out like this every time he needed to do a big attack. The scene stayed on them just long enough to show a hand bursting up from the ground behind them. The sudden appearance made some jump. Others looked worriedly at the three classmates just shown, hoping they wouldn't have to hear them in pain soon. The scene swayed back to Izuku, Tsuyu, and Mineta, who were sneaking along the shoreline. The kids confirmed among themselves that they were just looking and would run if things seemed dangerous. They should just keep going. Aizawa muttered to himself. He knew he already lectured them, or at least Midoriya, about this, and repeating himself would be redundant, but a part of him still wanted to. Think of it this way, Aizawa, their longing to help despite the danger shows they have a true heroic spirit. Yagi said, trying to sound positive. The look he received from Aizawa made him wilt. The camera shifted to show Aizawa still fighting, and now Shigaraki was running at him. The kids looked at each other in confusion when they heard Shigaraki whispering to himself. Why was he counting down? Based on what he remembered, Izuku had an inkling, and over with the teachers, it was clear present MIC was thinking the same thing. He figured it out that quickly. MIC whispered incredulously. He was now sitting on the floor next to Aizawa, ready to support his co-worker and longtime friend. Aizawa nodded back stiffly. Aizawa rushed at Shigaraki and elbowed the villain in the gut. The watching kid smiled. The kids in the audience cheered Aizawa's move, but it quickly died down alongside the smiles on screen. Shigaraki whispered in Aizawa's ear how he'd noticed what his hair did each time he used his quirk, and how he'd been counting each time Aizawa was forced to blink. The camera panned out to show that the skin on Aizawa's elbow was gone, exposing red muscle. Aizawa had been ready. He already had the towel Hisoshi had offered between his teeth, and he was glad for it as pain seared through his elbow. He bit down on it hard, and did his best to focus on that sensation rather than the pain. He knew he wouldn't be able to keep quiet through the whole thing, but he'd do what he could to save his voice and keep his students from getting worked up over him. Despite the injury, Aizawa pushed Shigaraki away and kept fighting with only one arm. Shigaraki talked as he did, noting how fighting a big group was so different from what he usually did, and wondering if he did all this for his students. The way he keeps going even after that injury is so manly. Kirishima said, the phrase much quieter and more solemn than he usually said it. No one disagreed. They were all amazed by their teacher and what he was doing for them. Izuku once again felt unease start to creep through him. Once again, Shigaraki's words sounded similar to what he himself had said to Aizawa before the hero had jumped into the fray. Shigaraki gleefully declared how cool Eraserhead was. Did one of the main villains just have a fanboy moment about our teacher? Soto asked incredulously. Kinda sounded like it, creepy. Shoji commented. He almost sounded like Midoriya there, Kero. Something curdled in Izuku's gut. What? Deku's nothing like that guy. Uraraka yelled indignantly. Indeed, it is most inappropriate to compare a classmate to such a heinous villain. Ida said, chopping his hand through the air. I didn't mean I thought Midoriya was bad. Tsuyu clarified. Just that the way they talk is kinda similar. He has some similar talents too, like how he was able to figure out Aizawa's weakness so fast. Mineta noted. See, can we just get this over with? Midoriya begged. Hearing his discomfort, they all went back to watching. Shigaraki said he wasn't the final boss, and pointed behind Aizawa. The hero turned and saw the Nomu behind him. The creature attacked. Urk! 𝐒𝐬𝐽 doubled over, his torso almost parallel with the floor. Present MIC and recovery girl carefully guided him into laying down, his head resting on present MIC's legs. No shame in showing pain right now, 𝐬𝐽. Just ride it out as best you can. 𝐼𝐭𝐴 murmured. The students glanced over in worry, but kept it short. The more they paid attention to the screen, the quicker this would go. Several disturbing noises followed, but the camera stayed focused on Midoriya as he watched in horror. Several students cringed. Hands pressed to stomachs and lips pressed together to try and control the wave of nausea the sounds produced. Izuku felt bad now that he'd moved this along from earlier. But this had to happen eventually, and at least it seemed like 𝐒𝐬𝐽 wouldn't be in full pain until he was actually shown on screen rather than just heard. The scene was changing back to the entrance, so hopefully the short respite would help. Back at the entrance, 13 was fighting Kurogiri, but the villain turned the tables on her. He opened a warp gate directly behind the hero, and her suit was ripped apart as she collapsed. Gasps and cries of alarm went up throughout the students. Many of them hadn't seen 13 injured, only been told she'd been taken away by the medics. That shitty villain 𝐵𝑠TD. Bakugo yelled. Such an underhanded move, I should have expected that from a villain. Kirishima growled. Yagi once again felt guilt twist like the blade of a knife inside him. 13 was down, and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was even now in extreme pain beside him, all because of him. Because the villains wanted to destroy what he had created, a symbol of peace. The students urged Ida to run, and with 13's words on his mind, he did just that. Kurogiri moved to intercept, but was tackled by Shoji. He moved to do so again, and scene shifted to show others still fighting in their own areas. Until it settled on the kids from the shipwreck zone. The camera panned to show Eraserhead face down on the ground, being held down by one of Nomu's hands and the other hand held his arm, which was clearly broken. A choked scream was heard throughout the room. The pain made 𝐒𝐬𝐽 jackknife again, and Hisoshi quickly moved to support him. You can do it, 𝐬𝐽, you can make it, you can ride this out. He continued to murmur encouragements in 𝐒𝐬𝐽's ear as the scene went on. He knew that 𝐬𝐽 didn't like getting much attention, especially when he was in pain. But he also knew that it would help 𝐒𝐬𝐽 to have something other than the pain to focus on, even if it was just annoyance at MIC's voice. The kids looked on in horror. Some had seen 𝐒𝐬𝐽 before he was taken away by the medics, while others hadn't. Even some of the ones who had seen him were shocked. Seeing their teacher helpless, and his arm twisted in that unnatural angle, it was a far cry from seeing him being carried away while injured. Shigaraki told 𝐒𝐬𝐽 that the creature was bioengineered to be the antisymbol of peace. Suspicion stirred in All Might's mind. He could think of one person who would have enough knowledge to so perfectly match one for all abilities, as well as the savvy to find a way to secretly create such a thing without being caught. The obsession with himself factored perfectly into it too. But no, that wasn't possible. That man was dead, Yagi had killed him, he was sure of it. Still, the scene swayed to the collapse zone. 𝐒𝐬𝐽's whole body relaxed at once, and Hisashi and recovery girl helped him shift into a more comfortable position. I don't know if I should feel relieved or not, Hisashi said quietly. If he gets hit by all that pain again after it went away for a while, won't it be worse than if he was feeling it the whole time? At least he could zone out more if it was constant. Well dearie, hopefully that first time gave his brain enough time to get its act together and release something helpful before the next time rolls around. Bakugo and Kirishima were shown fighting villains back to back. We look so awesome. Kirishima gushed. Hell yeah. Bakugo said with a grin. After the villains were subdued, Kirishima said they should go help the other students, and revealed that he felt they needed to do something to make up for getting in 13's way earlier. Present MIC smiled. You hear that, 𝐬𝐽? The crazy redhead really did learn his lesson. Maybe you won't have to make him write anything after all. That earned him a soft grunt from 𝐒𝐬𝐽. Maybe. Bakugo said Kirishima could do all that if he wanted, but that he was going after the warp gate. Kirishima accused him of acting childish, and Bakugo yelled at him about the importance of taking away the enemy's exit plan. Impressive. Ida said. After the battle trial, I had assumed Bakugo's strength lay in coming up with plans in the moment, thinking on his feet as it were, and in mastery of his own quirk. But this shows he is capable of thinking ahead and planning things with a longer-term end goal in mind. I'm sure the fact that he has a vendetta against Kurogiri helps. Uraraka pointed out. Internally, she wondered if he had come up with the plan first, or if he just really wanted to get Kurogiri and had come up with justification for it afterwards. That does say something about Bakugo's goals compared to the goals of most others in the building. Momo interjected. What do you mean? Ida asked, but it was Midoriya who answered. Everyone else we've seen, aside from Todoroki, all had the main goal of just defending their group and then escaping. Todoroki and Kacchan, though, they both prioritized the villains. Momo nodded. Indeed. Todoroki on figuring out their plan and Bakugo on making sure they couldn't escape. What are you trying to say? Bakugo growled. She shrugged. Nothing in particular. I just found it interesting to see how different members of the class approached the same problem. Bakugo huffed and looked away, but Todoroki had gone stiff. Focusing on villain capture over rescuing civilians is something he expected from his old man, and from his rowdy classmate, but the analysis had lumped him into the category too. At the time he'd been thinking that since he had no one else in the area to protect, as far as he knew, that it would be more prudent to get more information about the group's plans so he could decide how best to deal with them. But did that make him more like his father? Was he giving into his father's influence by focusing so much on the villains rather than being like Kirishima and wanting to make sure all his classmates were safe first? But even Kirishima went with Bakugo to confront the villains in the end. He'd have to give this more thought. While the two boys talked, a camouflaged villain was shown sneaking up on them. Bakugo noticed a number of students getting anxious and rolled his eyes. I took care of it, calm your buttes down. The villain leaped at them, but Bakugo easily grabbed the villains and knocked him out with his quirk. He pointed out that the other students would likely be fine if all of the villains sent to fight them were as easily taken down. Ashido whistled. Not gonna lie, that was pretty cool. Definitely. Kaminari grinned. Kind of flattering in a way too, don't you think? Zero pointed out slyly. I mean, Bakugo actually admitted to having confidence in us. Soto laughed. He actually did. I didn't catch that. If you guys couldn't take down thugs that weak, you'd be even less than extras, that's all it meant. Bakugo growled. No take-backses. Ashido sang. Shut it, raccoon eyes. Kirishima admitted that it was cool to see Bakugo acting so rational, since he didn't usually act like that. A thought bubble appeared over Kirishima's head. Bakugo yelled that he was always rational. You just disproved your own point. Tsuyu said along with the on-screen Kirishima. The ones that had just talked to Bakugo were busy laughing over the thought bubble picture. Damn it, I can yell and be rational, frog face. As Bakugo started to leave, Kirishima declared that he was manly for believing in their classmates, so he would follow him. Todoroki was thinking again. Kirishima had gone with Bakugo because they had both believed their classmates could take care of themselves. That was honestly similar to his own reasoning, but he hadn't thought about it as consciously. He'd just seen how easily the ones in his area had been dealt with and hadn't worried about anyone else. But should he have? He was at the top of their class as far as power went. Maybe he should have thought more about what the others could handle. No, he couldn't think like that. He wasn't here to make friends, just to show off to his father that he could be a powerful hero without using his fire. He had to focus on that. The others were trying to be heroes too, so they should be able to take care of themselves. The doubts about just how much he was truly deviating still lingered in the back of his mind though. The scene swayed to the fire zone, where Ojiro did a sneak attack on one of the villains. Nice shot. Hagekyu praised. Ojiro blushed slightly. Heh, thanks. Yeah, man, that was cool. Kirishima gave him a thumbs up. I thought sneak attacks weren't manly. You were the only one there, right? Can't fault you finding a way around not having anyone to watch your back. Are you saying there's a fine line between being manliness and stupidity? Ojiro asked with a smirk. Ha! That's one way of putting it. The scene swayed to the squall zone, where Koda and Tokoyami were working together to take down villains. Good tactics, Aizawa said, startling several students. They expected him to still be out of it. The scene swayed back to the entrance. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 was gaining on Ida, but before he could do anything 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐸 jumped in and used her quirk. Nicely done, 𝐤𝐸. Yeah, great going 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐸. Indeed, I never got a chance to thank you for your timely intervention. The praise from Tsuyu, Midoriya, and Ida made 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐸 blush. Ida finally reached the door and started to pry it open. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 tried to go after him again, but �0 and �ＳOTO worked together to throw 𝐒𝐻𝐲 across the facility. That was an excellent example of teamwork, all of you. Nezu said, smiling at the three who had helped Ida. Thank you, sir. They all said in unison. I'm sorry I wasn't more help. Ashido said glumly. She'd felt pretty useless during that part. Don't beat yourself up, you were keeping an eye on 13. �0 said. Yeah, I was only able to act so confidently because I knew you were with him, and that you were watching our backs. �ＳOTO agreed. The words made Ashido brighten considerably. Aizawa's broken goggles were shown. Brace yourself. Recovery Girl warned Aizawa, who nodded tiredly. The Nomu was shown crushing Aizawa's arm even more. Aizawa yelled in pain, the sound loud enough that the students could hear it around the GG. It was hard, but they continued to stare at the screen. They wanted their teacher's pain to be over as fast as possible, and hopefully never hear it again afterwards. So, with teeth gritted and muscles tensed, they made the show continue. Shigaraki mocked Aizawa, saying his quirk was useful but not really all that impressive since it didn't help him fight. How can he say that? Izuku demanded, immediately latching onto a difference between himself and the villain. Mr. Aizawa's quirk is amazing. He forces his opponents onto his playing field. He takes advantage of the fact that so many villains only think to train their quirks and not themselves by training himself so he can fight no matter what. How is that not amazing? Indeed. If Shigaraki truly cannot see the value in that, then he is a fool. Ida agreed. He might have just been saying it to get on Mr. Aizawa's nerves. Uraraka pointed out. Kicking someone, even an opponent, while they are down. That just makes him even more despicable. Ida declared. Aizawa managed to turn his head and used his quirk on the Nomu, but that didn't stop it from doing the teacher even more damage. Aizawa tried so hard to keep himself quiet through this, but it just wasn't possible. He was glad for the presence of Recovery Girl and Hisashi, because focusing on them was better than thinking about anything else right now. Even from his place on the floor, if he looked hard enough, he could see his students squirming or cringing. He wasn't sure if it was due to the sounds he was making now, or seeing what was happening on screen. Either way, he hated the thought that they would be burdened by this. The camera panned over to show that the trio from the shipwreck zone was still watching the whole thing. Damn it, get out of there already. Aizawa thought to himself. Those three should never have been in so much danger. I don't know if I was having second thoughts. Izuku responded to Mineta's on-screen question. I don't think I was really thinking at all at that point. Seeing all of that, it was like my brain just froze. I couldn't move, much less think of what to do. I was in the same boat, 𝐤𝐸. Good to know it wasn't just me, I guess. Mineta said softly. At this point, 𝐒𝐻𝐲 pulled himself back together enough to report to Shigaraki. When he heard 𝐒𝐻𝐲's report, he started to freak out, viciously scratching at his own neck as he did so. He scratches much harder, he's going to risk slicing his own jugular. Shoji said, rubbing the side of his own neck. That would be fortuitous for us, in a way. Tokoyami pointed out. That go dark fast. Jiru muttered. Then he suddenly stopped, and said that so many pros coming meant game over and that they'd have to go. The shipwreck trio overheard that part, and Mineta got so excited that he hugged Tsuyu. His hands ended up in an unfortunate position. Okay, I know I said I was gonna be less of a PP in the future, but I'm not letting you slap me for that one. I wasn't actually going for that, that just ended up happening because of the height difference. Mineta argued. I guess that's believable. Tsuyu said. I'd ask for an apology anyway, but since I held you underwater for a bit, I'd say it already got balanced it out. Especially since you're probably about to feel that again in a moment. Or CRP. On screen, Tsuyu did exactly that. While that was going on, She and Izuku talked about how strange it was for them to just leave after all of this. Guys, don't say things like that. You'll jinx it. 𝐻𝐻𝐾 whined. On the contrary, I'd say that figuring things out and planning ahead is much more fruitful than wishful thinking. Momo argued. Can't we do both so we don't jinx it? The wishful thinking was Mineta's job. Jiru interjected. 𝐻𝐻𝐾 thought about that, then nodded. I can accept that. Suddenly, Shigaraki turned and ran at Tsuyu. He was there in a matter of seconds, and the kids had no time to react before Shigaraki was reaching for Tsuyu's face. The students who didn't know what a close call Tsuyu had jumped or gasped at the sudden charge. Zu, I'm sorry. Izuku said miserably. Kiro, what for? He was attacking you and I just stood there. I should have done something sooner. I could have been faster too, ducked to the side or into the water. He was too fast for either of us, there wasn't anything we could have done. But there's no point in regretting it. Izuku silenced himself and nodded. Right, he shouldn't get caught up on things that were already over, he should focus on getting better. When Shigaraki touched Tsuyu, nothing happened. Shigaraki turned, and it was shown that Aizawa had pulled himself up just in time to activate his quirk. Jaws dropped open as the students were once again blown away by the determination and strength their teacher showed. So manly, Kirishima said in quiet awe. The Nomyu smashed Aizawa's head once again. Aizawa gave a full-body JRK and let out a strangled cry before suddenly slumping. This caused a great degree of distress until Nezu reassured the students that this was likely the effect of Aizawa finally passing out and thus relieving him of further pain for now. Midoriya jumped out of the water, thinking only of freeing Tsuyu and escaping. He activated One for All and punched at Shigaraki. When the dust settled, Izuku was shocked to see that his arm hadn't broken. What? Seriously, he just figured it out now. Go Deku. Tich, that's a little premature, guys. Izuku argued hesitantly. I take it that you don't know how to replicate it. Aizawa asked tiredly, as Recovery Girl mopped the sweat off his face. She had refused to let him sit up, but he refused to let these events stop him in trying to help his students. No sir, I still got hurt when I used it later. Still, being able to hold back for the first time, especially when it was accomplished by facing a living opponent, is not small feat, young Midoriya. I'm sure we can find a way to cultivate it. Yagi reassured his successor. Aizawa nodded, tired but confident. When the dust settled more, Izuku saw that the Nomyu had shielded Shigaraki, and that his smash had dealt no damage to the creature. Seriously? None at all? Kaminari asked in amazement. He was suddenly glad he'd ended up in the landslide zone. It was way better than being anywhere near that thing. That thing was crazy tough, man. Kirishima said. They certainly weren't joking when they said it was designed to defeat All Might. Todoroki agreed. Yeah, even from a distance, we could see that Nomyu gave All Might a hard time. Soto confirmed. The others who were by the entrance voiced their agreement. Shigaraki sicked the Numu on Midoriya. It grabbed Midoriya's arm and moved to crush him. Tsuyu tried to grab him with her tongue again, but Shigaraki was now reaching for both her and Mineta. Izuku cried out in pain, and reflexively gripped his arm. Deku. I'm okay, really, the Nomyu just has a really strong grip. Izuku explained in a tight voice. And that's all he gets to do now, so it's fine. Uraraka had to resist the urge to sigh. Suddenly there was a crash from the entrance, loud enough to even make the villains pause. A cloud of dust was settling around the door, and All Might stepped out of it. For once, he wasn't smiling. The class cheered. Even now, the relief that All Might's entrance brought was palpable. His arrival meant that the replaying of these painful memories would soon be over. Shigaraki noted they were getting a continue, and the episode ended. Recovery Girl demanded a short break at the end of this episode. Even with wanting to get it done and over with, none of the students could deny their haggard teacher a break after all of the extreme on and off pain he had to deal with this episode. There wasn't as much milling around this time as other times, most people just stretching stiff muscles or doing a quick bathroom break. There was one student that took advantage of the time to talk though. Izuku called All Might over into a side room and shut the door. He didn't want anyone else to hear this. "What is on your mind, young Midoriya?" Well, do you really think what I write in my journal is good?" Izuku asked, stumbling over the words a bit. "I did indeed find your thoughts and insights to be impressive. It reminded me of an old friend actually, but why do you ask?" "Well, it's just that there were a couple of times where Shigaraki said something that sounded like it could have come from one of my notebooks, or something I say when I start muttering, and people always tell me that's creepy so." "Ah, I see where this is going." All Might lay a hand on his shoulder. "My boy, sharing a talent or skill set with a villain is nothing to be ashamed about. We are defined by our choices, not by our abilities. Plenty of villains could make amazing heroes if they applied themselves differently, and vice versa. So you have nothing to be ashamed about." Izuku let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. All Might was right, of course. It was silly to think that a quirk or skill automatically made someone villainous. Still, he kind of hoped that no one else had made that connection. "So did anyone else notice that Shigaraki is kind of like the anti-Deku?" Kaminari said out of the blue to those around him. "You know, with the quick quirk breakdowns and the weird level of fanboying and all that." "Oh yeah, I definitely picked up on a bit of that." Zero admitted. "Me too," Shoji said. "Probably best not to say anything to him though. Yeah, poor guy's got enough anxiety issues without being compared to creepy villains." Considering that no one mentioned it again, even as Izuku rejoined the group and the next episode started, this seemed to be an unspoken agreement throughout the class. All Might entered the building, explaining how he got there as he walked in. Despite knowing things weren't over yet, present MIC gave Yagi a small grin. "Oh yeah, I'm sure it must have been very difficult to cut off your time with the principal." Aizawa snorted. Toshinori made a helpless gesture. "It really was." And it was true, it had been hard, if for no other reason than how hard it was to get a word in edgewise once the principal started going. "Just a rough idea?" Uraraka questioned, looking at Ida. "I figured you'd have given him the summary version of a play-by-play. At the time I decided it would be better to get the most important information across quickly, so my explanation lacked in finer details." Ida didn't mention to how he'd been starting to get out of breath by that point. He'd vowed to improve his stamina even more in the coming days. All Might's thoughts revealed how angry he was over the situation, and then he gave his signature catchphrase. The kids cheered, just like Mineta was doing on screen. Seeing someone like All Might have such righteous indignation, on their own behalf no less, was almost as overwhelming as it was amazing. It cemented their admiration for the hero even further. That included Bakugo, despite his scoff of how he hadn't been scared at all. Aizawa snorted when he saw the tie in pieces. All Might always made room for dramatics, it seemed. The removal itself was a practical move, no need to give enemies additional handholds, but the manner he did it in was very All Might. Everyone looked at All Might in awe, the villains included. The exception was Shigaraki, who casually insulted him. The minor villains tried to rally, but were taken out by All Might in an instant, and All Might secured Aizawa. "Stupid thug extras," Bakugo growled. "Went all that way and started quivering the moment the actual target showed up. Where the hell did Hands for Brains and Stupid Warp Villain even find these idiots? Maybe they just went outside the bar they were shown at earlier and hired whoever stopped at the street corner," Kirishima suggested with a grin. "Ha! I'd believe it." Aizawa, at this point, was grateful that his past self had passed out. He'd been disappointed at the time for not being able to see this whole thing through to the end, but now it was saving him from having to feel his pain all over again. Even with how gently All Might was trying to be, he doubted his broken bones would have taken well to all that movement. All Might apologized to the unconscious Aizawa. Aizawa grunted. "You didn't have to do that." "But it was my fault for not being there right away." Aizawa cut Toshinori off with a sigh. He couldn't believe he was giving this speech to the #1 hero. "Shigaraki and the Numu hurt me, not you. It would have been nice if you were there on time, but there's no guarantee that I wouldn't have gotten hurt as badly if you had. Don't focus on what could have been when you can focus on the future." Toshinori nodded. Sage advice, which I have heard before, in different ways. I'll try to take it to heart this time. Another second, and All Might had grabbed the 3 shipwreck students as well. A hand fell off Shigaraki's face. Kaminari laughed upon seeing the dumbfounded faces of the 3 students. Little disoriented after that here. No duh, it happened so fast I didn't even realize we'd been moved till it was done. Mineta admitted. It almost felt like being teleported again. Tsuyu agreed. All Might's power really is incredible. I'm not sure I'll ever stop being amazed by it. Izuku said with a smile. Even when it becomes fully yours? Shoji asked, a smile in his voice. Izuku chuckled. No, probably not even then. All Might told the students to take care of Aizawa. The camera swayed over to Shigaraki, who seemed very distressed. He apologized to father, as he put the hand that had covered his face back on. Once it was there, he visibly relaxed. The screen was given various looks of confusion and disgust. Did he just call the hand his father? Zero asked incredulously. That's what it sounded like. Jiru said, scrunching her face up. Ashido was making a similar expression. I didn't think it was possible for Shigaraki to get any creepier, but I guess that proves me wrong. Yeah. Hagekyu said faintly. You don't think that hand was actually from his dad, do you? It would make sense that the hands are a kind of trophy, as macabre as that would be. Tokoyami said. Koda looked like he was about to be sick. Trophies like that would imply he killed each of the hand's owners. Momo pointed out. So if that is true, then he likely killed his father as well. But if that is the case, then why would he seek comfort from it? There's also the matter of the hands themselves. What about them? Soto asked. They are too similar. Todoroki said, causing many to look at him in surprise. I see what you mean. Izuku agreed. When you get a closer look like this, each hand looks almost exactly the same. You'd think if they came from different people, they'd look different. Indeed, even if they were all hands from adult males, there should be more variety to them. Momo agreed. Which leads me to wonder if they might be copies of one hand, quite possibly copies of the one on his face, given his reverence for it. As Momo talked, Izuku wrote in his notebook, his hand flying across the page as they catalogued possibilities and theories. He only stopped when the show resumed. Shigaraki muttered to himself, thinking through what he'd just observed of All Might. He came to the conclusion that All Might really was getting weaker. Several students cringed when they got their first look at Shigaraki's face. Well, that's one theory confirmed, I suppose. Momo said heavily. Somehow, the leaders really did know something about All Might's weakness. Izuku felt his stomach drop. Partially because the muttering once again sounded too much like him, but mostly because of what this meant for his mentor. He didn't really specify though, so it's hard to say what all they truly know. Ida pointed out. Momo agreed, and Izuku nodded woodenly. He was beginning to wonder about that himself, considering what the Numu did later. On the other side of the room, Nedzu gave Yagi a knowing look. High mouth was set in a grim line, but otherwise he didn't acknowledge the look. At least we can give a better facial description once we get out of here. MIC pointed out, eyeing the young man's demented smile. Assuming we'll still need it at the end of this. Aizawa said, he still did his best to commit the features to memory though. Izuku was seen with Aizawa slung over his back. The boy tried to stop All Might from going into the fight, but after a word of reassurance, he reluctantly started carrying Aizawa away with the others. You were thinking about how much time All Might had, right? Uraraka guessed. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I'd seen the 3 fingers that 13 held up earlier, and guessed he didn't have a lot of time left. Plus, I didn't think he really understood what he was up against. At the time, none of us did. Ida agreed. All Might heard the conversation and felt a bit conflicted. It warmed his heart to be reminded of how much Midoriya cared for him, but it felt wrong for the boy he was training to be so worried about his mentor's safety. He should be the one worrying about Midoriya, not the other way around. All Might ran forward to attack Shigaraki, but the Numu got in the way. He soon came to understand why Midoriya was trying to warn him seconds ago. All Might's worried expression was mirrored on the faces of the students, along with present MIC and Recovery Girl. Despite knowing that he eventually won, the fact that the #1 hero got such worried that quickly was definitely cause for concern. This is why I always smile. All Might thought to himself when he saw their expressions. What the heck is that thing made out of? Kirishima wondered in awe. I'm more interested in how such a thing came to be, and what madness possessed the one who created it. Tokoyami said. As All Might and Numu fought, Shigaraki talked about the Numu's capabilities. All Might took in the info, and suplexed the Numu into the ground. Recovery Girl sighed. Some things never change, it seems. Present MIC nodded sagely. Giving away vital information via the villain monologue. It's a tale as old as time. Such boasting can be used as a decent intimidation tactic, but only if nothing important is truly revealed. Given the outcome of the fight, I'd say the young man failed in that aspect. Nedzu said. The kids at the entrance and the shipwreck trio were shown to be emboldened by the strong move. Izuku's thoughts were heard, revealing that he was worried about All Might's safety but knew that sticking around and risking getting caught would just make things worse. Good, he's learning. Aizawa muttered. Wow, Zu, way to slay All Might with that teaching comment. Kaminari teased. And after he came to your rescue and everything. Zero joined in. It wasn't meant to be mean, it was just an observation, Kero. Tsuyu wondered aloud if they'd gotten too worked up about the villain's plans to kill All Might, given how well he was doing. Izuku was internally fretting though, he had figured out All Might was likely at his limit. His worst fears were confirmed when the dust settled, and they saw what Kurogiri had done, and what it allowed the Numu to do. Ack! The skeletal All Might suddenly hunched over in pain. He put his hand over his mouth, but BLD was already starting to seep from between his fingers. All Might! Izuku cried. He immediately got up and ran to the bathroom. He came back out with an armful of towels and ran over to All Might's side. Recovery Girl was there a moment later. Thank you, my boy. All Might said, taking the cloth Izuku offered him. I thought injuries on screen wouldn't give us real injuries. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 fretted. All Might's situation is unique, but my word is not broken. Truth said, startling everyone. They had stayed silent for a long time. True. He's not really injured. Recovery Girl reassured. I'd guess that the sudden movement caused a bit of flare-up in the old injury is all. Indeed. Everything is all right, I will be fine soon. All Might said, doing his best to replicate his signature smile. It didn't work quite as well, since there was still BLD coloring his teeth. Still, the combination of the adults saying it was fine did get most of the students to calm down. Izuku was not one of them, so he stayed by All Might's side as the episode progressed. The Numu's fingers dug into the exact place that All Might's old injury was. You don't think that was on purpose, do you? Uraraka asked worriedly. Surprisingly, Todoroki was the one to answer first. That thing doesn't seem smart enough to do that without being told. True. Momo agreed. But there is some evidence that it might have some programmed actions that don't require orders. No one was shown telling it to protect Shigaraki from Midoriya's attack, but it did that anyway. That is true. Izuku did his best to focus on supporting All Might and making sure he was comfortable as the man groaned in pain from what was being shown, but that didn't completely stop the worry that gnawed at his gut at what they were suggesting. Shigaraki boasted about Numu's strength again. All Might tried to struggle out of the Numu's grasp, but he couldn't get free. It was here that the real plan for killing All Might was revealed. Several students blanched at Kurogiri's description, and the silhouette being shown on screen, while the teachers looked grim. That's the least manly plan I've ever heard. Kirishima yelled in outrage. Good thing we were there to make sure it didn't succeed then. Bakugo said with triumphant smirk. At least, that's the expression he was going for, but the disturbing image he'd seen of All Might being killed like that dampened it considerably. Not that he'd ever admit to being disturbed, of course. Ah, so that was the plan all along. Nedzu mused. Simple, but it certainly had the potential to be quite effective. Present MIC gave him a side-eyed look. I have a hard Time defining any plan that requires creating an entire bioengineered super creature just for holding someone still as simple. Aizawa grunted in agreement, and Nudzu shrugged. Well, yes, the creation of such a thing could hardly be deemed simple, but the plan itself is quite straightforward when you get down to it. Izuku asked Asui to carry Aizawa instead. Wow, you didn't even correct him on the name thing. Ashido said in surprise. With all that was going on, I didn't even realize he said it wrong, Kiro. When she did, Izuku started to run back. He thought of All Might the whole way, about all the time they spent together and how there was still so much for him to learn. Guess you spoke too soon earlier, heh. Present MIC said quietly. He was grinning, but it was a softer and more subdued than it normally would have been. Yeah. Aizawa sighed. He was having a harder time being upset about Midoriya this time though. The boy was the only one to truly understand how much danger All Might was in, and the only one to have such a strong attachment to him. He would have liked Midoriya to stay out of it, but this reaction was only to be expected, given the circumstances. It still wasn't smart, but it was expected. The villains noticed Midoriya as he got closer, and Kurogiri moved to intercept him. Any students that hadn't seen the fight firsthand were on the edge of their seats, desperate to see how All Might and Midoriya managed to get out of this. Bakugo and Kirishima were grinning though, knowing what was coming up. Bakugo suddenly blasted into frame and pinned Kurogiri down. Todoroki and Kirishima arrived a moment later, and their actions drove the villains back a bit and allowed All Might to free himself. Oh my god. You guys look so freaking badass. Kaminari said in awe. Not gonna argue with that. Gyro agreed. Yeah. You guys totally just had a big DMN Heroes moment. Ashido cheered. Your entrance was simply magnifique. AMR praised. That timing was pretty great. Ojiro said with a relieved smile. Thank you. Izuku's quiet words caught everyone's attention. I don't remember if I ever said that to you guys before, but you guys rushed in there and helped even without knowing about everything that was going on behind the scenes and that made all the difference. So thank you. Tears were flowing down Izuku's face by the end, making his eyes shimmer with gratitude as he looked at the three that had intervened. Indeed. All Might added. He was able to focus a bit more now that his past self was out of the Numu's grasp. Thought I wish it had been unnecessary. I sincerely thank you for your intervention. It truly did make a difference. Kirishima sniffled and wiped at his eyes. Or stop it guys, you're gonna get me going too. Those BSTRs had it coming. I only wish I'd gotten there sooner so I could beat him up more. Bakugo said with a proud smirk. Todoroki gave him a brief side-eyed glance before looking back at Midoriya and All Might. I'm glad I was able to help. Tsuyu and Mineta were shown hurrying away with Aizawa, and were soon joined by the group by the entrance. Ashido stayed behind, so she was the one to hear 13 tell them to let the pros handle things. She was still conscious. Zero cried in disbelief. Soto sounded about the same. Seriously. She hadn't moved or said anything that whole time. I think she came to just long enough to say that. I tried to ask her if there was any way I could help, but she was out of it again almost right away. Ashido explained. I'm suddenly really glad that 13 wasn't transported here with us. Present MIC murmured. Aizawa nodded. Getting his bones broken had hurt enough, he couldn't imagine how it would feel to have a quirk like Black Hole used on you. Shigaraki looked over the scene that lay before him, and lamented that Kurogiri had been pinned down. Bakugo talked at Kurogiri, explaining how his and Kirishima's attack had revealed Kurogiri's weakness. That's a good deduction, considering it was gained from one interaction and one phrase. Nedzu commented. I'd recommend against monologuing at villains in the future though, it has the same problems for us as it does for them. It tends to give things away. Plus it's just in bad taste. Present MIC added. Bakugo rolled his eyes. Whatever. They make a good point, young Bakugo. Better to focus on your surroundings, and save talking for communicating and reassuring others. Bakugo made a show of what his quirk could do to Kurogiri in that position, and threatened him if he tried anything. Kirishima even commented on how menacing it sounded. Although intimidation tactics do have their place in a fight, I suppose. All Might admitted. Bakugo grinned. Shigaraki marveled quietly at the kids, and said they made the league look bad. Was that actually a compliment? 𝐔𝐸𝐽 asked. Don't think so. Sounded more like an observation. Shoji said. Yeah, he didn't have that creepy, excited tone when he said it. Mineta agreed. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 hummed thoughtfully. To be honest, that makes me want to take it as a compliment. You certainly could. You all did perform admirably. Recovery Girl said. Present MIC grinned. Plus, that makes it count as petty spite. Izuku frowned in thought. What is it, young Midoriya? I just realized, in all the groups we were shown, we've yet to see what 𝐔𝐸𝐽 and AMR were doing. What happened to them? The question brought All Might up short. That is an excellent question. Shigaraki called the Numu, and it struggled out of the ice, any injuries it had healing almost right away. Shigaraki said the Numu was built to take on All Might at his best. The students tensed or shifted in concern. The All Might they knew was clearly no longer at the top of his game. So how had he and the others managed to escape without even getting hurt? It dawned on them then that there was a chance not all of them had. Another word, and suddenly the Numu was moving to attack Bakugo. In the blink of an eye Kurogiri was free, the students were all off to the side, and All Might's body had created a hole in a wall. The grunt of pain from All Might had Midoriya fussing immediately, and Recovery Girl continued to hover nearby. The noise didn't draw as much attention from the student body, which was good since it meant things would continue to progress past this part. You really don't have to be that HRD on yourself. Tsuyu said, seeing Bakugo's chagrin at not seeing the attack coming and having to be saved. I'm pretty sure All Might was the only one who did. Why? And that's just because the Numu was built to fight him. Izuku added. Don't talk to me. Bakugo growled. Kirishima looked at Bakugo uncertainly. He thought how much Bakugo pushed himself to be better was super manly, but even something like that could be taken too far. Shooting for being like All Might was a great goal, but he shouldn't expect himself to be at that level right now. They were all only 15, you know. Shigaraki started going on a rant about how All Might was just a repressive force, and the message that would be sent after All Might's death. All Might called him out immediately, saying Shigaraki just wanted free license to do whatever he wanted. Shigaraki smiled and commented on how fast he had been figured out. Such a base motivation. A pity. AMR sighed, I was actually looking forward to having a lively philosophical discussion about the villain's motives. Discussion implies other people talking to you about those things though. Were you gonna find someone willing to do that? Zero asked with mock confusion. AMR simply pointed at Midoriya, then at Ida, and then at Momo. The teasing smile slid off of Zero's face. Hey, I can actually see them doing that. Do you really think that was all Shigaraki wanted? Izuku asked. All Might frowned, hand lingering over the side that was still hurting on screen, and one arm hanging limply. He had built up a pretty high pain tolerance over the years, but that didn't mean he didn't feel any of the on-screen pain. I am uncertain. That may be all he wants on the surface, but there could be deeper motivations at play that aren't as easily spotted. And even if that really is all there is to it for Shigaraki, then whoever he is working with surely has a larger goal in mind. Izuku nodded slowly. It made sense that Shigaraki and Kurogiri would have to be working with others. He could hardly imagine them creating the Numu on their own. But that left the question of just who was waiting in the wings, and why they sent these three instead of coming themselves. The students present were ready and willing to help fight the villains with All Might, but he insisted that they flee. When they protested further, All Might insisted again, even with Midoriya mentioning his time. He reassured them before turning to face the villains. Please tell me you actually did it this time. Present MIC begged. Aizawa watched the four students expectantly. Izuku fidgeted nervously. Well, we didn't interfere in the fight between him and Numu. So, yes. You sound awfully uncertain. Present MIC said with narrowed eyes. Aizawa sighed. Let me guess, you didn't interfere but you also didn't leave. We weren't gonna run away like some pansies. Bakugo yelled. Could you really expect us to leave? Kirishima demanded. I know he said he'd handle it, but he struggled with how to word things for a few moments, and Todoroki took the opportunity to speak up. We all saw the kind of situation he was in when we first got there. We merely wished to be available to provide backup should such a situation arise again. Kirishima nodded vigorously. Yeah. What kind of heroes would we be if we just left someone behind before backup got there? Aizawa looked at each of them in turn, then sighed again. I'll admit, these were extremely extenuating circumstances. However, in the future I expect you to listen when your teacher tells you to do something. Kirishima and Midoriya gave an immediate yes sir. Todoroki just nodded, and Bakugo did the same after taking a moment to scoff. Aizawa wondered if he could actually believe any of them. All Might once again felt guilty for making them worry so much about him. He tried to fuel his focus into preparing himself instead, since he remembered how much the upcoming fight would take out of him. Shigaraki ordered the other two to handle All Might while he went after the kids. The supposed leader dealing with the less skilled opponents while his subordinates are sent after the main target. I should have expected such cowardice from a villain. Ida growled. Who are you calling less skilled? Bakugo yelled. Momo didn't respond to Ida at first, expecting to hear Midoriya's voice instead, but then she realized that he was still over with All Might. So she spoke up instead. Honestly, it's not a bad strategy. Despite being fast and skilled, it's clear that Shigaraki is not on the same level as All Might. His quirk is also one that only works in close-quarter combat, which would make it a bad idea for him to try and face All Might directly. So it makes sense for him to send the other two to focus on All Might while he prevented any interference. He did say it was always the plan to have Kurogiri and the Numu be the ones to fight All Might. He's doing what he can to ensure that they can follow through. Todoroki added quietly. Ida looked outraged for a moment longer before sighing. I concede that you both have a point. It just feels like such a cheap shot, like him going after Tsuyu and Mineta earlier. All Might's internal thoughts revealed that he only had about a minute left, but he planned to beat back the villains anyway. A couple of students gasped in shock, while others let out worried or surprised exclamations. Others just stared at the screen with wide eyes. They had known All Might didn't have much time left, but the thought that he'd gone up against these villains with only that much time left was both astounding and terrifying. Recovery Girl sighed softly. She knew he hardly had a choice this time around, which is why she didn't voice these thoughts, but it worried her greatly how Toshinori always ended up pushing himself past his limits. She knew the school motto and all, but there was a certain point where pushing your limits only resulted in hurting yourself. Shigaraki started to run toward the students, but he and everyone else was blown back when All Might started going after the Numu. The fury of blows and shockwaves that followed was a sight to behold, the fight going so far and fast that sometimes they could barely take it all in. Students and teachers alike watched the fight in awe. Really, who could blame them? Even the villains that had been there had been too blown back and awestruck by the fight to do anything until it was over. Cheers soon began to ring out as All Might began to beat the monster back, their worry about how much time All Might had left temporarily forgotten. Those cheers reached a crescendo when the Numu was finally disposed of. The exceptions to this were Midoriya and Recovery Girl, who were determined to help All Might through every bit of relived pain, and Nezu, who watched everything on screen with his calculating gaze. The last blow of the fight was seen and felt throughout the building, leaving the students in awe. Many students couldn't help but be struck by that same awe again as they watched this for a second time. The four that had stayed near the fight marveled at the scene, seeing for the first time just how much difference there was between their own skills and those of a top-tier hero. Present MIC nudged Aizawa. See? They got it in the end. I'm sure if something like this ever happens again they'll be more mindful how much they still have to learn. I hope you're right. Aizawa said quietly. I hope even more that it won't come to that. Present MIC nodded. They both doubted the future would be any kind of peaceful though, given where they were. As All Might got up from his last pose, he commented on how many more hits it took him to do that now than it would have back in the day. What? Seriously? That many? These and similar cries were heard around the room. If All Might's power was this intense now, They couldn't imagine what it must have been like to witness it back in his prime. Am I ever going to be able to wield that level of power? Midoriya thought to himself. No, I should have access to more, according to All Might. It grows with each person. But I can't even wrap my head around having that level of power. As All Might started to talk to the villains, steam started to waft off his body. This broke many students out of their awed stupor. Either by hearing All Might's thoughts or seeing the steam, the time limit was brought back to the forefront of everyone's minds. It was really that close. Hagekyu whispered. I guess so. Ashido whispered back, still too stunned to have any thoughts beyond that. The episode ended abruptly, with All Might staring down what was left of the villains. With being so close to the end of the USJ incident, they decided to press on into the next episode right away. Nezu did announce that there would be a longer break after this episode though. Long enough for everyone to get a chance to take in everything, as well as get some sleep and recover from any physical effects watching the show may have had. Shigaraki shook as he realized how completely he had been defeated, and wondered if All Might had cheated. No amount of cheating could ever make up for good old-fashioned hard work. That's something young Shigaraki will have to learn. All Might declared. He kept his voice steady despite the pain his on-screen body was still sending to him. He'd had a lot of practice with that over the last couple years. He went silent when Recovery Girl put her hand on his shoulder though, a silent command not to push himself further. I kinda hope he never does learn that, especially if him trying to cheat makes it easier for us to win. Mineta commented. There were a couple murmurs of agreement. Back in the mountain zone, a villain had taken Kaminari hostage. The two girls there berated themselves for letting that happen. Nezu nodded. One of the most important lessons one can learn in hero work is not to underestimate any opponent. This is indeed an unfortunate situation, but an understandable one given how inexperienced you all are. So, as long you all learn from this experience, then you'll have taken a good step forward in becoming competent heroes. Present MIC said. Aizawa was scowling at the image. Even if he knew the boy was okay now, it didn't sit well with him seeing one of his students in the grips of a villain. Especially since the boy had been made so helpless by overusing his own quirk. He made a mental note to collaborate with Recovery Girl and the support department in making sure Kaminari was at less risk of such things. Aloud he said, this is why one-shot attacks that drain the rest of your energy are almost never a viable strategy. The villain warned the girls not to move as he approached them. Jiru started talking to distract him while she tried to get her earphone jack into her speakers, but the villain caught on and she had to stop. Figures one of the last ones standing would be one of the smart ones. Jiru griped. Momo nodded. Indeed, that was bad luck. Given what we saw of some of the other villains, it is likely your strategy would have succeeded had another individual been the one to take Kaminari hostage. Though either way such an attack would have put Kaminari in the line of fire too, so I certainly hope you'll be more discerning when it comes to civilian hostages. Aizawa said with a raised eyebrow. The two girls blushed in embarrassment, but Aizawa stood by his word. A hostage situation made for a terrible choice, one that they had been faced with far too early, but he'd be DM'd if he didn't make sure they were ready for next time. I didn't know you had such a high opinion of electric types. Kaminari teased, referring to Jiru's distraction talk. The fact that he was able to do so was kind of impressive, since a scene shift had only now allowed him to snap out of his electrified stupor. When Jiru leveled a glare at him, he put up his hands in surrender. Then his expression shifted to something more serious. I do want to thank you both though, for doing what you could. I never got a chance to say that before. Jiru's eyebrows shot up in surprise, while Momo nodded. You are most welcome, Kaminari. I'm sorry we weren't more effective. Hey, it was my dumb quirk that made me so easy to grab. Sorry about that. He said, using his own apology to brush off hers. Back in the center of the USJ, Shigaraki concluded that All Might wasn't weaker like he'd thought. He just said he was weaker than before. Pay attention, you DMN Hanzi BSTRD. Bakugo yelled. That was a poor choice of terminology. Shut it, icy hot. Shigaraki muttered about someone lying to him. All Might tensed again, and this time not from his battered body showing up on screen a moment later. It had to be someone else. It had to be. That man couldn't still be alive. Not after everything he went through to finally put him down. All Might dared Shigaraki to attack him, and the young man was visibly taken aback. It seems All Might is also adept at pure intimidation. Tokoyami noted. A good display of power can do that, I suppose. Shoji said. I bet you and Dark Shadow could get pretty good at that too. Tokoyami looked surprised at the compliment. Indeed. If you have the ability to take away your opponent's will to fight, it can often end a battle much more quickly and cleanly than fighting them head-on. All Might said. The downside is that tends to make them run instead, so you have to chase them down. Present Mic interjected. Or they panic and might try to lash out. So be prepared for anything. The two boys nodded in acceptance and thanks for the advice. The four boys watched All Might face down the villains, and decided they weren't needed. Kirishima urged all of them to leave so they wouldn't risk getting taken hostage. Finally, Aizawa muttered to himself, which made present Mic snort. Midoriya continued to watch All Might though, and realized just how much All Might had pushed himself. Then All Might's thoughts revealed how he was barely holding onto his hero form. The students started to grow restless as they were once again faced with just how close the USJ fight had actually been, all without them realizing it. Some glanced over at the skeletal All Might now and then, either to reassure themselves that he was currently fine, or to wonder what would have happened if the bluff had failed. Kirishima felt guilt, not his gut. I never would have tried to get the others to leave if I knew how vulnerable he was. Or, maybe I should have said that even if I did know. We'd really be screwed if one of us got caught with All Might in that state. Gah! What am I thinking? A real man should never leave an ally behind like that. Bakugo was seething, though he managed to do it fairly quietly. He'd always looked up to All Might as a paragon of strength, as someone who would never lose, not until Bakugo got strong enough to beat the hero himself. Seeing All Might's vulnerabilities being shown again and again, seeing how close the man had come to losing during the USJ. All of it was challenging that image, and that left Bakugo with a lot of feelings that he had no idea what to do with. Todoroki was also chiding himself. For all that he hated his old man, he couldn't deny that the number 2 hero had imparted some valuable skills onto him. He'd thought that one of those skills had been spotting weaknesses in others, but the fact that he hadn't noticed All Might's bluff while being so close made him wonder. Though he supposed that may have been due to All Might getting more practice. His father complained loudly about how All Might still held the number 1 spot, despite doing less and less actual hero work over the years, and he'd been doing that for a few years now. Depending on how long All Might had managed to hide the side effects of his injury before the public began to notice, then it might have been an even longer time that he had to practice. So it just made sense that All Might would be very adept at making people believe his bluffs. Shigaraki started to freak out again, lamenting that he didn't have his thoughtless machine of a Numu anymore. Kurogiri urged Shigaraki to calm down, pointing out all of the things that were still to their advantage, and how they might still be able to kill All Might before reinforcements came if they worked together. How unsightly! Ieyasu said, wrinkling his nose as he watched the villain crazily scratching at his own neck. It's a wonder he's even the leader at all if he acts so crudely when a plan goes awry. That's a good point actually. Izuku said slowly. Kurogiri has shown that he's a lot better at keeping his cool and adapting to changes in the plan, yet Shigaraki's the one who is presented as the leader. Doesn't that seem odd? It does, now that you mention it. Ojiro said, frowning in thought. Maybe Shigaraki is secretly really charismatic. Mineta suggested. Maybe he was the one who convinced all the other villains to come. Hagakure hummed doubtfully. I think, even if I was a villain, I'd find Kurogiri's confidence a lot more reassuring than whatever the heck Shigaraki has going on. Ashido nodded. I mean, unless he was a lot better at hiding his crazy back at the bar, then I'd agree. Koda mumbled something that most of the class couldn't hear, but Soto, who was sitting next to him, nodded. Yeah, it could be an intimidation thing, like keeping a big barking dog on a leash and using it to intimidate people. I'll agree that their relationship makes it seem like Shigaraki is being handled to some degree, Momo interjected, but that doesn't change the fact that he's been giving orders to both the Numu and the other villains. If his true role were so simple, It would also be odd for him to have that level of authority. Ida nodded, getting where she was going. Indeed, his authority seems to be real, because Kurogiri always suggests rather than orders and Shigaraki has always had final say so far, yet he doesn't seem very well suited to the role. You all make good points. The actions and exact roles of those two villains was something that I was hoping to discuss with the police the day following this incident, though that was before we came here of course. Nezu admitted. Perhaps we'll get to see that very discussion. As the others talked, Izuku listened, and put his chin in his hand as he thought. There could be a way for the contradicting behavior to make sense. If Shigaraki were more the face of the league rather than its true leader. Had the man ever actually claimed to be the leader? He couldn't remember, but it was undeniable that, while Kurogiri was better at keeping cool, he didn't leave the same kind of impact that Shigaraki did. He doubted any of them would be forgetting Shigaraki's voice anytime soon or be as comfortable around hands now, and maybe that was exactly the point. To leave an impact, whether the plan succeeded or not. But if that was the case, if Shigaraki wasn't in charge, then who all might nudged Izuku, and the boy was brought out of his mutterings to see that the discussions of the others had ended and the episode was resuming. Kurogiri's reassurances calmed Shigaraki, and made him willing to have another go at All Might. Seems All Might's intimidation roll wasn't quite high enough. Tokoyami mused to himself. Dark shadows snickered in his head. As other villains started to recover from being knocked out, the boys in the center of the USJ got ready to face them. Except for Midoriya, who was once again faced with the knowledge that he was the only one aware of just how vulnerable his mentor was in that moment. I'm sorry, young Midoriya. I never meant for this secret to lay this kind of burden on you, not this soon. Yagi said, sighing heavily and looking down. It's okay. I'm glad that knowing made me able to help. Yagi looked up and saw the sincerity and determination in Izuku's expression. He sighed again, though much lighter this time, and ruffled Izuku's hair, making him squawk in surprise. What was he going to do with this kid? The main villains rushed at All Might, and the hero braced himself, but then suddenly Midoriya was flying into the fray. Midoriya let out a strangled yell and flinched hard as pain shot through his legs. Midoriya! Yagi cried, quickly reaching out to steady him. Dang it, I got too caught up. Should have remembered that was coming. Izuku said through gritted teeth. Yagi huffed a laugh, which thankfully didn't produce any BLD. You certainly aren't the only one this time around. In a roundabout way, this might be good preparation for when the boy gets hurt in future episodes when they have much less forewarning, because he figures that's inevitable by now. He thinks better of saying it aloud though, and just helps Izuku into a safer position. Izuku's thoughts show he has at least a partial plan as he aims for the one part of Kurogiri he knows is solid, but the villains think just as quickly and soon Izuku is faced with Shigaraki's hand instead of Kurogiri's neck. People around the room gasped or tensed once again. Way too close. Everything in the USJ had been way too close. Tsuyu shivered, thinking of those fingers pressed against the sides of her face. Aizawa muttered about problem children, which made Presentamesi think about how much it must be eating at the other teacher that he couldn't be there to continue protecting his students. Whatever their roles might be, it is clear from how quickly they acted that these two villains have been working together for quite some time. Nezu thought to himself. Damn it, Deku. Bakugo growled so lowly that even Kirishima could barely hear it. The hand is suddenly blasted away by gunfire. More bullets fly through the air, saving Kaminari as well. The cavalry of UA teachers had arrived, loudly announced by Ida. The room erupted into cheers, from both the students and Presentamesi. Izuku flopped onto the ground along with his on-screen counterpart, glad that the screen is off him and relieving him of pain for the moment. All Might sighed in relief. You were great, Ida. Score 1 for the class rep, Kirishima declared. Zero nodded vigorously. Seriously, dude, you have no idea how happy we were to see you. You all were absolutely magnifique. Yeah. Talk about a big DMN heroes moment. Ashido cheered. You did amazing, Ida, you were a real hero. Uraraka smiled warmly at him, making him blush a bit. You were all just as amazing, if not more. I'm just glad I was able to arrive with backup in time. He insisted. Truth be told, a part of him had still felt bad that he'd left his classmates to deal with the villains while he ran. But after seeing just how many close calls there had been, what could have happened to Midoriya and All Might had they arrived even a few moments later, his guilt and doubts were quelled. The recovered villains tried to take on the teachers, but we quickly driven back. Oh yeah. Nobody messes with our students and gets away with it. Present MIC yelled, relishing the chance to see himself and his co-workers go to town on the villains once again. Students cheered along with him. Aizawa and Recovery Girl shared a look of exasperation, partly for MIC's antics and partly for the reminder that the most important players actually had gotten away. Shigaraki called for Kurogiri to warp them out, but didn't do it quickly enough to avoid getting peppered with bullets. Kurogiri moved to warp him away, but fell under attack himself. Kurogiri just managed to get them both away as Shigaraki leveled one final threat against All Might. Hagekyu made a noise of disgust, and her clothes trembled as she shuddered. I really didn't need any more creepy Shigaraki faces to haunt my dreams. And yet we got one anyway. Jiru said wryly. Maybe we'll be lucky enough for him to bleed out so we don't have to see him anymore. Sotos grimaced. I feel like, as a hero, I should say you shouldn't wish death on people, but... Shoji nodded. I understand what you mean. It would be a relief to not have to worry about him anymore. The screen showed various heroes coming to the students' aid, while Izuku's voiceover explained that the USJ had been a taste of what the pros went through, and that they weren't ready for it. Speak for yourself, Deku. Bakugo snapped. Am I even technically the one saying that? Just how does the narration part work? Izuku wondered to himself. I gotta agree with Midoriya this time, man. Kirishima said with a shake of his head. I'm so not ready to deal with villains on a daily basis, and that's not even counting that Numu thing. We made it out okay in the end. Bakugo argued. The teachers didn't, and I'm pretty sure the only reason none of us were hurt worse was because the teachers came so fast, Kiro. Too many of those close calls came down to luck. Ojiro said, getting nods of agreement around the room. I mean, I think we did well all things considered, but the point still stands. Aizawa finished. It took the students a few moments to realize that Aizawa had, in a roundabout way, just agreed they had done well. The focus went back to Izuku, who trembled as he said he hadn't done anything. All Might contradicted him, saying that those few seconds Izuku bought had saved him. Gasps were heard around the room when the camera panned up to show All Might caught between his two forms. Oh my gosh, how is that not painful? It looks like it should be painful. Uraraka fretted, looking back and forth between the screen All Might and the one in the room, who was focused on comforting Midoriya. Perhaps it is. Ida said softly. All Might seems adept at hiding his pain, or just has a high pain tolerance. It seems to be another thing he and Midoriya share. Uraraka did not find this comforting. Midoriya trembled and groaned in pain alongside his on-screen counterpart, but he grit his teeth and dealt with it. Being able to hear All Might say those words again made up for a good part of the pain, in his opinion. Yagi lay a comforting hand on Midoriya's back. I meant every word, thank you, young Midoriya. The teachers talked a bit about what to do next. Then the scene changed back to the center of the USJ where Bakugo and Todoroki talked while Kirishima ran to go check on Midoriya. Oh wow, you were super close to finding out about All Might's secret, here. Kaminari said, he and a few others giggling over Midoriya and All Might's panic. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure you were both okay. Kirishima bowed in apology. Yagi chuckled. Think nothing of it, young man. Like you could hear in the show, I found your instinct to run to young Midoriya's assistance quite admirable. This particular instance was just poorly timed is all. Kirishima beamed at All Might's praise while Present MIC raised an eyebrow at Todoroki and Bakugo. Yeah, if anyone's reaction is worthy of a scolding it was the other two. Honestly, standing around talking while an ally is laying injured on the ground. Shame on you. Yeah guys, get your priorities straight. Uraraka chided, with Eden nodding along. Todoroki frowned thoughtfully while Bakugo scowled. Deku was fine. He was fine when he did it before. Not all of us have a crush on him, you know. What that's not I meant it was the right thing to do as heroes. Uraraka's face was flaming, and so was Izuku's. Ashido and Ima kinda looked like they wanted to grab some popcorn. She's right. Aizawa interceded. The safety of civilians and allies should always be a top priority, especially after the villains have officially been dealt with. I'll do my best to remember. Todoroki promised. Bakugo kept scowling but didn't argue further. Cementos managed to shield Midoriya and All Might from sight before Kirishima could get too close. Cementos easily redirected Kirishima and the others to gather at the entrance, then he went to check on the injured pair, gaining himself a close-up quirk explanation. Cementos commented on how reckless All Might was once again, and All Might said he'd had no choice given how strong the enemy was. That admittance quickly dampened the mood. The scene changed to the villain's bar. That made for another quick mood change. Some tensed, while others leaned forward curiously, eager for any new information about the villainous leaders. Shigaraki was deposited on the floor, BLD pooling around him within seconds. He mourned his loss, how strong the kids were, and how healthy All Might was. Should I be flattered? Ashido asked with palpable disgust. Hagakure did something that could have been a shrug or a flinch. I'll leave that one up to you. Uraraka replied, rubbing her arms. Shigaraki looked up, and accused Sensei of lying to him. A voice coming through a TV denied the accusation, stating that they had simply underestimated their opponents. Well, I suppose we were onto something when we realized that Shigaraki was not the true leader. Momo murmured. For once, she didn't seem happy to be right. So it would seem. Ida said faintly. Normally, Izuku's mind would have started turning the moment any part of his theory gained new evidence, but this time he was too distracted. Because when All Might heard that voice he went completely rigid. With them still being so close after Midoriya's on-screen injuries, the boy noticed right away. All Might. What's wrong? It can't be. Here. All Might, what's dash? All Might shook his head and held up a hand. Midoriya fell silent, but he couldn't stop staring at him, wondering what could possibly shake the symbol of peace so much, and if he truly wanted to know the answer. A second voice came through the speakers, saying it was good they'd used the cheap League of Villains name for such a failure. It asked how the Numu had done. The second voice wasn't happy to hear that it had been sent flying after all the work put into it, but didn't stay upset long. There's TWO bigger bad guys we need to worry about. Mineta wailed. Apparently, and it seems the League may be a front for something else. How intriguing. Nedzu said. Villains using a villain organization as a front for another villain organization. Now I've heard everything. Present MIC rolled his eyes. Aizawa grunted his agreement. And the person who apparently made the Numu is still around, isn't? That good to hear. Zero said sarcastically. On the plus side, no one seems to be rushing to help Shigaraki. Maybe he really will bleed out. Jiru, please. Momo murmured. Shigaraki brought up how strangely powerful one child had been, which immediately caught the first voice's interest. Shigaraki blamed that child for his failure. Oh man, Shigaraki has Midoriya's number. That is so not good. Kaminari ummed. No SHT Sherlock. Bakugo grumbled. Deku can barely take care of himself. Someone's gonna get killed if they start going after the nerd specifically. Needless to say, no one was happy with this revelation. The teachers were especially grim-faced, along with Uraraka and Ida. I'll protect you, Deku, I swear. Uraraka thought, unknowing that Ida made almost the exact same pledge. All Might, on the other hand, skipped past Grim and went straight into Furious. All Might. Izuku stammered, confused and fearful of the look on his mentor's face. The man didn't answer, but brought Izuku into a crushing hug. You'll be safe, young Midoriya, I swear it. And I won't give in either. You already took Nana. You don't get to take me too, and there's no way in hell you're getting to young Midoriya. The first voice, Sensei, consoled Shigaraki on his loss. He told him to start gathering the elite, and that Shigaraki would serve as their own symbol. There are 10 elite villains we need to worry about. Mineta wailed even louder. Jiru shuddered. Can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm with Mineta on this one. I don't like the sound of that. Not at all. Bring them all on. Bakugo, could you tone it down for 1 minute? 𝐻𝐻𝐾 pleaded. I was right. Shigaraki was meant to be the face more than a true leader, at least at this point. A part of Izuku's mind noted. The greater part of his mind was still focused on why All Might was acting so strangely. He couldn't begin to guess at what was going through his mentor's head, but he was pretty sure All Might was the one who most needed reassurance now. I know you won't, All Might. And I don't plan on giving in either, he said, putting as much confidence into his voice as he could. All Might huffed a laugh, and loosened his grip enough to pull away a bit without letting go. Izuku felt tears well up when he saw the expression on All Might's face. How long had it been since anyone beside his mother gave him such a soft look? That's my boy. The scene changed back to the USJ, where the police were making sure everyone was accounted for. While that was happening, 𝐻𝐻𝐾 approached Ojiro and talked about how well he'd done all on his own, making the boy look embarrassed. Ashido glanced at the invisible girl next to her, then at Ojiro, then at Ema. The sparkly blonde gave her an approving nod and wink, and Ashido grinned like the Cheshire cat. Ojiro asked where 𝐻𝐻𝐾 had been during the attack. She said she had been in the same zone as Todoroki, whose thoughts revealed he hadn't even noticed she was there and almost froze her. That was exactly the kind of thing the group needed after the information dumped on them at the villain's hideout. Startled laughter burst out around the room, accompanied by softer, amused chuckles. Well, you weren't the only one. I was wondering where she was too, Izuku admitted with a smile. Some of the laughter became self-deprecating, as others realized they'd been so engrossed that they hadn't picked up on it either. It's okay, Todoroki, you didn't freeze my bare feet this time, so I'll forgive you, 𝐻𝐻𝐾 teased. The boy looked at her with a puzzled frown. Thank you. The way he said set off even more laughter. Aoyama went around trying to get different people to ask him where he had been. Oh dang, I totally forgot about him too, Kaminari realized aloud. Which set off another round of giggles. At least you had the excuse of suffering the effects of quirk overuse, we didn't even have that, Momo said with a small smile and light blush. Each group ignored him until he finally got Tsuyu to ask, and then told her it was a secret. What was even the point of that if you weren't even going to say? Soto asked. The point was to add to my mystique, Ema declared as though it were the most obvious thing in the world. Here. The police officer told the kids to go back to their classroom. Tsuyu asked about Aizawa. The kids were reassured that he would recover, but that his eyes might not get back to complete health. I'm forever grateful that he is alive after such a beating, but I still hope it doesn't affect his ability to use his quirk. Ida said me too, Uraraka said. Tsuyu looked over at Aizawa when she heard this, and ended up catching Midoriya's gaze along the way. It didn't take much to guess they were both thinking of how they had seen the exact moment that his eyes got so badly damaged. Aizawa himself just gave a long-suffering sigh. Great, I already get dry eye, now I'm gonna have to deal with whatever results from this on top of it. And I'll probably have to feel the healing injuries in the upcoming episodes. I hope Shuzenji gets me some good meds. Present MIC could guess what the man was thinking and shook his head fondly, though there was plenty of worry in his own eyes when he looked at him. The students were obviously worried. And Aizawa would be 100% lying if he said he wasn't touched by that. And asked about the others that had been injured. The officer assured them that 13 would recover and that All Might and Midoriya were being tended to by Recovery Girl, which was a great relief to all. Izuku felt tears welling up again at seeing how worried his classmates had been about him. He hadn't expected them to care so much. The class was dismissed. For a brief moment Bakugo was shown remembering Izuku jumping into the line of fire for All Might, before Kirishima called him to come with the rest of the class. Kirishima gave Bakugo a questioning look. The boy grunted and said something dismissive. Inside the USJ the principal and 2 teachers discussed how they'd have to improve security, and how troublesome a villain with a warp quirk was going to be. The officer from earlier, now given the name Tsukochi, was given the news that the Numu had been captured. They believed it was mute since it didn't respond to them. Well, since we heard it make noise, I'd say being fully mute is inaccurate. I am doubtful that ability extends to being able to talk though, Momo mused. Indeed. I can imagine how vexed someone like Shigaraki would be by a weapon that had any ability to talk back to him. Tokoyama said. Tsukochi asked the principal for permission to investigate everywhere, and the principal was very willing to cooperate. I've always appreciated how you don't talk down to the police, as some heroes are prone to do. All Might told the principal. He was steadily starting to calm down now, which Midoriya was grateful to see. Of course, the police still play a very important role in our society after all. Not to mention it's always more useful to have the authorities view you as an ally rather than an opponent or obstacle. Nezu said cheerily. Uraraka was shown looking up at the nurse's office window worriedly on the way back. Izuku felt touched by another sign of caring from one of his friends. Meanwhile, Ashido pushed her face up next to Uraraka's and gave her a wide, knowing grin. "Shut up," the other girl muttered, barely managing to keep a blush down. Inside the nurse's office, All Might and Midoriya were still laying down recovering. Recovery Girl stated she couldn't really scold him this time, given the circumstances. "That's gotta be a nice change of pace." Present Mic joked. All Might chuckled. All Might admitted that pushing himself had likely shortened his hero time again, much to Midoriya's dismay. And the dismay of most of Class 1A, made obvious by the way they were looking over at the hero in concern or murmuring their worries. The teachers tried to keep from looking too grim, but their own worry could be seen in stiff jaws or tenser postures. The tension on screen was broken by Tsukochi walking in, who was quickly revealed to be in on All Might's secret since he was a good friend of his. The detective started to ask for a statement from All Might, but the hero cut him off to ask if everyone else was okay. Tokoyami nodded in approval. That is one of the many reasons he is the #1 hero. Some others nodded in agreement. Bakugo looked confused. The detective assured the injured pair that everyone was fine. He said that the students were alive because the teachers risked their lives, but All Might was quick to point out just how well the students had fought. They'd fought the villains and come out stronger and wiser for it, and All Might had no doubt that they would become great heroes. "You really mean that?" Shoji asked in awe. All Might nodded deeply. "Of course." "Oh man, you all gonna get me going now." All Might and Midoriya and everyone was just so manly. Kirishima declared, wiping at tears in his eyes. Most of the other students were caught between bursting with pride and being stunned that the #1 hero had just said that about all of them. Dramatic music swelled as each of the students of 1A was shown, bruised and battered, but no less determined, until it came back to the nurse's office, where All Might gave Izuku a thumbs up. That was the breaking point for Kirishima. "Screw it, this is happening. Everybody. Group hug with All Might." His cry was taken up by the whole class, and 1A surged toward the teacher's corner of the room. Even Bakugo was among the group, though it seemed to be mostly accidental on his part as he was threatening to beat up everyone who touched him too much. So basically the whole class was being threatened before too long. "Somebody get Aizawa in here too." Kirishima yelled. "Oh hell no." Aizawa sprang to his feet and vaulted over the back of the couch to escape the oncoming wave. Present Mic roared with laughter until he and the other teachers were caught by the students and drawn into the hug. Except for Principal Nezu though. He managed to avoid getting caught, despite the fact that no one had seen him move. All Might was shocked at the sudden show of affection, but was certainly grateful it. He honestly wished he could switch into his hero form so he give more of them the proper hug they were looking for. As the group hug started to wind down, they were all surprised to see that this particular episode wasn't completely over yet. Midoriya was shown fully healed and now leaving the nurse's office. As he ran to the exit, his voiceover explained that the USJ was just the beginning of the major incidents that would follow, which was cut off when Izuku saw Ida and Uraraka waiting for him. "I really didn't expect you guys to wait so long for me." Izuku admitted sheepishly. "Of course we did, Deku. You're our friend." Indeed, after such an incident it would be reprehensible to force a good friend to walk home alone. It was probably a good thing Izuku hadn't tried to clean up his face from his crying during the group hug yet, because the tears were flowing once again. As the three walked home, the scene shifted to elsewhere in the city, where a strange masked figure crouched on top of a building. Who the heck was that? Sero wondered. Who cares? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Kaminari brushed it off. Yeah, and if he tries to cross us then he'll see how strong we are. Kirishima declared. Then he caught the way Aizawa was looking at him. But of course, we'll only do that if we have literally no other option. Aizawa nodded his approval. Well, I think that's quite enough for today. Nezu said, popping out from under one of the couches. We've all taken in a lot of information, so let's take some time to unwind and then get some shut-eye, alright? No one argued that plan. Some students broke off to talk in groups or lay down and rest for a bit. Many students stayed around All Might, making sure he was okay and letting him know how grateful they were, and the number 1 pro handled all the attention wonderfully, of course. A few students were even brave enough to approach Aizawa and thank him too. Those few were treated to him. Muttering about how you shouldn't get a cookie for doing something you were already supposed to be doing, and how the kids should run along and burn off their energy before bed. None of them dared voice the theory that he was burying his face in his scarf to hide a smile. Momo and Izuku spent some time talking to Nezu about some of their observations, of course, which only came after Ida handed Midoriya an entire box of tissues that had appeared on one of the back tables. Once they were done talking, Kaminari snagged Izuku to have that support item conversation they had talked about. Soon the two of them were hunched over a table as Kaminari gave Izuku as many details as he could about his quirk. Much to Kaminari's dismay, Izuku became immune to puns when he got into analyzing mode. They started to make some progress when Recovery Girl joined them at the table, since that broke Izuku out of his muttering and allowed them to consult her. Ashido and Juru cornered present MIC for a while to talk more about possible band ideas. Students would come and go from that conversation, as Ashido demanded they divulge their musical abilities or lack thereof when they passed by. Momo joined them more permanently at one point. Mineta looked like he was thinking of going over, but a couple of the boys encouraged him to give them and the other girls a bit more space before butting in. Maybe even wait to be invited. Ojiro suggested. Bakugo managed to get All Might alone at one point. How do you do it? Do what, young Bakugo? How do you deal with everyone knowing you have this big weakness? How do you deal with them knowing you almost lost to the shitty league because of bad timing? To be honest, I wish they didn't know. I wanted to become the symbol of peace to keep people from feeling the need to worry about such things, and it does pain me that I'm not able to do that for all of you anymore. That's not what I meant. Oh. How do you deal with people knowing you can? How do you deal with people thinking you are weak? What? You got something to say, then spit it out. So you think them being concerned about me means they think I'm weak, is that it? Duh, they wouldn't worry if they thought you could actually handle SHT. Bakugo, if there is only one thing I can impart on you in my time as your teacher, I want it to be this. Having others worry about you does not mean you are weak, nor does accepting help. And being strong doesn't mean never losing, it means being able and willing to get back up and try again despite the losses. Trust me, I lost my fair share of battles, it's just that most of those happened before the media really started paying attention to me. Please, just promise me you'll think on it, okay? Fine. When things finally began to truly wind down, people started finding places to sleep. Some, including Aizawa, just passed out on the nearest soft surface. Others went into minimalist bedrooms that Truth prepared, wanting to sleep on an actual bed. All Might was among this group, since he knew that sleeping on anything but a firm bed would be murder on his back. He was a bit surprised when young Midoriya found his way into his room, but not overly so. He knew the boy must have questions after that last episode. All Might, if it's not too personal, I'd like to ask why you reacted so, much? To the voice of Sensei. The boy wrung his hands nervously, and looked torn between saying more and just bolting before he had the chance to be rejected. All Might took in a deep breath, and let it out slowly. I wished I would never have to explain this to you, my boy. Or that I could at least put it off for a long time, but it seems fate, or perhaps truth in this case, is not quite so kind. You don't have to. It's all right, Midoriya. Given that we're supposed to be seeing the future soon, I have a sinking suspicion that you and the others will hear about this anyway. But I think you deserve to have it told to you in person, and by the real me, not some possible future version of me. I thank you, All Might. The two of them ended up going to bed far later than everyone else, and when they did finally separate, neither of them got as much sleep as they would have liked. Izuku considers himself fairly good at being a morning person. He's not the super bright and chipper kind of morning person, but he can usually get up and be functional fairly quickly. This was not a usual morning though. His mind had tossed and turned after his talk with All Might. He never would have guessed that One for All had such a complicated history. Because really, the quirk was already unique enough with it being able to be passed down in a way other than through bloodlines. Who would have guessed that it also came with a built-in arch-nemesis? Certainly not Izuku. All Might had made it very clear that the only reason he hadn't told Izuku this history before he passed on the quirk was because he truly believed that villain to be dead. Which, admittedly, was a relief for Izuku. The knowledge wouldn't have made Izuku regret taking the quirk, not ever, but it was good to know he hadn't been left in the dark about something that was believed to be immediately dangerous to him. Until that voice came over the TV, All Might had believed that everything to do with this All for One was history, All Might's personal, painful history to be precise. All Might had spoken only once about the fate his own mentor, but it had been enough for Izuku to hear the depth of pain in his voice. It made him worried about what the upcoming episodes might do to the man, emotionally and physically, and what such a villain might do if he realized that One for All had already been passed on. Worries about his friends' and family's safety played through his mind while the others slept, so he was less than thrilled that the sleep he did get was interrupted by Ida barging into the room. Apparently the class president had taken it upon himself to wake everyone up. None of them had any phones or alarm clocks, so no one had been able to designate a group wake-up time. He's not even sure. That would work if they had any sort of alarm because he wasn't sure time really existed here. And wasn't that a great thought to try and puzzle out after a sleepless night? So why are you getting everyone up again? Izuku asked, rubbing his eyes as he followed his friend out of the room. He was surprised when he found most of the class and teachers already up and eating. My internal clock is very precise, even in a place like this. Plus, I am the class president. Given these facts, it seemed only natural to take on the responsibility of making sure food was available and then waking everyone so the viewing could be resumed. I made sure to leave yourself and All Might for last through, since you both endured much stress during the previous episodes. Oh, thanks. Izuku said, now feeling a little guilty for some of his uncharitable thoughts upon first being woken up. Did you include Aizawa too? He also went through a lot too. Ida's hands, which normally were almost always moving, became still and dropped to his sides. To be honest, I did not have the courage to wake Mr. Aizawa. Izuku thought about how the man practically lived in his sleeping bag, and the look he gave students who interrupted his naps. I don't blame you. The two of them settled down alongside Uraraka and Tsuyu, who stopped chatting and munching to talk to them. Did you all sleep well? Ida asked. Not as well as I would have liked. Uraraka admitted. Izuku grunted in agreement while she continued. There was so much we learned yesterday, and today we're supposed to start seeing a future that hasn't even happened yet. It's a lot to take in, you know. It was hard to turn my brain off for a while. Tsuyu agreed. Izuku never had really understood how some people could just do that, turn their minds off. His usually only turned off completely due to sheer exhaustion. Come to think of it, all the stuff his body went through yesterday might be the reason he got what little sleep he did. I agree that the prospect of seeing the future is a daunting one, but I believe we are capable of rising to the task and using the things we see for the greater good. Ida declared. You're really a morning person, here Ida. Tsuyu noted. Izuku dug into his food while Ida wondered, why does everyone always say it like that, under his breath? I kind of wonder how good seeing the future will be for us. Tsuyu continued. Whenever time travel stuff happens on TV and movies, they always say it's bad to know too much about your own future. I can see how it would be dangerous to try and make something happen with future knowledge that might not even be accurate once you actively start to change things. Izuku said, happy for something different to think about. But I think if we are careful, then we can use this to our advantage. After all, it won't just be us that have to decide what to do. We have some of the teachers here too, including the principal. He's one of the smartest beings on the planet, according to everything I've read. So if anyone can figure out how to use knowledge of the future safely, it would be him. That's a good point. I'll try to remember to just watch and learn, and worry about all the afterward stuff later. Or not at all, if the teachers are gonna decide how to handle it. Uraraka said, happily helping herself to more food. I have a question. Aizawa stated from his sleeping bag. He lives. Present MIC shouted. Aizawa ignored him and continued looking at the principal. Yes, Aizawa? He asked, sipping his tea. Because of course he had tea here. He probably had a philosophical discussion with Truth while they were all sleeping and managed to get the weird silhouette being to give him a supply. We're gonna be seeing things that haven't happened yet. And some of that is undoubtedly going to involve the students doing some stupid stuff. Don't look at me like that, Hisashi, you know what kind of choices teenagers make. So my question is, should we dole out any school punishments for things that their future selves do? That is an interesting question. Their future selves doing such a thing would imply that it is something they would do had life gone on as normal, but given that we are all here, then it could change them enough not to make the same mistakes when the time comes. Surely, the consequences they face in the future will be enough to set them straight of any mistakes they do make. All Might suggested. Aizawa felt slight vindicated that there was a teacher here that looked more tired than he did. Especially if those consequences involve any sort of physical pain. Aizawa felt a twinge of sympathy when All Might hand settled over his old injury. It wasn't enough to stop him from saying more though. Bakugo didn't face any real consequences for his past as a bully until he came here, and won't face the brunt of it until we get back. Both good points. Nedzu acknowledged. I suppose we'll have to go on a case-by-case basis. If seeing or feeling the natural consequences of any mistakes seems to teach the children what they need to know, then further intervention may not be necessary. But if not, we will do whatever is appropriate to drive the lesson home, as it were. Recovery Girl huffed. I'm sure we'll have to do something at some point. There's always a few students who don't seem to learn their lesson until you make the injury heal on its own. The atmosphere of the room continued to be a strange mix as people got ready for the next viewing. Eagerness and curiosity mixed with hesitation and anxiety, and many of the students found it felt similar to when they got their acceptance letters from UA. They wanted to open the letter and see what was inside, but were also scared of what they might find. Finally, after some arguments about food and bathroom use, all were sitting in front of the screen. For better or for worse, they were about to open the envelope. The next segment started out with an older Izuku talking about how quirks first came to be once again. Curious, I wonder why we are being shown this again. Ida wondered aloud. It isn't like Truth to pointlessly repeat things. There was a pause as people waited for the strange being to respond in some way, but there was nothing. Future me must be leading up to something, at least I would hope so. Izuku mumbled a bit at the end, and the show continued. Older Izuku explained about his dreams and his quirklessness. Yes. We get to see tiny cutie pie baby Izuku again. Ashido cheered. She and Hagikia continued to gush about how cute he was, along with a few others. Uraraka admitted that she had run around her room with her old All Might toy like that more than once, and got several nods of agreement, including one from present MIC. Izuku blushed like crazy of course, but he managed to keep from sliding down to the floor in embarrassment. They let themselves focus on that much more than Izuku's visit to the doctor or his talk with his mom. They'd already seen that after all, and it was so much nicer to think of fun childhood memories. The scene suddenly changed to Izuku standing atop a cliff, while a great number of menacing figures approached him. The light-hearted focus immediately vanished as people stared at the screen in confusion or fear. What the F? Bakugo deadpanned. Who are all those guys? Don't tell me we're gonna get attacked by the League again so soon. Mineta wailed. Or worse, what if it's some of those elite guys they talked about? A worried murmur started to pervade the room. Now, settle down everyone. Nedzu ordered, and the noise ceased. I don't believe that the Izuku we see right now is in real danger. Given what has been talked about so far, I believe this short segment is being used more as a reminder than anything else. This is the first episode that will foray into our supposed futures after all, so it would make sense to ensure all are familiar with how things stand. I feel like I should be insulted then. 𝐤𝐬𝐽 commented. I mean, we just spent a whole day getting reminded of what happened to get us here. We shouldn't need another reminder, should we? I believe the key phrase there, Miss 𝐤𝐬𝐽, is a whole day. Many of us learned things yesterday that we were in no way prepared to learn. I can see how that kind of information dump could leave some feeling confused today. This could just be a way of making sure everyone is reminded of the most important parts without singling anyone out. Yagi mused. It could also serve as a reminder of why we all chose to be here. Aizawa ventured further. Midoriya talking about his past, while we're shown something he could face in the future. That any of us might face. It serves a double purpose. Killing two birds with one stone or whatever. A grim silence followed. Everyone knew that further incidents were a possibility after the USJ, and that was why so many of them had agreed to come, but no one liked thinking about it. Uraraka and Ida looked at Izuku standing alone atop the cliff. He didn't look scared, but that didn't make the idea of him being alone against so many villains any easier for them to swallow. They caught each other's eyes, and nodded. A silent promise that, no matter what happened, they wouldn't let their friend end up alone. Izuku faced the oncoming villains, and thought about how he'd kept going despite the obstacles, and about all the people that had supported him. Don't you put me in your shitty visuals, Deku, I'm not a part of your posse. I didn't make the show 𝐭𝐻𝐿. Power flowed over Izuku's body, and he gave the villains a determined smile. There were a lot of reactions to seeing that expression on Izuku. Some people gasped while others just dropped their jaws and others smiled excitedly. Because people knew that sort of smile, it was like All Might's. You have truly captured his essence. Ieyasu said with a sparkling grin. The resemblance is pretty spot on. Shoji said. Tokoyami grunted in agreement. It's uncanny really. Oh man Midoriya, you look so manly. This does give the impression that you will soon start to truly come into One for All's power. That is a good sign, my boy. Izuku wrung his hands, blushing again. I haven't done anything yet. Still, this bodes well for your future success. Ida assured him. Izuku smiled at his friend, but it slid off his face as he looked at the boy on the screen. It looked like him, certainly, and he wanted to believe that it was him. But right now he had a hard time believing that he could face down a horde of villains so calmly and confidently. But isn't learning to do that exactly why you are here? A voice in his head asked. Before Izuku and the villains met, the scene changed back to the city. It was the day after the USJ incident, and the news was reporting on it. So you let the reporters know that the group's true target was All Might? Momo asked in surprise. I thought you might try to keep that under wraps to avoid panic. Believe it or not, people are more at ease with the idea of All Might being threatened than a bunch of high school kids. Aizawa said wryly. Yagi rubbed the back of his neck while present MIC nodded. Yeah, most people are confident enough in him not to get too freaked out, and if we just mention them attacking you guys, people might start to freak out about other school groups getting attacked too. I hadn't thought about how that information alone might worry other parents. Thank you for the clarification. Present MIC grinned at her easily. No problem. You guys would usually get classes on how to deal with the media in second or third year. I just hope we don't have to bump that up. The longer you can avoid dealing with reporters, the better. Aizawa grunted his agreement. The scene swayed to a run-down building, where All Might's voice read a letter to someone. The letter explained how he'd found someone to become his successor, and was proud of the boy, but that he might need the help of his old teacher soon. It was shown that an old man in a hero outfit was the one it was addressed to. You're telling someone else about One for All. Or, did they already know? Izuku asked, looking from the old man to All Might in confusion. The wording had made it a little unclear, and for some reason his mentor looked very uncomfortable. Well, you see. That is Gran Torino. He taught me for a while in my youth, when I was learning to use One for All myself. Given how, my teaching methods haven't been working for you, despite my best efforts, I thought it might be best to have someone with other methods give it a shot. I started drafting that letter before the USJ, and it seems I must have gotten around to sending it. Students chatted excitedly for a minute about the prospect of seeing someone who knew All Might when he was first starting out. Izuku, however, was nervous. He'd never known All Might to ramble like that, and wondered why All Might had never mentioned the man until now. Over with the teachers, Aizawa was giving All Might a deadpan stare. All this time he's been breaking his bones, and you had another person who knew about this quirk that could have helped him. And you're only contacting this person now. All Might's brow was gaining a light sheen of sweat. I certainly didn't expect the boy to become a target so soon. I thought we'd have more time for Midoriya and I to try and figure it out. I know I should have contacted him sooner, and I was planning to do so even before the attack, it just. All Might wasn't sure what to say honestly. His history with Gran Torino was a complicated one, and he'd hoped that contacting him about teaching wouldn't be necessary at all, but he was big enough to admit when he needed help. Eventually anyway. Sometimes. He was willing to do it to help Midoriya in any case. He just hoped the boy took to Gran's teaching style better than he himself did. I'm glad to see you are willing to look past your own history to help your student. Recovery Girl said sincerely, which put the matter to rest for now. She may scold him for his recklessness, but she knew him enough at this point to know how hard something like that must have been for him. A meeting at UA was being held to discuss the league. Detective Tsukochi was telling them that they hadn't found anything in their attempts to identify the attack's leaders. All Might and Nezu discussed how immature Shigaraki had acted, despite being the designated leader, with All Might calling him a man-child. Like teacher like student, Hideku. Uraraka smiled and gave Izuku a teasing nudge. Here. What do you mean? I believe it was you who got us all discussing Shigaraki's contradictory behavior yesterday, and here All Might was the first to bring that point up. Ida pointed out. Yeah, that is kind of fitting, isn't it? Guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Kaminari teased. While the class gently ribbed Izuku for his connection with All Might, Todoroki looked between Izuku and All Might with a thoughtful expression. The group talked about why Shigaraki might be like that, but the detective pointed out that the main problem was how Shigaraki had attracted so many followers, even if they were just small-time villains. He pointed out that the world they lived in could make Shigaraki's simple-minded ideals appealing to certain people. I didn't think about it like that before. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 admitted. When you put it that way, I guess it does make sense that those guys would listen to him. Ashido shook her head. I guess so. I still don't really get it myself though. Perhaps it is something we should pay more attention to. Knowing how a villain thinks could be a great advantage. Ida mused, which made Izuku look thoughtful. I can see how it would be easier to let someone else be in control sometimes, but an attack like the USJ still feels like a big leap to take for someone like Shigaraki. Ojiro said. The detective commented that the work of heroes let the police focus on investigation, and that they would continue to do that. You know, I never thought about it much, but the police do still play an important part, don't they? How much would heroes really know about villain groups and stuff if the police didn't do research like that? I mean, do heroes do that too? Soto asked. Aizawa was the one to answer. Underground heroes do. We tend to work more with the police and help track down villainous activity that's harder to see. Regular pros are more about doing patrols and catching everyday crime. Of course they get called in once there is enough information to do a raid or whatever is needed, but most of the time their job is to be visible. That's part of the reason pro heroes tend to wear such bright colors or have a signature design, you know. The point is to let people know you are a hero, so that civilians are comforted and villains focus on you rather than them. All Might explained. Because nothing says, hey, look over here. Like an eye-catching outfit. Present MIC declared. So that's why you always look like that. Aizawa muttered. Hey! What's that supposed to mean? Nezu pondered Shigaraki being a man-child, pointing out that he was similar to the students in the fact that both still had room to grow, and how dangerous that potential would be if there was someone capable backing him. Which was totally confirmed yesterday. There is absolutely someone backing him. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 groaned. Well, we know that there is someone backing him, but we don't know how capable they are yet. Kirishima pointed out. I think the Numu existing means they are pretty capable. Tsuyu countered. Yeah, but we were able to beat it back. Now they'll have to make another one, or come up with something new, and we'll do our best to take them down as soon as we can. Kirishima's optimism lightened the mood a bit, so not many noticed just how pensive All Might looked, both on screen and in real life. Midoriya was one of the ones who did notice, because he was feeling the same way. Knowing more about who was backing Shigaraki up, he couldn't shrug off his worries as easily as his classmates. How long would it be before they knew the story too? How would they feel then? Izuku voice-over described how the students had been given the day after the USJ incident off, but it was still hard to relax. Izuku found himself thinking about how he still couldn't picture himself being like All Might, and how he and the other students hindered the heroes. He would have to really make this power his own if he hoped to both survive and protect others. Speak for yourself, Deku. I Fing nailed that shitty warp BSD. He only got free because of that Fing Numu thing. Aizawa sighed. As much as I wish you all hadn't gotten involved at all, I would also be lying if I said your presence was entirely problematic. If Shigaraki hadn't been distracted by you three in the water, he might have just decided to kill me before he and Kurogiri ran off. Present MIC nodded along. And if those at the entrance hadn't all worked together, then Ida wouldn't have gotten out in time to bring back up, if he even got out at all. Not to mention how the intervention of young Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki kept me from being killed by Kurogiri. All Might added. And as I said before, young Midoriya, you saved my life, and my secret, by buying me those few extra seconds from Shigaraki. Working on your control of One for All is certainly a goal you must continue to work towards, and I'm glad you are trying to take inspiration from your experience, but I don't want you or any other student downplaying how well you did with such terrible circumstances. Understand? Izuku was tearing up by the time All Might was finished talking, and the others mentioned by the teachers were either grinning or blushing with pride. Yes, sir. I'll do my best. Inko came in and called Izuku to dinner. Oh man, your mom's food looks so good. I wish we had something that good here. Kirishima groaned. We did discover a kitchen yesterday. I could try baking something during one of our break times. Soto offered. This was met by enthusiastic agreement and offers to help. Izuku smiled sadly at his mother on the screen. She was always trying her best for him. He worried too though, she looked so relieved when he talked to her normally. Just how much had he isolated himself after the USJ? Or was it just lingering fear of the USJ attack? He was beginning to think he had underestimated how weird and frustrating it would be to get information about the future in this format, seeing so much yet missing so many in-between moments. The scene changed to the next day in 1A's classroom. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 complained about how she hadn't stood out on the news compared to everyone else. Maybe you should talk to the support department about making you a suit that could work with your quirk better. I've heard of other heroes with powers of invisibility that had suits that could become visible or invisible along with the quirk. Midoriya suggested. But I'm always invisible. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 whined. It still wouldn't be a bad idea. The costume ideas were based off of how we wanted them to go, but someone with more experience in the field might have a better idea of how to make a material that would offer more flexibility. Momo pointed out. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 hummed thoughtfully, then perked up. How about a deal? I'll go talk to the support department if you come with me and do the same. Oh, I suppose it would be easier with company, wouldn't it? Of course, I'll come with whenever you have time. Momo easily agreed. Across the room, Aizawa breathed a sigh of relief. He'd been meaning to talk to Yoerozu about doing just that, but he was terrible at starting those kind of conversations, and he didn't want to do it just before the sports festival either. He should really talk to 𝐔𝐸𝐽 about the possibility of becoming an underground hero too. Stealth was her strength after all, and they really could use more underground pros. Everyone in class was talking about the USJ incident, from the media's response to how impressive their teachers were. Then Ida was shown aggressively walking forward and ordering everyone to take their seats. Ida's eye twitched. Do I really look like that each morning? I wouldn't say every morning, just on some mornings. Izuku stuttered, and Uraraka nodded along. Yeah, even with the day off the day before, things still felt pretty weird when we got back, you know. So it's probably just exaggerating because of that. Plus, you know, we were already sitting, so it seemed more over the top than usual. I'm usually over the top. Ida asked in surprise. A bit. Izuku admitted. But we love you for it. Uraraka beamed at him, which made him smile in return. The kids wondered who would teach the class, since Aizawa was still supposed to be in the hospital. Recovery Girl narrowed her eyes at the screen, then looked over at Aizawa, who was purposefully not looking at her. Present MIC put his head in his hands. Shouter, please tell me you aren't about to walk into that classroom. This is the future, I can't say what will happen. The door opened to reveal Aizawa, who was doing a good impression of a mummy. I knew it. Present MIC yelled, then paused. Wait, are you okay? I mean the you here and now. You don't look like you're in pain. When he looked closer though, he could see that Aizawa didn't look entirely focused either. There is some pain. But it's dulled, distant. Future me probably has a lot of painkillers. Which is another reason that you shouldn't be teaching in your state. Recovery Girl chided. She shook her head in exasperation. For claiming to dislike All Might so much, you certainly share some of his bad habits. Aizawa wanted to glare at her, but the throbbing pain around and behind his eyes told him it wouldn't be very effective. It's not like I'm out doing a patrol, I'm just talking to my class. I'll be fine. Recovery Girl just shook her head again. The class started freaking out upon seeing him, telling him he was back too soon and wondering if he was really alright. Which was basically what the students had started doing in real life once they saw their future teacher had come to class after only one day of rest. I agree with future me. Is it possible to be too pro? Because this feels too pro. Kaminari rambled. That level of dedication is quite staggering. Let us hope that it does not cause him to stagger right into the ground. Tokoyami commented. Are you really okay, sir? You look like you could use more rest, Kiro. You already risked so much for us, you don't have to push yourself even more, especially not for something like this. Shoji dithered. Aizawa sighed. You don't have to worry about me. My future self clearly got quality medical care, so I can do something as simple as sitting in a chair and talking to a bunch of students. The reassurance managed to quiet the class, but many still looked concerned. Aizawa told the class that his well-being didn't matter. I'm quoting you the next time you call Midoriya or All Might too self-sacrificing. Present MIC informed him. Aizawa huffed. Aizawa told them their fight wasn't over, which worried the kids until he announced that the UA Sports Festival was coming up. The students shouted with joy and relief. After all their worry about what the future episodes might show them, it eased a lot of tension to have something as normal as the sports festival to focus on. The sports festival has got to be one of the most protected events in all of Japan, right? No way the villains would try to attack that. Zero declared. Well, now that you've said it like that, you've gone and jinxed us. Jiru's voice was flat, but she was smiling slightly to show she was joking. Mostly anyway. Attacking such a large event would require a lot of coordination and planning. Momo mused. Given what we last saw of them, the League didn't seem particularly prepared for such an attack. Yeah, it sounded like they were gonna focus on some other stuff for a while. Izuku agreed. Though that certainly didn't bode well for them when the League did decide to make another move. This still seems like a risk though. Izuku's sentiment was echoed by Kaminari of all people, as he and a few others questioned whether it was a good idea to hold the event right after an attack. Aizawa said it was the school's way of showing they had things under control still. Many people complain about heroics being too superficial, and they have valid points, but that does not change the fact that public perception has a great effect on heroes and heroic institutions. Nedzu explained, cutting off any further words of worry. It is important that people continue to view us as capable and trustworthy if we hope to continue the work we've been doing. Aizawa and a few students explained how important the sports festival was for scouting purposes and getting hired after graduation. Jiru commented that Kaminari would get stuck as a sidekick. Kaminari made the same face as his on-screen self. Rude. Zero said, elongating the vowel sound. I stand by the comments of future me. Jiru said. Kaminari looked even more downtrodden. Aizawa gave a rousing speech about how they only had one chance a year to get noticed by a popular agency, so they couldn't afford to procrastinate. Then dismissed them. "Ah, I get it now." Present MIC smirked, leaning onto him. "You came in to teach because you wanted to make sure they knew how important the festival was despite what had happened. You big softy. Get off me." Todoroki, as always, scowled when his father was briefly shown. "I just thought of something," Izuku said. "If our class gets a preview of what the sports festival is going to be like, won't that give us an unfair advantage when we have to go through the real one?" "That is a good point. I would hate to win anything just because I had information that others did not," Ida said. "But if we end up winning in this future vision anyway, would that still count as unfair? Or would we just be?" Shoji struggled for the words, so Tokoyami finished. "At that point, we might just be following fate, fulfilling destiny." "It still doesn't sit right with me." Ida frowned. Uraraka patted him on the back. "I wouldn't worry about it too much right now. I mean, we're watching this to learn about the future in case we want to try and change it, right? We don't even know if the sports festival is one of the things that we'll want to change yet." Izuku nodded slowly. "That's a good point, Uraraka. It's like what we were talking about earlier, we should really be viewing this as pure information gathering. Once that's done, we can think about how best to move forward." He smiled at her. "Thanks for the reminder." "No problem," she said, smiling back. After Aizawa left the room, the kids started talking about how excited they were to be taking their first big step toward becoming pros. Hagekure talked to Ojiro about how much she needed to stand out. Ashido grinned and playfully nudged Hagekure. "Something you want to tell me?" "I don't know what you could possibly mean." Hagekure shifted in her seat, and Ashido wished she could tell if the girl was blushing. Ayama went on one of his signature self-assured spiels, demanding Koda agree with him at the end. "Ayama, stop freaking out, Koda, you know being put on the spot makes him uncomfortable." Soto scolded. "Ah, my apologies, Koda, that was most inconsiderate of me." Ayama gave Koda a deep bow, causing the boy to frantically wave his hands in an effort to say that it was fine. Kaminari complimented Shoji on how easy it would be for the other boy to stand out, which led to Jiro taking another jab at Kaminari. "You seem to really have it out for him today," Momo noted, then looked contemplative. "Or, I suppose you will have it out for him. Either way works. I find it hard to pass up an opportunity to take a shot at him. He just makes it so easy." "Hey! You know it's true," Jiro told him, smirking at how affronted Kaminari looked. "Yeesh, are we sure it's just the physical pain that translates from the screen? Because I swear I felt that." Izuku and Ida talked about how fired up they felt, and how excited everyone else was, only to be interrupted by Uraraka, wearing an expression so intense that the determination was coming off in visible waves. Students giggled at Ida's version of fired up, before cutting off when they saw Uraraka's expression. "Oh my gosh, that expression is so intense. So manly. Yeah. You go, girl. Be filled with determination." Ashido cheered. "You don't look so happy about it up there," Uraraka noted. Ashido brushed it off. "I'm sure future me just got too hung up on her surprise, but current me is here for the surprise intensity." Thank you, both," Uraraka said bashfully. She had a pretty good idea why she was getting so fired up, and felt a little uneasy about how much focus it was getting. She didn't particularly want to be more in the limelight than she already was. But if Izuku and All Might could deal with having a bunch of their secrets being put on display, she was sure she could survive a few of her own being known. Mineta wondered aloud about the source of Uraraka's mood change, which earned him another tongue slap. "Oh, that was definitely inappropriate," Hagekure noted. Uraraka held up her hand to Tsuyu, and they gave each other a soft high five. Mineta looked like he was about to argue, then glanced over at All Might and shut his mouth. Remember what All Might said, the actual words of the girls are more truthful than stereotypes. With that thought in mind, he got up to get a notebook from the table in the back of the room. "What's that for?" Siro asked. I figure if I'm gonna get slapped this often I should keep an official list of what gets me slapped so I remember not to say it again, he replied. Zero nodded sagely. Probably a good idea. Uraraka did her own version of trying to fire up the rest of the class with her, with mixed results. Later at lunch, Izuku asked why Uraraka wanted to be a hero, and was surprised that the answer was for the money. One of Aizawa's eyebrows went up. Not an uncommon reason, but he hadn't pegged Uraraka as the type for that. Other, more obvious, signs and exclamations of surprise went up around the room, making Uraraka's cheeks burn. It's not what it sounds like. I just she cut off when Izuku put a hand on her arm. I'm sure the other you is about to explain anyway, so you don't have to now. Besides, whatever the explanation is, I don't think any less of you. He assured her. Indeed, even if you are about to give one anyway, you don't owe anyone a justification for such motivations. And I'm sure no one here will judge you. The look Ida sent everyone around him promised that if they did judge her, he would have very class presidential discussion with them. Uraraka took a deep breath, relaxing with the knowledge that, despite their surprise, her friends had her back. Thanks guys. Uraraka apologized for having such a comparatively ignoble goal, but Ida assured her there was nothing wrong with aiming to provide for herself. Uraraka went on to explain that her family owned a construction company that wasn't doing well, so they had very little money. Izuku made the connection that Uraraka could use her quirk to help the company if she had a license. Uraraka said she had thought of that as well, which led to a flashback of a very young Uraraka telling her parents she wanted to help them. Ashido squealed when young Uraraka appeared on the screen. Oh my gosh, you were so cute. So cute. I mean, you still are now of course, but back then you had the special baby levels of cute on top of it. What 𝐒𝐻𝐿 said. Uraraka's face was tomato red at this point, and she slid down in her seat. She stopped when Izuku solemnly said, "At last, someone else in the class understands my pain." That startled a laugh out of her. In the flashback, Uraraka's father said he wanted her to make herself happy and not focus on them. The flashback ended, and Uraraka said she would make money as a hero to make sure her parents could live without worry. Aizawa nodded to himself. That sounded much more in character for the girl he knew. He restrained himself from rolling his eyes over how MIC was blubbering over what an appealing story that was. Todoroki had feelings that welled up in him at the sight of Uraraka's father telling her to put her own dreams first. He didn't have the experience or presence of mind to properly articulate them, but if he did, he probably would have thought something along the lines of, "God, I wish that were me." Or, "That's so sweet." 𝐒𝐿 gushed. Indeed, I would consider that as worthy a goal as any of the others we've heard. Momo agreed. Ida was so impressed with her reasons he started applauding for her in the middle of the hallway, and Izuku's thoughts showed he was impressed too. Uraraka was starting to tear up a little bit. Thank you guys. Maybe I've been spending too much time around Deku. She thought to herself. Though if that was the case she couldn't bring herself to regret it. All Might suddenly interrupted the tender moment, yelling about how he'd found Midoriya. He then asked the boy if he'd have lunch with him, holding up a small wrapped box. Uraraka commented that he looked like a maiden. It started with one person snorting. Then another person snickered, then suddenly the whole room was giggling and laughing. Oh my gosh, that timing. Kaminari wheezed. Uraraka is so right. Ashido gasped. It was a very accurate analogy. Tsuyu said with a small grin. All Might was also laughing, very much able to appreciate how the must have looked to all others in the hallway. Izuku agreed to join him. In the lunchroom, Uraraka and Ida talked about why All Might have wanted to talk with Izuku, and the conversation was shown to be noticed by Todoroki. Ida frowned. Were we bothering you, Todoroki? We weren't being too loud, were we? I don't think that was it. Then what was it about? Uraraka asked. I'm not sure. It's in the future, so it's hard to say. Uraraka frowned, because it felt like he had hesitated just a little too long with that explanation. But maybe she was overthinking things and he'd just taken a moment to guess and hadn't come up with anything. Though the fact that Momo was frowning at him a bit too made her think that maybe she wasn't overthinking. In another room, All Might revealed to Midoriya that his time had been cut down even further, now to about an hour and a half. People around the room blanched, and some grimaced. All Might cursed internally. He had a feeling that his time would go down again, but he was hoping it wouldn't be by so much. On the outside, he gave his best smile. I know that is not ideal, but don't despair. Remember that this would have happened eventually no matter what, these events just made them happen a bit sooner is all. You aren't worried that will affect our ability to deal with the League in the future? Tsuyu asked curiously. Like I said, it is not ideal. But, as my co-workers like to remind me, I am not the only capable hero out there. The attack at the USJ was ultimately brought to an end by the arrival of Ida and the other teachers after all, and I am confident that if we continue to work together then we can overcome any obstacle. All Might gave them a thumbs up. Yeah. Don't worry, little listeners. We've got this. Present MIC cheered. Aizawa held up his fist to show his agreement and support. Very stirring words, holding an important message. Nezu said with a nod. Izuku tried to apologize for the time shortening, but All Might wouldn't hear of it. He steered the conversation toward the sports festival instead. All Might questioned what he would do during it since he still had such control issues, which made Midoriya bring up the one punch he delivered that didn't break his arm at all. All Might questioned what was different. Aizawa leaned forward a bit, knowing that any additional information he could get would help him train Midoriya better. He wasn't the only one, as several students, All Might, and even Midoriya himself looked on with rapt attention. Midoriya thought back. He thought about 13's speech, and concluded that was the first punch he'd thrown at a real living person. All Might noted he must have held back on instinct. Aizawa let out a breath. It wasn't quite the revelation he'd been hoping for, but it said a lot about that kid that even with so little experience he managed to keep himself from hurting anyone automatically like that. He agreed with All Might, that was progress to be happy about, gradual as it was. All Might went on to talk about how his days as the #1 pro were numbered, and how the attack showed that there were villains out there that realized it. Despite having come to that conclusion already, the further confirmation reminded everyone of the problem, causing a grim air to settle briefly, but it was lifted as the show went on. All Might asked Midoriya if he was still determined to be the #1 hero, and of course the boy said yes. All Might said the sports festival would be the time to show everyone his determination, to announce himself to the world. The intensity that All Might spoke with charged the room with energy. So much so that when the episode ended several students let out a cheer. Yeah, Deku. You can do it. Uraraka said, bouncing in her seat. I have no doubt you will shine marvelously. Ieyasu crooned. It's a lot of pressure, but I know you'll find a way to stand out. Ojiro said with confidence. I'm not so sure. Izuku said, fidgeting nervously. Like he said, I still don't know how to use my quirk without majorly hurting myself. And I don't want to just rely on instinct to keep from hurting others or myself. If I may be so bold, Midoriya, you seem to thrive in situations that require you to make creative decisions. I have no doubt that you will succeed in this challenge too. Ida declared. And I would not have chosen you if I didn't believe you could make it, young Midoriya. Todoroki watched as his classmates and All Might continued to encourage Midoriya. He thought about all he'd seen, and about what was to come. Even with all this new information, he wouldn't back down from his own goals. He was going to show his father what he could do with just his ice, and if that meant beating Midoriya, then so be it. You better think of something amazing if you want to have a snowball's chance in hell of getting any attention at all, Deku. No one will glance at you twice after they see me. Bakugo declared. Noting the mixed reactions this got him, Todoroki decided to wait a little longer before making his own declaration. Assuming they didn't see future him do it first. While the others talked, Emma managed to get a quick word with Ashido. I noticed how you swooned over the sight of baby Uraraka. He started, a mischievous sparkle in his eye. Yeah. You had a similar reaction to seeing a younger Midoriya. Yeah. So, I can't help but think, if both of them were so strikingly adorable as youngsters, then how might their children one day look? Ashido's eyes went wide. They would be the most adorable babies in existence. She said with reverent awe. And that's when the pair went from knowing looks to actual planning. Elsewhere in the room, Uraraka wondered why she suddenly had a sense of impending doom. Part of All Might's speech about how important it was to make an impression was repeated. Izuku wondered how he could do that, and All Might asked Izuku if he knew how the sport festival was set up, which lead into Midoriya explaining the basic setup aloud. Here. The shitty business extras and Gen EDS compete too. Bakugo asked. Well, yeah, that's why the starting group is always so big. Haven't you watched the festival before? Zero asked, confusion clear in his voice. Oh, that's who those guys are. I don't have time to worry about some stupid extras, so I never bothered remembering them. They just distract from the hero course. I'll tell you right here and now, Bakugo, that attitude could cost you. Present MIC said. The sports festival is a chance for kids from other classes to make a name for themselves and get noticed, so if you don't give it your all you might end up losing your place to someone. I almost forgot about that part. There's been a couple times where a non-hero course student made it really far. Does that mean they get transferred, Kero? Tsuyu asked. It's more than a matter of how far one gets, the system is a bit more complicated than that. Nedzu said, grabbing everyone's attention. But the fact remains that making a sufficiently good showing in the sports festival can give one the possibility of getting transferred into the hero course, and a sufficiently dismal showing can get you transferred out of it. The students looked at each other in surprise and dismay. They hadn't known losing their spots in the hero course was still on the table. Not for an event that Aizawa wasn't directly in charge of anyway. Seeing this, Present MIC rushed to reassure them. That usually only happens if you do something really bad though, like bringing along dangerous, unapproved equipment or sabotaging the other students. Indeed. Nedzu agreed. The students let out a collective breath of relief. All Might told Izuku he'd have to really sell himself, and was visibly underwhelmed by the boy's reaction. People snorted and giggled at All Might's over-the-top reaction. I can see how something like this would be difficult for you, Deku. Uraraka said thoughtfully. You mean because of how out of control my quirk is? Izuku asked sullenly. No. Well, that is a problem, but it's not what I meant. I was trying to say you have a lot of talent but you're humble about it, so I can see how it would be hard for you to go out of your way to draw attention to yourself. Izuku smiled a little, and rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, before now, drawing attention didn't usually end well for me. So I guess it is hard to think of doing that now. Uraraka's heart gave a painful squeeze at the reminder of what Izuku's childhood had been like. Ida filled in the silence when she paused too long. I can see how that would make this difficult, but it is still something you must get used to if you hope to become a pro. It's something we'll all have to get used to really. Izuku nodded slowly. Well, if I can get used to people viewing my life and to seeing the future, then I suppose I can get used to making myself the center of attention sometimes. Izuku went into a muttering session about how he wasn't sure he'd be able to stand out. All Might told him he was speaking nonsense, but that he wouldn't force the boy either. He told him remember the way he felt on Dagobah Beach, and use that for inspiration. Izuku did just that, remembering the pride and exhilaration that had filled him when he'd gone above and beyond expectations. If he could just find a way of channeling that. And find a way to make others see it too. His thoughts were interrupted by a gasp of surprise, which turned out to be on-screen Uraraka, but was soon echoed by the real one next to him. At the end of the day, a large group of students had gathered outside 1A's door. The class wondered what all the others were doing there, and Bakugo was the one to figure out they were there to get a look at their competition. So he insulted them and told them to move, much to the dismay of some of his classmates. Bakugo, you're gonna make them hate us. Mineta wailed. Not my problem, ball for brains. Bakugo sneered. We're not here to make friends with those wannabes. Jiru smacked her lips, which caught everyone's attention. So, show of hands, when we get to this point in real life, who wants to team up with me to GG Bakugo before we leave the room? The hell long ears. Bakugo yelled, as hands went up around the room. As much as I appreciate a healthy spirit of competition, Nedzu interjected before the situation could escalate further. It is important to remember that not all of those students are your opponents. Some of them could be business students, and it would be better for you to maintain a somewhat positive relationship with them. What for? Bakugo demanded. Yeah, what do the business students have to do with us? Kirishima asked, at a much more reasonable volume. The management course students are all about learning how to market heroes. When you get close to graduating, they'll be the ones to help you find things like sponsors, so it's better to stay on their good side. Present MIC explained. Nedzu nodded in approval. Though I must admit, some of the business students may take your caustic behavior as a challenge. A new voice came from the crowd. A purple-haired boy came forward, saying it was disheartening to see hero course students acting so arrogant. The boy reminded Bakugo that students in other courses also wanted to be heroes, and the festival was their chance. He took in the whole class as he declared war on them. Oh wow, I didn't think things would get so intense so soon. Hagekyu said with slight awe. The festival's still a ways off at this point, right? I guess we weren't the only ones that got fired up by the announcement. But I suppose this could be a good thing, a reminder to keep us motivated and on our toes. Momo observed. I would have thought the attack covered that, Kero. Seeing the stare down Bakugo and the purple-haired boy were having on screen, Kirishima nudged the blonde with his elbow. Looks like we've got a real competition going already here. Whatever, I don't give a f about him. If he couldn't even make it past the entrance exam, he's got no business challenging me. The UA entrance exam isn't the be-all end-all of worthiness, young Bakugo, and multiple heroes have become pros by getting transferred via the sports festival. All Might informed him. Bakugo snorted. Not anyone I hear about. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at him. You've heard about me. And Midnight. Wait, Mr. Aizawa, you and her were originally in Gen Ed. Izuku asked. It shouldn't be that surprising. Neither one of us have quirks that are effective against robots, but they are very effective against actual people. Aizawa turned to level a look at Bakugo. The entrance exam we have at UA leaves a big hole for certain types of quirks to fall into, and those quirks can be very powerful when given a living opponent. He turned so he could address the whole class. Remember this time so I can stop repeating myself. Don't underestimate your opponent. Yes, sir. The class replied. Bakugo muttered it grudgingly, but didn't try to argue. The stare down was interrupted by a boy from 1B, also shouting challenges and, depending on how things go, this might be the last time they have to relax for a while. As Izuku left his apartment, his mother made him promise to try not to get hurt. Bakugo snorted. That's one promise that's getting broken today. It might not. Izuku mumbled. Bakugo gave him a look, which Izuku responded to with a self-conscious smile. They both knew darn well Midoriya wouldn't get through the festival without breaking something. Uraraka and Ida gave their friend a consolatory pat on the shoulder. Inko wished him luck, and Izuku was off. Reporters waited in line to be let onto the grounds, and they talked about all the controversy about the festival. One reporter declared that controversy equaled ratings. Aizawa started grumbling some very unkind things about that woman and the media in general. I do believe that woman was one of the ones who tried to follow the students onto campus not long ago. Perhaps that incident could be enough reason to bar her from getting any further access. Nedzu mused. That would be nice. All Might admitted. He'd met enough reporters that he knew some had a good sense of decorum, but they were fewer in number than he would have liked, and this woman was not one of them. Her cameraman seemed okay though. The area outside the stadiums was shown, with lots of booths and merchandise. People were overheard talking about how things were different this year. I hadn't thought about how the events of the USJ would affect even the viewership of the third years. Tokoyami said. Good news for us, right? More people watching means more chance of being noticed and scouted. Soto pointed out. Then he noticed how ill at ease Koda looked. But it's probably mostly gonna be people who are a bit curious after all the stuff on the news. The number of people really looking at our performance will probably be about the same. He was relieved to see Koda relax a bit. Todoroki frowned over what one pair in the crowd said. This festival would be his first step toward making sure he was seen as something other than his father's son. He would make sure of it. A trio of newer pros, who many recognized from the first episodes and elsewhere, were seen visiting the food stands and talking about how they were missing out on scouting due to being on security this year. A few of the boys blushed a bit at the display Mount Lady put on to get free food. Āmar handed Mineta a tissue when he saw the boy was starting to drool. "You think we'll be able to get away with that after we graduate?" Ashido wondered. "You might be able to, I don't think that would work for me." Hagaki pointed out. "Perhaps, but I don't intend to find out." Momo muttered. "It is comforting to see that they've brought in well-known heroes to help with security, even if they are a bit newer to the job." Ojiro said. A few people murmured in agreement. The students on screen may have had training and time to start moving past the USJ, but for the people in the room it had happened just a day or two ago and they'd had to relive it again yesterday. They couldn't help having some anxiety about how things would go during the festival. Class 1A was shown in the waiting room, talking about the upcoming events. Ida came to gather them for their entrance, but before anyone could leave, Todoroki approached Izuku. He noted how Izuku was connected to All Might somehow, and because of that he would beat Izuku. "Yeesh, what's with everyone declaring war with this episode? I know it's important, but it's still a festival, not a duel to the death or whatever." Jiro complained. "Yeah, what gives Todoroki? What did Midoriya ever do you?" Hagaki asked. "He hasn't done anything to me." Todoroki said. "I'm just stating the facts. He's someone I must surpass." Izuku looked at Todoroki, frowning thoughtfully. Bakugo clenched his teeth. Why the hell was half and half marching up and challenging the nerd like he considered him his only competition? Sure, he had guessed at some connection to All Might, but by that logic he should challenge Bakugo too since he was gonna beat All Might himself one day. Kirishima tried to get Todoroki to calm down. But he was brushed off, Todoroki saying that he wasn't there to make friends. "Well, yeah, technically I guess that's true. But being competitors doesn't mean we can't be friends." Izuku said. "I mean, I'm still friends with Ida and Uraraka, and we're gonna be competing." Todoroki looked at him, then looked away. Izuku put his chin in his hand, wondering why the boy was so dead set on this. Izuku was taken aback at first. But then he replied, saying that he didn't know what was going through Todoroki's head, but he did know that he and everyone would be aiming for the top, and that he refused to be left behind. So he would give it everything he had. Wow! I actually feel more invigorated after listening to that. Kaminari said in awe. "Kid, did you manage to reply to that challenge and give a crowd-rousing speech at the same time?" Present MIC asked with a grin. "Midoriya, you are gonna be a natural with the media one day." Izuku blushed and stammered at the praise, while All Might looked on fondly. Izuku could seem like a pushover sometimes, but moments like this showed how much of a misconception that was. Moments like this also reminded All Might about why he had picked Midoriya to be his successor. The scene swayed to the arena, where present MIC riled up the crowd with Aizawa by his side. "Here. What are you doing up there, Mr. Aizawa?" Ashido asked in surprise. "You don't normally do announcer stuff, do you?" "In previous years, I might step in during a break PRD. But no, normally I'd be helping out with the events, though I tend to stick to behind-the-scenes setup." Aizawa explained. He wondered if his future self's role change occurred due to Recovery Girl's insistence or present MIC's. Though he wouldn't put it past the two to collaborate. He looked over at MIC, and the man gave him a grin. "I see, that would explain why I don't recall seeing you during previous years." Izuku muttered. "It makes sense an underground hero would want to." Declaring them arrogant. "I really wish they'd stop lumping us in with Bakugo." The rest of us didn't even say anything. Uraraka complained. "I agree, even from this perspective it seems like our own disagreement with his demeanor should have been obvious to them. We were quite animated." Ida agreed. "Yeah, pretty sure Ida spoke a lot louder than Bakugo did too. Even the people in the back should have heard him." Soto pointed out as Bakugo left, Kirishima said that the others hating on them was Bakugo's fault. Bakugo stated that such things didn't matter as long as you still aimed and fought for the top. "You got something to say, Deku?" Bakugo demanded, seeing the expression on screen Izuku's face. I'm not sure me and him are technically the same person anymore since we're going through different stuff. Bakugo was starting to look angrier. I was thinking that, what you said just then, helped me understand what All Might was saying earlier. Bakugo actually looked surprised for a brief moment, then he scowled and looked away with a muttered whatever. Kirishima and a couple others agreed with Bakugo, while Kaminari argued he'd just given them more enemies. They were always going to be our enemies, or our competition at least. Tokoyami pointed out. He just gave them greater incentive to be antagonistic. That's not helping. Izuku stared after Bakugo, and remembered all the different motivations he'd heard for his classmates trying to become pros, as well as remembering himself at Dagobah. Wait, did Bakugo just inspire someone? Did Bakugo just inspire Midoriya with all that craziness? Kaminari asked, eyebrows almost reaching his hairline. I guess one person's craziness is another person's inspiration. Shoji said with a shrug. A very big shrug. Kaminari shook his head. You all nuts, how did I end up here? He muttered to himself. Zero gave him a comforting pat on the shoulder. Tell me about it. Mineta muttered. Izuku was shown training as he explained a bit more about the festival. Then others from class were shown training too. Ida ran, Tsuyu practiced in the pool, Shoji lifted some very heavy weights. Hagakure attempted to do a pull-up. Shoji, even with multiple arms, you should have a spotter during weight training. Aizawa pointed out. Yes, sir. I'll remember. Shoji said, rather embarrassed that he'd broken a basic workout rule in front of his teacher. He was quickly distracted from it when he saw Hagakure's bit. You know, if you want some help training yourself to lift more, I could help out with that. You do that? Hagaku asked, sounding delighted. Sure, I've got lots of experience with weights. Our body types are pretty different though, so maybe that wouldn't work. We could talk about it together. Izuku suggested. From what I can tell, Hagakure, your strength level is similar to my own during the early parts of my training, so looking at my workout plan might help. That would be so great, guys. Thank you. Ojiro and Zero practiced aerial maneuvers. Uraraka floated stones for others to use as target practice. Oh, that's really clever. Uraraka said when she saw how she and Ashido were working together to train. Yeah, glad we thought of it. Ashido said with a grin, making Uraraka laugh. That is indeed a good strategy, since it allows you to help each other and better yourselves. Well done. All Might declared. A few moments later though. Oh! AMR cried, hands flying to the top of head as debris smashed into it on screen. Recovery girl T scared as she walked over to him. Right before the sports festival is when we get our greatest amount of injures for the first half of the year. Excluding the festival itself, of course. Everyone's pushing themselves so hard. Aizawa added situational awareness to the list of things he should teach these kids sooner rather than later. Koda and Soto practiced outside. Sorry I scared away all your birds, Koda. And the squirrels. Soto said sheepishly. The quiet boy waved off the apology. He really needed to find a way to get those kinds of critters to stick around during scary stuff. Kirishima jumped from a high place and let himself smash into the ground. Doesn't that hurt? Zero asked, watching Kirishima in awe. Not really, not when I've got my quirk on full coverage. Bakugo's eyebrows rose, suitably impressed by the impact his friend left in the ground. Bakugo worked on the size of his explosions, Kaminari used his electricity in a field. Maybe a little too much. Bakugo smiled at how big of a boom he managed. Kirishima gave him a fist bump. Kaminari, if you get all goofy again just from training. I swear I will take pictures. Jiru declared. Noted. Kaminari said miserably, cursing the sudden fog in his brain. At least he had further motivation not to overdo it now. Tokoyami stood in a dark field and let floodlights pour down on him and Dark Shadow. Tokoyami could suddenly hear Dark Shadow cursing and complaining in his head. Sorry about that, Dark Shadow. He said, trying to soothe his other half. Jiru threw darts with her earjacks. Mineta held a trophy and smiled. Pray tell, just what kind of training was that? AMR asked. Positive visualization is a thing. Mineta said, blushing in embarrassment. Momo read a book. Todoroki practiced punches in his backyard. A number of students were disappointed that the camera didn't linger longer on Momo with her hair down, or on Todoroki in a sweaty tank top. Though probably for different reasons. The time jumped ahead to the day of the sports festival. Yes. Let's get this party started. Ashido cheered. A rush of excitement swept through the students, all of them eager to see how the future them might do. I know you're all excited, but remember to think of this as more than just a spectator sport. Even if we end up changing the sport festival program, you can all learn something from seeing how your other selves handle each challenge. Aizawa reminded them. Yes, sir. Everyone called out. The excitement wasn't dampened in the least, but the teachers figured that was okay. Stay out of the limelight, it makes it so fewer people recognize you. Aizawa nodded, slightly relieved that Midoriya had done the rest of the explaining for him. The combo of injuries and drags felt by his on-screen self kept making things go suddenly foggy. He almost wished it was constant just so he would have time to get used to it. MIC introduced the first years to the crowd. Inko was shown watching at home. Izuku felt his heart lift at the sight of his mother watching so attentively, despite her obvious nerves. All Might was shown watching too, as Izuku and his classmates first stepped out. All Might was heard telling Midoriya to announce himself, and Izuku said aloud that he would. Dang, do the two of you have telepathy? Zero asked. I don't think so. That first line in All Might's voice was probably just me remembering and getting myself psyched. I feel like that's something I might do. Izuku said. Zero nodded. Still, it makes it look like you two are really in sync. Izuku's eyebrows rose, and he looked at All Might, who gave him a smile and a helpless shrug. Presentmacy talked up 1A as they walked across the field. Izuku looked around, and commented on how many people there were. Ida wondered if it would affect their performance. Remember to breathe, Midoriya. Ida reminded. Izuku took an exaggerated breath and gave him a shaky smile. It was hard to tell right now if the tightness in his chest was his own, or if it was being caused by his future self. Right, like you said, we're gonna have to get used to the attention. Ida smiled back. Indeed. I think it will help that most of the audience members are too far away to see clearly, you know. Uraraka said. It'll make it easier to imagine they are just part of the scenery or something. Kirishima and Bakugo talked about the crowd and intro too. Uraraka huffed. Of course Bakugo is eating this up. This is the part he's been waiting for, all the attention. She muttered. Izuku hummed and nodded. It was about what he expected from Bakugo, and a part of him couldn't help but admire how easily Bakugo acclimated to the new setting. Present MIC introduced the other classes with just as much enthusiasm, though the crowd wasn't quite as loud for them, which the students seemed to notice. I do feel a little bad about our class getting a head start in visibility compared to the others, even if the circumstances behind it were beyond our control. Momo said. A few classmates nodded with her. Hey now, none of that, listeners. Present MIC admonished. You all deserve recognition for dealing with USJ incident as well as you did. Besides, this could be a boon for them in the end. It will force the other classes to work harder if they want recognition. Midnight was shown to be the one leading off the festivities, much to the delight or dismay of those watching. I keep telling you we should keep her limited to the third-year arena. Aizawa muttered. She does tend to get a little carried away with performances like this. Present MIC agreed. I'll take it under advisement. Nedzu said. Bakugo was called up to do the starting pledge, causing more nervousness from 1A and backlash from the other classes, which only increased with Bakugo's speech. Would it not make sense to have one of his class presidents make this speech? Or even the highest of the written test scores? This is a speech, not a battle. Ida said. Well, doing well on a written test doesn't mean that you would be a good speaker either. And choosing one class president over another would also be unfair. Izuku pointed out. Momo hummed thoughtfully. But the highest written test score would be a better representation of all the classes, since all of them had to take it to get in while only some of the students took the practical. I'm glad it wasn't the class president to do it. 𝐔𝐻𝐾 whispered. Ashido giggled. Yeah, we'd be up there all day if he was allowed to do a speech. Midnight might need to use her quirk to get him off, 𝐬𝐸. Izuku's thoughts revealed he knew what Bakugo was really doing, making the pressure on himself even higher so that he'd give an even better performance. Though he didn't appreciate Bakugo getting everyone else caught up in it too. Bakugo's eyes widened when he heard that, but he quickly schooled his expression into a scowl. Whatever, you should all be thanking me for turning up the heat like that. Some protested him forcing them into it, while others were too busy being surprised or impressed that Bakugo had such a plan in the first place. Kirishima, of course, praised his manliness once again. Midnight introduced the first trial, an obstacle course. After explaining a bit more, she reminded them that anything goes so long as they didn't leave the bounds of the course. This is going to be madness, Tokoyami observed. Definitely, Shoji said with nod. All of year one waited by the start line as the start counted down, Midoriya thinking about what he could do the whole time. When the buzzer sounded, there was a mad rush forward. Isn't there a risk of someone getting trampled? Shoji asked. Well, for the hero course students, I consider this good training in making sure you don't get others hurt while attaining your goal. There are plenty of civilians who watch hero fights too closely after all. Nezu said with a smile. More importantly, we have myself and a number of paramedics on standby for such things. Recover Girl said, giving Nezu an unimpressed look. Present MIC started commenting, asking Aizawa to join in and calling him Mummy Man. Aizawa complained that MIC had forced him to be there. Don't call me that, Aizawa grumbled, while students chuckled over MIC's new nickname. At least he knew for sure which of them was responsible for their teacher being in the booth now. The press of bodies in the narrow hallways showed many students being smashed together. Cries of pain and noises of discomfort went up around the room. No one had time to ask if another was okay before they were feeling it too. It was quite the experience for those who had yet to feel the full effects of truth's condition. I get it. OF. It's a bottleneck, Izuku said. Todoroki suddenly activated his quirk, causing ice to burst through and out of the tunnel, freezing much of the competition in place. Various students were shown finding ways to pass or evade the ice, not all of them from the hero course. Students who were shown to be doing well smiled or cheered at their success. Those who were shown struggling, but not trapped, just sighed in relief. Izuku was among the latter, but his attention was soon drawn by the purple-haired boy. What kind of quirk must he have to get the other students to do that? He wondered, theories already going through his head at a mile a minute. Todoroki hummed thoughtfully when he saw who all had dodged his quirk. Todoroki was surprised by how many people had managed to dodge. Mineta leaped forward and tried to pin the other boy down, but was hit by a robot. Mineta shrieked and fell off his couch, which made many students wince. I got him, Kaminari said, going over to make sure the boy wouldn't accidentally hurt himself for real. The robots turned out to be the 0-pointers from the practical. Such intensity already, they really are making it a challenge. Ieima mused. How the heck are we supposed to deal with that? 𝐔𝐻𝐾 demanded. You told us to run from them before. And that's still an option, of course. Present MIC said, grinning. It's hardly unfair to put these in when there are such powerhouses among you, and I'm sure you and others are capable of sneaking past too. Besides, plus ultra. 𝐔𝐻𝐾 sighed. Sometimes she hated that saying. Todoroki and Momo's comments showed that they hadn't seen the robots before, and Momo wondered about the funding for them. Oh yeah, sometimes I forget you guys didn't do the same test we did, Ojiro observed. Nezu opened his mouth. Just for clarification, sir, the query about where the money comes from was mostly rhetorical. Momo clarified. Oh, I see. Perhaps I could tell you about it at the next break instead. That should work, sir, thank you. Todoroki's was unimpressed with the robots, and said that he wished for more of a challenge. Dang man, talk about a bad but boast, Kaminari said. But keep those thoughts to yourself. You're going to give Nezu ideas. My future self was hardly shouting, Todoroki pointed out. Todoroki made a comment about his stupid old man, and froze several robots at once. Cheers went up around the room, as students were once again blown away by Todoroki's power. Izuku was too, but was also distracted by the other boy's comment. "Do you not get along with your father, Todoroki?" "No." "Oh." Unsure of what else to say, Izuku went back to watching. All Might looked over at the boy in concern, wondering what Todoroki was thinking, and what he had to prove. Surely Endeavor didn't think his child lacking or unworthy or being a hero. A single session was enough for All Might to see how skilled the boy was. Students tried to take advantage of the fact that the robots were frozen, but Todoroki warned them that they would fall over, which they did. Present Mic and Aizawa praised Todoroki in their own ways. Todoroki nodded his thanks to the two teachers. "Well, at least you said something," Jiru said faintly. Though he could have stood to do that just a bit sooner, in her opinion. "I am not here to make friends, but that doesn't mean I want to hurt anyone unnecessarily. I made sure they would fall fast so not many would have time to run under them." Izuku was shown, trying to think of something, then Inko was shown at home, begging her son to run away. Guilt settled like a heavy stone in Izuku's stomach. It was only a little ways into the first task and he was already making his mother cry. It's okay, Deku," Uraraka said, clenching her fists and turning to him. "I know my parents are probably freaking out too, but we just gotta show them how good we're getting and then they'll know they don't have to worry so much." Izuku stared at her for a moment, then smiled and bumped his fist against hers. "Yeah, we'll show them it's okay, because we're there." Uraraka beamed. Izuku was shown, thinking quickly about how he could get through. He flashed back to the entrance exam, where he froze up against his first robot. He showed none of that hesitation now, as he braced himself. Then the episode ended. "Oh come on. We were just getting to the good stuff." Ashido whined. "Yeah. I want to see the rest of that race." Kaminari cried. Next episode. Next episode. We got to see the rest." Hagekyu cried. Alright, we'll forego the between-episode break for now," Nedzu said, much to the students' delight.